Welcome, one and all. Finally, we are here to begin the North American DPC. Every other region has started before us, but now we get to play that catch-up, and we are going to be witnessing the best North American teams competing over the next 3 weeks, not just for money, not just for prestige, not just for DPC points, but for a chance as well to go to the first major of the year. My name is Snare. I'll be a host over the next few weeks. But of course, you know, NA is not a region that I'm usually accustomed to. So to help bring us this action, I've employed some two stellar gentlemen. T-Panda, welcome to NA. Fia, welcome home.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to be home, I guess. I know NA quite well, but this year we have a lot in store and changes, but we'll get to that later. Not sure if it's quite NA anymore.
Yeah, a lot of changes, new wins, new year. Who knows what comes up with this one?
It's going to be very wild. I mean, Fia, you make a very good point, right? The fact that it's one of the years in NA, I actually checked the numbers, right? When the first iteration of the DPC started, NA had 81% representation from the North American region. Now it's down to 40.
Cut in half, huh?
Yeah. Over the years, that's a big, steep drop, right? Why do you guys think that's been the case, that it's been so difficult for the NA players to stay within the NA region in that way?
I mean, the slots are just getting taken from them, right? Like, their teams are coming over and they're taking the NA slots, and we got to fight for these slots back. And that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, it is a bit of a fight for survival, isn't it? Like the story of North America in the last few years, where we've come to, how we adapt, and what we're going to be seeing out of this. Like, there's a lot of opportunities for all these new players coming in, already shown themselves in Division 2, maybe East Europe, for example. We see a lot of East European players transitioning into here. We see, you know, teams we're going to be discussing in just a moment, but there's so much new fresh wins in here, and I kind of like it.
And I think that a lot of it has to do with, like, they're bringing in, like, the core is still NA, right?
Yeah,
the captains, the leadership are mainly the NA players still. They're just, you know, recruiting talent from other regions.
I mean, we have seen the precedent for this kind of success, right? In China, for a very long time, China would just go poach Southeast Asian players, become amazing while doing so. So we understand why they will take this particular attack of thinking. Speaking of, though, it's a lot of different teams, a lot of names you might not recognize. So we need to actually know who is going to be competing over the next 8 weeks, because it's interesting. It's deeply interesting. But first, before we even get things started in terms of who the teams are, the first elephant out of the room, EG, the giant of the North American scene, gone. TI winner, Fia, talk to us about this, right? Because if you were coming to this for the first time, you'd be like, where the hell is EG? Why can't I bleed blue at the moment?
I mean, you still can, but not in this region, right? But yeah, the same team is here, Shopify Rebellion, right? Like, if you're an EG fan, it's basically the same guys, right? So I think a lot of their fan base will still be here watching them, rooting those games on. But if you want to watch the EG brand, you got to watch South America now.
That is true. That is true. T-Panda, let's talk about something else that's also another elephant in the room. Bait, Dendi. Not only has Dendi now come to North America playing with an entirely new roster, but it's also gone back into the mid lane. Wouldn't it be poetic for Dendi to start dominating a region again in North America, going back to mid?
Sounds like a story from the fairy tales, right? I mean, seeing Dendi come into this region with all the shows that he's had with Bait in the past, the players that he's had before, you know, players leaving, going into top tier teams after, getting new players to replace them, having a bit of a rocky season last year in the East European DPC. Maybe this is the year for Dendi. He's like a guy like, you know, the icon of Dota. He's basically the legend, the name that everybody knows in Dota. If you don't, you better do your research. But the thing is, with Dendi and these new guys coming in, and some of them, like Stonebank, for example, already played in NA before, I'm excited. I feel like I'm still that same wishful kid. Like, come on, let's see some awesome Dendi gameplay.
I'd love to see Dendi do well. Like, he's so passionate about the game. Like, he's been playing, even though things haven't been going great for him, he's still grinding, still not giving up, and I respect that a lot.
I mean, most of us, when you start losing a couple of games in a row, you're like, I don't want to play this game again, let alone a couple of seasons in a row. But it's going to be interesting because he's also reunited with Funnick. And the last time they were together, they almost won TI. So hopefully they can recreate that same kind of magic between the two of them. But another thing that we need to also discuss is exactly how it's going to be working, right? We mentioned earlier that it's going to be a 3-week, much more compressed period of time to be playing. It's not just 3 weeks, right? Because it's 3 weeks, there's no time to adapt. There's no time to try and get your bearings. If things are going wrong for you on day one, T-Panda, it could very easily segue into just a complete landslide of everything going south. Suddenly you're relegated before you can do anything about it.
And who doesn't love an underdog story? Like, when you have all these magical things like coming in together, 3 weeks of gameplay, like you said, adaptation, it is either is there or you have to wait for the next DPC tour, and you don't want to wait that long to make success happen. Like, you got to work on early, you got to figure out what's the best chemistry with our team, has the boot camp practice. Some of these teams have been boot camping only a couple days after they've transitioned into North America. But then again, we've got some old experienced teams with veterans added into the mix, with some star players added here and there. You know, you just got to act fast and hope for the best.
Act fast, hope for the best, and have the best ideas coming forward. Another thing actually about this, though, Fia, because we started late here in North America, isn't there a bit of an advantage to these squads having an opportunity to see other teams play, get a better grasp of what the meta looks like competitively? It's been a long time since TI, and obviously the game isn't that different as it was at that point. The state of it is relatively similar, but there are still minute changes. Does it benefit some of these teams, the fact that they've had a little bit of that time to reflect on what other people are doing?
I think it'll benefit the teams that struggle the most in their scrims, right? Maybe some of these teams, like, they were running the same things. Like, maybe China and Western Europe have been running this entire time, and now it's kind of like revealed, right, to the world. Whereas the teams that maybe they weren't doing so hot, they get some time to reevaluate and just change their strategies up. Maybe they went to some scrims today, and, you know, borrowed some ideas from these other teams in other regions and might come in with a fresh perspective.
Sometimes you have no other option but to steal strats. You don't save strats to win TI, you steal strats in order to make that happen for yourself. And of course, Panda, the reason that we're all gathered here today, the reason the teams are playing, there's money on the line. There's DPC points on the line. We saw earlier in the format that the major slots are on the line, right? But ultimately, let us be honest, this is all on the road towards TI. We have a pretty massive prize pool, which you're going to be seeing now, and it's decent scratch, let's not lie, but it pales in comparison to what's possible to earn at TI.
Yeah, like holding on to spots in the division, yeah, great, that's one thing. But competing with already some of the big NA teams, you know, like, can we still scratch top 2, top 3, top 4? You know, 6th place, you don't get any points, but at least you get to get that second chance. Not really the goal you're going to set for this one. You want to get those DPC points early on, like the TSM story from last year. You score early, get those good points up, and you might as well just already close out a spot into TI for yourself. No matter what happens later on in the year, at least you got time to kind of like remedy what's happened at the start or at the current moment when you're having difficulties. So points important.
Points are super important. I mean, we just see with TSM, like he's mentioning, they did amazingly at the Stockholm Major, pretty much qualified themselves towards TI. What do you make of the fact, Fia, that we have a scaling system? The longer we go into the tours, the more points you're able to achieve, right? Who actually benefits from this kind of situation? Is it the teams that are hot from the start? You get a scant amount of points show in the first tour, but they do well in the major? Or does it benefit the teams that peak a little bit later on in the year for them to get their qualification chance?
Oh, I think it's always there's advantage to peaking later because, like, you keep your momentum. We've seen it time and time again where some teams might do really hot at the beginning of the season and then, you know, people will copy them. They'll figure them out and then it'll be harder and harder. And if you're making less points as well early on in the season, it's not really advantageous to do well early on unless you're going to, like, be owning the entire all 3 tours.
Absolutely. TSM last year, of course, they did well at a major. Afterwards, exactly what you're mentioning. They got figured out pretty damn hard, and then it wasn't that difficult for teams to try and defeat them. But speaking of TSM, we're going to be seeing them in action later today, but they're not the only people we're going to be seeing in action, as we do have a couple of teams playing today. 2 matchups that we have today, 4 teams playing. And for me, the reason I'm so happy about the way this is set up, the second series, Shopify Rebellion versus TF Gaming, we get to see not just EG, quote unquote, but we get to see them, in my opinion, actually powered up. T-Panda, the addition of Saberlight to this roster feels like a ridiculous combination of players.
It does. And I also have to highlight Shopify Rebellion being very lucky to get Saberlight. Like, you've got this S-tier content maker. He's a funny guy. He's a likable player, mechanically very talented player. And replacing Nightfall, who was during TI one of the top, maybe even number 1 in offlaner when we're comparing statistics about efficiency in lane, how good he's in the team. Saberlight is like a guy you want to have on your team. So a massive upgrade, I would say.
I would definitely say an upgrade. Fia, how do you feel about this? Knowing some of these players yourself, having played with them yourself, right? Where do you think Saberlight fits in personality-wise? Because we've seen many times in the past that teams can have really high-skilled players, but they don't necessarily mesh together and the results don't come. Is that going to happen here for Shopify Rebellion, or does he just slot in, immediate upgrade, everything's Gucci?
This is the best offlaner that Shopify Rebellion has trialed yet out of, like, the last 4, in my opinion. I think personality-wise, you know, he's a bit clowny, he's funny, he's got Bulbul with him, fits in well, you know, Arteezy, he's a funny guy too. I think their personalities mesh really well, but more importantly, they're bringing in, since Ice, a real offlaner, right? Someone that actually wants to play offlane, and as soon as, like, this stint is over, they're going back to carry, you know? Ramses, Nightfall, they're back to carry. Like, they've got a real offlaner, motivated, and I think that is what they need.
I mean, Fly himself actually mentioned in an interview that they specifically wanted Saberlight not just for his mechanical skills, but they thought that he would actually fit and gel very well with the team. So I'm very, very excited to see what's going to happen there. But they have an opponent, right, in the form of TF Gaming. A team that, it's interesting, their composition, Panda. Not just because of the fact that it's a practically new squad, new organization entering into the Dota world, but there's two players who are relatively unknown. Nobody knows anything about them. Napkin and Nine, they don't even have Wikipedia pages at this point yet.
Yeah, and also like hitting a new carry player in just a couple of weeks, basically getting Lame into the roster. Russian player who's been playing with a couple Division 2 level teams. He had a bit of an attempt into Div 1 as well last year in DPC, and then you got Antoha, who is a pretty interesting character for sure, and a very interesting hero pool as well. Like he's played what 2,000-3,000 games of IO. He's a menace on techies, and I feel like they could be bringing something special to this team with Esk, Napkin, and Nine. I feel like they're you already mentioned missing Wikipedia page and something, so it's their playground to show like what are we really made of.
Yeah, I think this is for sure. They got to show themselves right now. I think they're one of the teams that, if you're going into this, they're going to probably get relegated. Let's not sugarcoat it, right? You're probably thinking that, but we don't know enough about them to really know that for sure. So this first match is going to be really big for them because they're going against the big boys.
They are really going into the big boys, and there's not much time to adapt if things go south at the beginning. But we still have some time to go before we get to Shopify Rebellion versus TF Gaming. We start things off with an amazing matchup. TSM taking on the side of Wildcard Gaming. And it's actually interesting how Wildcard Gaming is even here to begin with, gentlemen, because eventually they kept their slot last time, sold their slot, bought another slot, and what's really funny for me is that 3 of their players all qualified from Division 2 with their respective squads, right? The squads, Alpha and KBU US, Sunlight and Realm, the carry player, Arc, who, as he was called in the past, they qualified for Division 1, immediately get poached by Wildcard Gaming. The same is true for Flea, and Sammy Boy, he just was there. You were mentioning earlier, he didn't necessarily want to be going anywhere else. He wanted to go play carry somewhere, but
he did.
Nobody allowed him.
I mean, he even tweeted about it. It's like, no one really believed in me to play carry, so I'm back at it, playing support again. And I think that's where he wanted to be after he left, the 4 Zoomers, right? He switched to support because he wanted to have more of that leadership role. So I don't think he's too sad about it, and he just picked up a bunch of new talent, as you can see here, to help make his dream come true.
Another unknown player here, T-Panda, Babitic, who up until this point, completely unknown, but also incredibly skilled. 11k MMR, a pop star in its own right. We've seen this kind of experiment work out, especially mid-lane pop stars. Is that going to be replicated here by Wildcard Gaming with this new roster?
Well, when you're looking at high MMR, if you want to use MMR as some kind of bridge way, you usually see that, okay, this guy has good mechanical talent. If we can combine that with either 1, experience, 2, good leadership, you can get this really deadly instant chemistry that can work from day 1. Because, things just click so fast. You don't even need to overthink things. You can then dive, of course, into the more how do you put it, more diverse things of how do we approach this game and stuff like that. But if you just go straight into these early matches with a high MMR player like Babitic is, things can happen right away from the start. And I feel like there could be something of that, little bit of a mix. Though I miss Davai Lama, I'm not gonna lie. Right?
Yeah, we all miss Davai Lama. It's just such a fun name to say all the time, Davai Lama. At the end of the day,
and he's a great throat singer as well.
The most important skill for a Dota player to have.
Of course, you gotta have a war cry.
Everybody needs a good war cry, right? And they need an opponent. And their opponent today, TSM, a team that has also been through a little bit of an evolution, a big, big evolution in many respects. We've already spoken about how they've lost Saberlight, obviously the best offlaner in NA, but they've also lost their coach. They've lost their main captain, who's now their new coach, and they lost Dubu, who, in my opinion, was really underrated in this region. Fia, talk to me about this. These huge changes. What does this mean for TSM in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, Dubu was removed, so they needed a new 5. They went to T1. White One was playing on T1 as a 5. And then Moon Meander replaced himself because he wanted to step down yet again, from off lane to support. Now he's going to the coach role, right? So it'll be interesting to see. And he did replace Misery for that, and that's pretty big. And obviously, I think Saberlight left, right? So they had to find a replacement. And they found, potentially a superstar here. He's 19 years old, doesn't have that huge of a track record, right, as professional play, but he's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, scouts have definitely been keeping their eyes open on this guy. And I also want to bring up Ari in a sense of North America now kind of turning into this very international bunch. UK Dota has something to root for again, which is something that's been kind of missing out from Dota for a while.
Yeah, since Tanner left, basically it was like, well, now what? How do we roll
now
from
what?
this
Yeah.
point? But to your guys' point about the skill levels of these guys, Kasane, 11k MMR, north of that. Ari, north of 11k MMR. Both of them don't have that much experience. Kasane's only played professional Dota for 2 years. Ari only for 8 months. 8 months! He hasn't even hit the 1 year mark at this point, and he's already in one of the biggest ANA organizations, right? So youth passion, you've played with somebody like Sumail, right? And it clicked almost immediately. Y'all went to the moon. You want TI with this guy, right? Is the possibility there for this team at this point? Because you have experienced players like Whitemon and experienced coach like Moon Meander. Will they be able to mold these kids into the direction of the future?
I mean, anything's possible, right? Like, this team is the most diverse team, right? They're bringing in, you know, a player from Southeast Asia. They got their NA players, bring in Eastern Europe, and then they got for the UK for Ari as well. So like, will that mesh together? Bring in that many nationalities at once? We'll have to see. I think it's gonna take a lot of bonding for them to like get on the same page, but it could work. And I think when you want to be a team that wants to like really branch out and try something new, I think this is a good approach.
If it works for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
It can work for them, right? I think one other thing I'm really interested to see, though, with this TSM squad, and kind of why I rated them as highly as I did, putting them second, is that Whitemon is a demon, a god demon on Treant Protector. And Treant Protector is busted right now, let's be honest, right? So, is that going to be coming into effect? How often do you have to just ban Tree if you're playing against TSM right now, Panda?
Well, it's pretty common right now, as we've seen already from different regions in the DPC games. Treant with the Leech Seed buff has got a lot of love, like especially in the support role. I don't think we're going to see that many +3 Treants until we get Sunlight on the board. Maybe he's going to bring it up again. But very valued hero, although the team's most likely just going to first phase ban it, not going to face it at all. I think Lena's also another one, which is just going to be, you know, they just don't want to either let it through or you got to have your answers ready. Do you want to take that risk?
I mean, I'll put in perspective, right? When Whitemon was on T1 and Treant wasn't actually meta, people first face banded against him all the time.
Yep.
So
There was still like, we can't take these risks no matter what.
Shock
the
and
case
awe.
is. Shock and awe is an effective strategy. But between these two squads, it is a best of 3 at the end of the day. So multiple bites at the cherry. I think it's probably better for Wildcard if you're going to be in this position to play some of the stronger teams like TSM, right? It's one thing if you play them at the end of the season. You might have been building up momentum. It might matter more then. But in a weird way, it might also be easier to just get the monkey off your back now. Get stomped. Might be terrible. And it's like, sweet. If we get stomped by these guys, we can learn from this. And if we don't, we can find ourselves in a position where now, we won. That's going to be a huge confidence boost going forward. So, Fia, you didn't necessarily rate TSM as highly as I did. Wait, you did actually.
Yeah, I put him
you were the non-believer. Let's actually look at some of these predictions. Please,
Calling me out here.
Explain this disrespect, my friend, because as we see here, all of us, the wise ones of the bunch, all of us are rooting for TSM to come second.
Well, I mean, we're kind of on the same line with John here. We're pretty much the same predictions here. I mean, I want to believe in TSM, but I feel like it needs a bit of time to mesh, and it can work out perfectly. But I feel like Nouns has already had their tryout season from last year. I think now is the time to act for that team. That's why I would maybe put Nouns as a 2. Maybe this is going to be like a tiebreaker game for DPC points. Who knows?
We need to just check your DM and see if you've been talking to Neff Sensei and be like, hey.
Neff has not influenced my decision. I will tell you that.
Second place for TSM is where I really think they're going to come. Wildcard, I think all of us are in agreement that this team has a lot of potential. Whether or not they'll meet that potential is the question, but it's kind of in the name, Wildcard Gaming. One thing I also find really interesting about Wildcard, Sammy Boy, when he went to the last chance qualifiers for TI, obviously in LAN environments, you tend to learn a lot more than you would in any other situation. But also, he copped his first ever international LAN win, ever. Beating out Polaris and eliminating them from the last chance qualifiers. And they weren't that far off, in all honesty, from actually progressing to the next stage as well. Do you think, Fia, that that's going to help buoy the team now that Sammy Boy might have a bit more confidence in himself? Even though he wanted to leave the squad, he at least got some experience overseas.
yeah, I mean, the experience is always nice, but like knowing Sammy, like I don't think he has much of a confidence issue, right? Like he's a very confident guy, and I think just him getting that experience is really like dangerous for other teams because like with that type of confidence, if you bring like the actual like results with it, you can go far.
Absolutely. I really want to see what this team is going to do. Let us start talking about drafts, though, gentlemen, because that is how you win Dota games right now. Lina has to be banned every game. Tree has to be. How is Lina still allowed to be played? Honestly, like, how does it ever get through the draft these days? Like, Panda, every single game we've seen Lina, right? Almost every game, this hero just dominates. It looks so strong right now.
Yeah, there's a plenty of Lina core players as well. And talking about Pos 1 as well, like they've kind of figured it out. They know what the strengths of this hero are, what the timings are looking like. And it seems like it just seems to pop off from game to game. We've seen it already earlier on today. We've seen in the past few days that, yeah, this Lina hero is definitely something to be trifled with. But I'm still kind of coming to the picture of these first games. Does a team have a pocket ace strat they want to pull off? Are they, I wouldn't say memeing around, but at least fooling your opponents? Because we did see some of that in TI where we have like bait picks. Do the teams fall into the trap? Do they buy the bluff, basically? So maybe Lina goes through, or then we have a scenario where we're not going to see it at all.
I hope we don't see it because I've seen too many games be lost. I've lost too many games myself. This Lina hero, please get it out of Dota right now. But the point about bait picks is very important, right? Because we do have some sort of cheesy type of players that are going to be assailing the entire environment here, that are involved in the fray. I'm not entirely sure how often it's going to happen that the bait picks do come out, but when they do, they just feel so strong. But another thing that becomes really problematic, a team like TSM, beforehand, they had the potential to just like first pick phase Brood, whatever, we'll do it. Saberlight's got this, he'll carry us all the way to victory here. Now you can't do stuff like that anymore, Fear. We don't know if Kasane has a Broodmother in his arsenal in that way, but from what I was looking at, I didn't see like any of those heroes that you can immediately first phase, and no matter what, it's always going to go well for you. Does that mean that they have to be a bit more circumspect in how they draft cohesively without having that one cheese pick that they can come up with?
I mean, it just comes down to preparation, right? Like they probably tried a lot of different things, the scrims, and something threw a bunch of stuff at the wall, see what sticks type of method. And that when you have a brand new team like that, that's all you got to do. And once they kind of like show what they're winning with, if they win, of course, like that's when the real challenge begins, because teams are going to start banning it, taking away from them. And can you perform without having like your couple like pocket strats?
That is a very interesting one. And one thing I'm also, when I looked at the kind of heroes that were being played, do y'all remember at the Stockholm Major, the first couple of days before Saberlight came, right? I forget what the reason was and why he was delayed, but when he eventually arrived at the team, they were not doing well before he got there. And one of the reasons they weren't doing well, by Moon Meander's own admission, is that the team lacks dynamism and nobody initiates when Saberlight isn't around. One thing I saw here is that Kasane's hero pool markedly different towards that of Saberlight, and more importantly, he does not play these initiating heroes. He plays mostly the summons, the visages, the beastmasters, the lichens. So I wonder if that's going to have an impact in how they approach the game. But that answer will come because now we have a draft on our hands. We get to see the first series, not just of the day, but of the North American DPC for 2023. Here we go. Please, ban Tree, ban Lina. Brood is already gone, so I'm already a bit happier about life at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Brood, pretty much your basic hero of,
there it is.
Hate to play against it. Lina going out as well. I think everything is going like as planned, you could say.
I mean, yeah, this is kind of like the meta right now. Like, you see a lot of Brood, you see a lot of Lina, you see a lot of Tree. These teams, we talked about it before, they've been sitting back, they've been watching the meta, and maybe they just don't want to play against it. They're going to bring their own meta here and just ban out what I think every region is picking right now.
I want to see actually what they go for in terms of, is it going to be a Rubik first phase that we're going to find ourselves picking up here? And also, what's the carry hero going to be? Because the carry pool is in a bit of an interesting place right now. A lot of illusion heroes. The strongest heroes are these super high range heroes. And some of these more physical damage carries are coming back into the meta. We're seeing these Faceless Voids. We're seeing some of these Lifestealer games. So I really want to see what the carry pick is going to be. But we're still in this ban phase. Rubik gone, thank goodness. Now just ban Tree and everything is going to be okay. We'll have ourselves a good day of Dota.
I'm also thinking, like, when we were talking about these NA teams, like, how much of these picks actually come straight from the captain, that we're going to get your carry here in the first phase because I feel like this is going to be good. Of course, negotiate with your carry, like, this is going to be a good idea. Or do they have, like, I don't actually remember the word, sorry, like, English is not my main language anyway, so, but, like, when you can direct yourself, like, I want to play this hero, can you just pick it for me? Or, like, confidence picks right away at the start. Like, do you go first phasing things? Do you wait until the whole package starts to build up? Like,
I really think that just depends. Like, I think there's a criteria for first phasing a carry. Like, it has to do a couple things. It has to be a strong laner, and it has to have a backup plan. And that backup plan is, if you lose your lane, do you have a way to play the game?
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why a lot of carries aren't pickable in the first phase, because you need to see your matchup. When you do pick things like Lina, for example, nobody can beat Lina in lane, right?
Yeah.
Fast farmer, can't lose your lane. What's not to love? Scales incredibly well.
This is interesting though, gentlemen. Pugna, not Pug. Pugna first phase, first pick overall in the draft. And this is only the second Pugna of the entire DPC thus far. Now, it's only been a couple of days, to be fair, but why first phase Pugna here? This is a bizarre decision, generally speaking. And this also came off the back of an Ember Spirit ban from TSM. So what do you think the rationale is behind this one?
Oh, they've got something planned here. So, like, there's definitely like a meta between the teams. They've been scrimming. Maybe this Pugna block picks something that I think that they don't want them to have, right? And as they'll pick the Tusk immediately here, so they're going to counter the Pugna. I can't really say that this Pugna is like a staple first pick, right? We don't see it very often. So we're going to have to see what Wildcard is like thinking with this, and we'll like puzzle it together as this draft continues.
Yeah, it is one of those heroes that you kind of consider, like, your opponent's probably looking for physical damage. You know, like PA is a classic that Pugna counters with. Decrepify can't hit targets, can't do any damage. But you're, like you said, you're picking it very early into the draft. You're like expecting them to pick these type of heroes. Like, you already got the Tusk coming out early, bit of extra physical damage pump for your team. You know, but this is a pretty classic opener though. When you go with Tusks and Miranas here, it's like nothing's changed in the last few weeks, has it really?
Not much. You can still flex this Tusk in a variety of different roles. This Mirana hero has also just been really, really strong. And it's also a pseudo block pick because Sammy Boy is really good at Mirana. So removing that from him probably does make a lot of sense. This Tusk hero, I'm very scared for the Pugna now. I'm really hoping it's not going to be a core Pugna. I hope whatever the plan is, it's going to be different. They go for the Doom here. First phase Doom has not had that much success thus far in the DPC. It's looked very, very strong the later in the draft it comes out. But when they pick it this early, I don't know. I have some question marks about this, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the Wildcards draft is playing more to their style, right, than more for the meta. Like, we see Trine Protectors just not even touched so far, which is a little strange to see. But yeah, like, I like the approach TSM has against Pugna, because Pugna, what he generally likes to do, he likes to sit in the back, life drain, easy arrow target. Tusk can get on top of him easily. So it's already a pretty tough Pugna game. And for the Doom, clearly just like a comfort pick for them. Like, it doesn't necessarily counter either of the heroes you see there very hard, but I don't think anything really does. So they're just picking something somewhat blind there that they're confident in. Maybe we'll see Flea played in position 4, maybe Samuel played 5, or maybe it'll be in the offlane. It's got a lot. It's very flexible. It could be carry too, actually. It's a very flexible hero, so I think that's the main reason why they picked it. Sometimes you got to have your flex picks, and every single team has different heroes in which their team can perform at as their flex pick.
And Wildcard also has like pretty interesting heroes in their pool. We already kind of touched upon Sunlight. He likes to play these heroes that are very strong early on. He likes pusher heroes, the Trine Protectors, the Pugnas are like something that he might be playing. Maybe this one is an offlane Pugna. You can't really say for sure yet. And Arc, who's kind of like the guy who's like, well, if this is a good Arc Warden game, I'll go for it.
Arc on the Arc Warden, Scary.
What a coincidence.
To be fair, though, Arc does play all the carries. Like actually all of them. It's kind of ridiculous. It's like, okay, this guy, if you look at his page, it's just a variety of different heroes. Most of them with plus 20, 30, 40, even 50 games. A lot of them with positive win rates. So you know what he's doing when he's playing this carry role. And I think it kind of helps the amount of experience he gained in Eastern Europe. Played in like 7, 8 different teams. So it's a lot of ideas going around, but somehow he's able to focus them into a good direction. Speaking of direction, gentlemen, vector targeting, Marcy banned. Why? This hero hasn't been nearly as strong in the last while as it used to be.
We did see for a bit, like, people running the Mirana Marcy lane was super popular, but Marcy got neutered pretty hard, like with the rebound. Like, no longer stuns, the range is super short, but they still are giving enough respect to it. So I think it could be an issue. It's also another hero that can jump on top of Pugna, I guess.
Yeah, it also kind of goes against the logic of pairing up against physical damage, because usually Marcy is picked as if it's a support Marcy. Usually you have an agility core like on your team, like Drows and maybe even Lunas and stuff like that, which Marcy sits in pretty nicely with. So it's more like a buffer for your team in a way, because Sidekick it's still strong. It's still strong, even though it did get a bit of a nerf hammer though. But you already got the Pugna, so I'm trying to feel like what's the big goal here?
This is intriguing. An IO ban coming out here. I think that's also not been a hero that's been largely, for the most part, ignored. Not picked, not banned. You can actually just look up exactly how bad it's been, but for the most part, not been very, very popular. Kind of intriguing to see it banned out. If it was going to be banned, I would have imagined TSM might have removed it against Wildcard, but the fact that it's going in the opposite direction, it might also be one of those situations where sometimes you value a hero personally so highly that even if the enemy team doesn't necessarily play it that much, you're still like, nah, the synergy feels a bit too strong. You know, they already have some very high mobility. You rather not give them also global presence at the same time as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing versus Doom as well, like, it can pair up some, like, Ursa with the IO, and this IO can just relocate and save people from Doom. It's a pretty classic combination to, like, counter the Doom here. So I can see why they would do it. Not a super popular hero, neither is the Marcy, but maybe they just know this strategy very well. Maybe they've played against an IO before, and the Doom player, whoever's going to play, is like, I don't want to play against IO again. This is too annoying, right? So like, there's just preferences. Drafting is almost always preference. There becomes a meta, but usually the teams that succeed are the ones that create the meta, and they create the meta based off of like their past experiences in playing certain lineups.
Absolutely. Speaking of metas, Phoenix back in the mix right now for the side of TSM. They already have the Morana, so no major attack speed to help destroy the egg. At the moment, actually, Wildcard's attack speed is looking a bit problematic in terms of trying to deal with this egg. So what are the options here, T-Panda, that you want to see for them to be able to approach and actually get the kills on this Phoenix in the game?
Well, I mean, the usual answers, if you want to just focus about the egg, would be Snapfire and Lina. But there is room for a Snap,
right,
but then again, it's kind of... I don't know if Snapfire is really going to fit into the draft this well, considering you get a bit of an extra buffer, maybe just against the Phoenix. You got yourself another team fight. TSM's already good at like picking off, and they've got some good wave push going on in their lineup. They don't really have an objective hitter, which could be something that Wildcard could answer. Like, do we go for a more protect our objectives type of lineup here? Do they want to add some extra team fight to it? Do they want to worry about the split push issue? And you know, I think Tiny has a bit of everything for that.
Yeah. Tiny, the most picked hero in the DPC thus far. IO was actually completely uncontested up until this game began. But one thing I also love about this Phoenix pick, you were talking, Fiora, about how methods and ways to deal with the Doom in particular, right? Sunray's a shockingly good heal. So if you're in position, you can always ensure that the target that is doomed, the commitment from Wildcard has to ratchet up quite heavily. But I think Tiny can help with that, right? You can get in on the target, toss them so far back that it becomes difficult for the Phoenix to reposition safely to get the save on that person.
Yeah, I mean, they could go that route. Generally speaking, though, like, Phoenix has been pretty good against Tiny at the same. It's like a double-edged sword, right? Because, like, it's percentage-based damage, and Tiny has a ton of that. So it's an interesting choice. They don't have a... They're going for, like, what you're saying. Like, they're trying to play away from the Phoenix, because they can't play into it right now. Like, that's just not an option. We did talk about a hero, like, you know, Ark's favorite hero. I don't know if it's his favorite, but the Arc Warden is good versus the Phoenix. We could see it coming out a bit later. And as you talked about, the Snapfire... Classic counter, little shredder, really good versus the egg.
Quick little shredder, the egg dies very quickly. Still, I don't know, going into this game does feel kind of difficult. This Morana, this Tusk, the dynamism that TSM have does feel a little bit ridiculous. I am worried that Wildcard are super reliant right now on this Tiny doing well in the early portion of the game. Otherwise, how do they get forward? How do they make jumps happen? How do they initiate fights if they can't find a nice blink dagger timing for this hero? So I'm hoping that whatever they get lost, potentially for the mid lane, can help solve that problem. And actually, where are these heroes going on the side of Wildcard right now? Is this Pugna going to be a core at the end of the day?
Well, I'm kind of... Yeah, you go ahead.
Sorry, I think this Pugna is probably going to be position 4 or 5 with Snapfire. Tiny's definitely going mid, and I think Doom's your offlaner. Could be carry. They could flex it. Yeah, so like, that's something what they're looking at.
Like, it just kind of makes sense that if you have Pugna as a somewhat healing battery buffer to help out, kind of counteracts the Phoenix's percentage-based damage by giving a bit of extra sustain for the Tiny. That can help, that can work. And they have a nice amount of magical nuke as well, which would help this this Tiny to snowball a bit early, which he kind of relies on when he's playing from the mid lane. Like, you need to be active, you need to be able to get those action runes, and actually get something out of those movements and rotations. That's really what makes the Tiny as a mid hero, basically. So Pugna works in nicely, does help out a little bit. But then this Doom, like, is this a 1 or a 3? Do they value it more? Like, do we want an earlier fighter to help out the rest of the team? What kind of item choices is he looking for? And seeing this Lycan, which is actually pretty good against a couple of heroes from Wildcard.
Yep. We were talking about earlier about like some of the heroes that Kasane plays versus Sableye, and this is one of his premier heroes. The Lycan he's really good at. His Visage was banned out earlier, so Wildcard probably had an idea that something like this was coming. And beforehand, TSM was lacking push, right? They didn't have an easy way to knock down these buildings. Yes, you might be able to jump on heroes, but it takes such a long time to kill these buildings. Lycan helps you with that, gives you some Roshan potential, decent in the laning phase as well. So I think like TSM's draft is starting to shape up, starting to become a lot more clear exactly what they're trying to execute in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this Lycan is pretty great for them. Like, you just pop your shapeshift, you pop the wolves. You don't care if you're doomed anymore, right? Like, you already have everything going. Pugna hates playing versus Lycan. All you can do is decrepify and just run away, TP out, whatever you can. It's a very difficult Pugna game, as we stressed before. Like, it gets harder and harder. It is their overall first pick. If they can overcome it and win this game of Pugna, then that'll be really scary for other teams going into it. But I'm super worried for this Pugna pick, seeing as what it's going is. And they're probably going to end up banning some illusion heroes here. But the great great thing is about the draft about TSM is this Phoenix and Lycan cover each other really well. Lycan hates playing versus illusion heroes, and Phoenix loves playing versus illusion heroes. So this makes this a little more difficult. And like you think about heroes that like playing against like the Phoenix ranged heroes like Sniper and Drow. You know, Lycan loves playing against those.
Just runs on them.
Yeah, that's good synergy.
And also a good idea that you brought up earlier about wildcard kind of transitioning away from what TSM's looking for here. Well, TSM's kind of just all in on what they want to play right now. It feels like wildcard's more responding now. I actually have been responding since that. Have been answering since that first pick, Pugna. You know, like we suggested, you're probably going for one of your strats, and it's probably just not happening here. TSM's gone for a completely different route. I feel like they have still a good potential for that last pick here, but I feel wildcard has to come up with a pretty phenomenal hero to add into this lineup.
An illusion hero might have helped out. Naga Siren, of course, banned away. I mean, you're playing with Phoenix. You have to take out the Naga Siren, of course, just to make sure that you can actually get some decent usage out of that spell of the Supernova. I'm very curious what TSM actually want to play in the safe lane here, because I'm presuming that the Tusk goes mid, the Lycan goes into the off lane. So what are we going to be having here for young Timado?
I mean, he could play a lot of different things here. I mean, he's a very versatile. He gets to see though, so he gets to kind of pick. He's going to be going against the Doom. They do need a little more stun, so I think he might be looking, depending on what we see here, for his Faceless Void could be pretty good. They got the arrow combination. You got the Phoenix Egg. Doesn't look like it's banned out, so that looks pretty good. You could go for an option like Sven. Not bad as well. Like you can pop the God Strength, same thing. You don't really care that much if you get doomed.
Of course, Fia's going to suggest Sven. Of course. That's not a surprise whatsoever.
I mean, the hero is not super strong right now, but he has some uses.
Time dwindling down. Wildcard will go for the Nature's Prophet. This has been a hero that I'm personally expecting to see more of as time goes on. Still, it's not 100% clear exactly how they want to lane this from the side of Wildcard, but I think they probably understood that, well, if we go for something that's instantly counterable, then things become very, very difficult. Now they leave themselves the space to change roles up a little bit if they feel the lane matchups are too unfavorable.
Yeah, with this Nature's Prophet pick, it's starting to feel like maybe Sunlight wants to put it into the offlane after all. Like, Arc does also play Furion, but it does feel like more of a Doom hero. Basically for him as the carry. Though they could still shake things up. Like TSM with his last pick, they can still swap it around. They'll be fine with it. And we actually talked off stream a lot about this Spectre versus Doom matchup here. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't think... We'll see who's playing the supports. I just don't think they're going to be able to bully the Doom in the lane, which means if he goes the Midas route, Max Devour, Spectre can't really stop that, which means you're going to be dealing with a super farm Doom. On top of it, you also have like the carry Nature's Prophet. Oh no, it's carry Doom actually.
Yeah, carry Doom.
All right, it's carry Doom. So they're doing a little differently. I think this is a lot more Spectre favored here. You can get denied a lot because you are low base damage, but the kill threat is insane in the lane against NP, so he's got to be a little careful.
NP has to be very, very careful, especially once level 6s arrive, because immediately a gank can come, R's press, awesome free gold for the Spectre. So, having seen the draft, gentlemen, I want some predictions. Fia, who's winning?
I mean, I think TSM's draft, they're going to really run at mid lane and make Brile shine here with the Mirana, so I'm going to have to go for them.
One word, Panda?
Yeah, no pun intended, but wild card seems like the wild card here, so I'm going to go with TSM.
Well, wildcard is not going to be favored by our panel at the moment. However, our casters might have something different to say about it. And to bring you that action, we have MLP and Lizard. Gentlemen, take it away. Start us off for the DPC of 2023.
Now we do get into it. Our first series of the NA DPC coming right up. It is MLP Data, of course, joined by the lovely Lizard. Lizard, you heard the panel. They seem to not like wildcard into this game, number one. I don't care what they think. I want to know what you think.
Look, there's a lot of Slavic boys on that team, so it's kind of hard for me to go against them, but I have to say that I agree with the panel. Like everything that they like, how can I not? Like they look all so smart and their little shirts and stuff. Like I completely agree. There are chances for wildcard to win. Like they do have their ways of utilizing their draft to its full potential. Like if they manage to stomp the lanes, you get this Prophet, Doom extra farmed early on, and you stomp Spectre before she even gets online.
Right.
The only question is, are they disciplined and are they like that fluid in Dota that they can do it before Spectre finds those openings and gets online?
Yeah, we'll find out. Of course, you were pointing out as well to me prior to us coming on that the Phoenix right now in this game, a very strong pickup. Not really many ways to deal with it. Even with the snapfire in the game, you still feel like they're going to have problems trying to deal with this Phoenix egg.
if I was a Phoenix player, I would love to play in this game. Like that's pretty much it. Like a Snapfire is good, like especially if she gets a Blink Dagger, she can get on top of you, she can kill the egg very fast with the Share. But realistically, that rarely happens, and you can always play against it. You can just put your eggs in different positions, and you have your teammates to cover you. All the other heroes are kind of bad. Prophet is decent, he builds into a lot of attack speed, but Pugna hates playing into Phoenix, so the same thing goes for the Tiny and for the Doom. Like they're just these bulky boys. They hate magic damage, specifically if it's percentage based.
Oh, early fight to break out. TSM getting aggressive straight off the bat, and Samson has been caught out on the Pugna and is probably just going to drop. Tips out already from Kasane, and it's already a pretty rough start here for Wildcard Gaming. Of course, TSM just getting that early gold for themselves.
Panel was right. Genius.
A rare occurrence from our panel, I'm sure.
Well, you know, it's the first day. They got all their luck spent right here instantly. Yeah, we'll see. It's interesting. I think the game will be fun, just because of the fact that there's a lot of potential to pressure the game early on from Wildcard. Like if they manage to do that, I think they can make it interesting.
Certainly so. I mean, you look back to the draft of TSM, though, it feels like they've just got what it takes, right, with this draft to be able to fight back throughout the early game and buy the space they need on this Spectre and even this Lycan. And I suppose we'll see what happens as we do see the lanes break out. Of course, you are going to see that top lane. We are going to have Ari and, of course, Kasane against Arc on that POS1 Doom. And Samson will be there to support on the Pugna. I mean, this top lane, like, what do you do about this if you're Wildcard? Like, is this just a farming game for Arc? Do you want to try and get aggressive? Can you afford to get aggressive?
I think you can't really. Like there isn't a lot that you can do with the Pugna. Like he's going to be spamming Nether Blast, and as Doom, like you're decent, but you're not that strong. You're mostly focused on farming. It depends on the creep that you get, obviously. If you get something good, perhaps you can fight back. But I don't see this lane being anything but a farm fest, unless mistakes are made, right? If mistakes are made, maybe we'll see a couple of kills.
Fair. Because about that mid lane, of course, you've got Brawl there against Babatij. Tiny versus Tusk matchup. Very, very interesting matchup to have here. It feels like it's going to be a rather even affair between these two, but do you prefer a hero in this mid matchup?
I think it's very even, like this one. Overall, I have to say that I prefer Tusk. It's not only about this matchup, I just prefer Tusk in the meta. I think the hero is extremely strong, that's why every team is picking it. Just the fact that you can max out your ice shards and snowball, roll across the map, get that dazzle very fast. It just feels very natural to play Tusk right now.
Of course, that bottom lane as well. The final lane, you're going to have Flea and Sunlight there against Tomato and Whitemon. And, well, you talked about it. They've got to find a great way of trying to slow this Spectre down. Of course, for now, you haven't really got the best ways of doing that. You've just got to try and contest the lane. Tomato already having a very good start, 10 CS on that Spectre. Anything in particular you'd like to see Wildcard do with the spot lane?
I'm honestly not sure why they didn't lane the Prophet on safely. For me, that kind of feels a little bit easier. Because this bottom lane is completely negated by Phoenix once he gets level 3. Yeah, you can still fall, you can still die on Spectre Phoenix lane, but if Whitemon has level 3, I don't see the Spectre being bullied out of the lane.
Right. It's going to be a little bit problematic. We'll see what Wildcard can do about it. Whitemon, of course, from the SCA region. I know the man very, very well, and he's certainly a very strong Phoenix player. Not going to make it very easy for Wildcard down the spot lane.
Very strong singer as well, I
I was about to bring that up. He is certainly a very, very strong singer indeed. A particular song in Filipino he likes to sing. We won't go into it though.
Well, yeah, we went into it 2 years ago. let's keep it there, yeah.
Still not too much action happening across the map apart from that first blood happening earlier on. Seems like both teams are just happy securing CS in their lanes. Though you look at all the top 3 CS on the board right now, they are all on the side of TSM, so already a very strong start throughout this laning stage. Top lane, a bit of aggression here from Samson and Arc, but it kind of goes back to what you said. The Pugna Doom lane can't really do too much, and Kasane still seems to be having a very free time on the Lycan. Wildcard, again, you kind of wonder how they turn these lanes around, because right now it just feels like TSM, they're just getting away with way too much.
It's basically wherever I look at, all these lanes are very passive. A team really needs to commit and fail for someone to die. Like, it needs to be off of a mistake. Like, Arc is getting low, but I don't see him falling here immediately, at least. One thing that bothers me kind of with TSM's draft, and that's usually what can happen when you have a Lycan on offlane, is the fact that they don't have a ton of stuns, right? Like, you have Mirana with your arrow and you have Tusk. So, for kills to happen, I have a feeling we might need to wait for mid laners to start rotating.
Bottom, bit of aggression onto Sunlight. It's not going to lead to too much. Whitemon just being very annoying with those Fire Spirits, and it does go back to the level 3 timing you talked about as well. When Whitemon can now afford to get a lot more aggressive. So those mid laners, again, you kind of pointed out, you do kind of respect, or rather expect them to get aggressive here to secure some kills, and Brawl and Babadich not quite ready yet. Still just trying to secure their own levels and farm. More than happy to just keep that kind of passive mid lane going. Still a very quiet game, 1-0. Less than 1k net worth lead the way of TSM. Not too much going on the map. So both teams very, very happy just farming up for now.
Yeah, if you're TSM, you're completely fine with that. I don't think that Wildcard is necessarily not fine with it. There isn't a lot more that they can do. Maybe Phoenix bot lane.
Whitemon.
Maybe.
He cops the cookie. Fair bit of right-click harassment, but Tomato is there to kind of trade, and eventually Flea actually just going to TP right back towards the fountain, looking for that reset. Gonna have to make the walk back, but he was out of mana, so I suppose it's probably best he just gets the reset for himself.
Yeah, he was pretty low, and Spectre could have committed on him, so he just decided to TP out. Maybe there was a chance for Sunlight to creep block there, creep block the Phoenix, that is, with Treants, but he's a micro player. He's really good with micro heroes, so didn't do it this time.
Ari, mid lane, gonna have a bit of a rotation on the Mirana. Maybe hoping for a nice little arrow there onto Babadich. See if he can find it. No wards here giving vision over that Mirana. Oh, I believe there may have been a bit of vision giving on that Mirana, but I believe he avoided it. Brawl's going to show up with the power rune, just trying to secure that 6-minute mark, but is going to get a little bit unlucky. Going to be down on the bottom side. Babadich going to be able to find himself a double damage rune on that Tiny.
That's where the game opens up, right? Like, it's funny, but RNG does help out a bit. Whitemon, he doesn't have dive. This could be a kill if... Okay, never mind.
I'm actually okay.
Immediate TP up.
Yeah, he was pinging, but Sunlight didn't have teleportation, so couldn't really help.
I suppose they could try to bully Tomato now, knowing the support Phoenix is not around, and they are going to try. It's just Tomato, he is a bit of a tanky boy right now on the Spectre as well. Maybe just going to have to sit back for a little bit, wait Whitemon out. You look at his CS, he's already got 40 CS on the board, 9 denies. Like, it's not like he's really struggling for farm right now on this Spectre.
No, he's having a good, really good lane. Like, it feels like completely uncontested, and it's mostly because of Whitemon. Like, you're playing into Furion, it doesn't matter, you have Fire Spirits. These Fire Spirits not only connect on heroes, they connect on all the little pesky treants, they can't hit you. You're a Spectre, you have Dispersion anyway. All these things, they come together and they make for a really nice lane.
Certainly does. Of course, a bit of pushing action coming out here from Sunlight down at that bottom side, but not going to amount to much. Again, the Fire Spirits making it very hard to push into that tier 1 tower. Top lane, a lot of grouping up happening here from TSM. 3 heroes up towards that top side, maybe looking to apply a bit of pressure onto that top tier 1 tower. And they do have the Helm of the Dominator available already onto Kasane. Arc, maybe in a bit of a troublesome spot as they do find him out in the tree line. Arrow's going to connect, Snowball will be there, and Arc is going to drop very, very quickly. In fact, they want Samson. He'll go for a run, he'll decrepify, but Kasane, he'll just wait around. Just be very patient, though. Babadich is going to show up, maybe looking for a bit of a trade, but Kasane, he should just be able to run his way out. Meanwhile, this Mirana Samson, he is still being chased down. Ari is not leaving him alone and does secure the kill.
Unfortunate a little bit for Wildcard. Well, it was probably planned by TSM. They attacked Nature's Prophet on bottom lane at the same time that the fight was happening on top. So Sunlight couldn't really commit, he couldn't connect, he needed TP back base. Something that could have helped them out a little bit.
Whitemon down a bot side, having a fair bit of harassment, but now Tomato's going to join in and flee. Again, force the TP away, just not liking the position he's in. Back towards the top side, Arc trying to still get aggressive against Kasane, but he just seems fine. He's got the regen, he doesn't really mind the damage being pumped out, and Well, now 3-0, the way of TSM, and I suppose it all goes back to the laning stage, but it's just such a dominant start to this game.
Yeah, the game definitely did speed up a little bit, at least in the last couple of minutes. But nothing has happened of too significance for TSM, right? They haven't taken any tier 1s. They're just still completely happy and farming. Your Spectre has a Blade Mail, and I don't think they... they didn't stack anything for her.
Here we go again. Rotation top side, not going to amount to too much. Tomato, bottom lane, does end up going down. Samson able to secure the kill. I didn't quite catch that one.
he secured the kill with another ward. He literally just planted another ward while Spectre was trying to haunt, and that's the way he got her. Nice rotation by Tiny though, reading that they definitely need to make the Spectre leave bottom. Like, it's insane just how long she's been uncontested.
They'll be happy with that one. Of course, what they won't be happy about though is that mid-tier 1 tower copying so much damage here. TSM, they're going to back off for now, maybe rotate down bottom side, but you are going to see Wildcard running through to the mid lane. Wymon's the only man around at the moment, so just going to be a pos 5 Phoenix if they can find him. And it turns out they will not.
Nice snatch. Gets that haste away from Snapfire diving over it.
Fantastic from Whitemon.
Yeah, but look at that. Spectre Timhadu, he actually TP'd back bottom.
Wow. That's quite greedy, isn't it?
I mean, the way they're playing is, it's greedy, but Lycan has already taken over the enemy jungle. Do they have Doom? They have Doom.
Sane, he's going to cop it, but he got the wolf form off in time. Can he make a run? I think he can. It's one of those things, right? You can Doom the Lycan, but if he's popped his R, it just doesn't matter. He'll morph all the way. And so Doom is already wasted. Bryle, he's going to run around, see what he can find, what he can salvage. Samson is going to get caught out, and he is just gone. I mean, maybe they could try to trade, but Bryle, he's going to run towards the north, and he's going to be just fine. In fact, Babidich, he does at least find Whitemon, so you do find somewhat of a trade, but...
Bryle?
Oh, in fact, hold on a minute. This task's still going. Bryle is eventually going to drop. That's not too bad of a trade for Wildcard.
No, that's amazing for them, actually. And I know you said Wolf form there negates Doom, he wasted Doom because of it, but it's kind of a similar cooldown, right? Like Doom is maybe 20 seconds longer, 30. So overall, you don't really mind that if you're Arc. Yeah, you wasted your Doom, but he wasted his Wolf form, you got a couple of kills. All said and done, I think Wildcard are in a better position.
It's interesting as well, right? Because we did have our betting odds provided by our betting partner, esportsbets.io, and the TSM were very heavy favorites. It was 1.1 to 4.8, and I've got to say, Wildcard, it was a bit of a rough start the first 10 minutes, but that last team fight kind of made them look not too bad in this matchup.
Well, the last team fight for sure, but it's still a really long game, and this is the part of it in which they should be doing well. A little bit later on, when Spectre comes online, is where it becomes dangerous for them. But
Wildcard. Big smoke up. Into mid lane they go. Bryle, he's a massive target. They'd love to find him a second time. Babidich is going to make his move. Avalanche will connect very nicely, but Bryle's going to turn right back around with the Walrus Punch. He's a very tanky boy. Babidich, he got cookied back in. He could be in danger. Snowball forward. Can they get the damage onto the Tiny? It does seem like eventually they will. In fact, Bryle, it almost felt like he was never in danger to begin with.
yeah, they definitely wanted to toss him back. Pugna dies.
Poor old Samson, he just gets chased down by the Lycan, and it really is a matter of what can you do when you're up against Lycan and you're playing support, right? You just kind of accept the fact you are going to die.
It's like these kind of supports, they don't have any ways of rescuing themselves. Pugna, yeah, you can decrepify, but he just waits a bit and then he kills you anyway. It's terrible. It's not fun to play, I have to say.
Certainly not. Certainly is not. And well, TSM, they're just holding on to that bottom tier 1 tower. I mean, you kind of pointed out how long they've held on to this. Wildcard are still rotating to try and take this down. So now they finally get it done. The blast does come in from Samson, and eventually Arc will take care of it. TSM, I'm sure they're very happy with how long that lasted, and in fact, they're not done with the bottom side of the map yet. Brawl and Whitemon have rotated over once again. It seems like they want to fight another time, but they aren't going to have the vision. They'll have to let Wildcard go this time around.
Yeah, basically, they have their egg ready. Tusk wants to fight. He has his Falcon Blade phases. There's no reason for them not to try and defend their own jungle.
Pops the shards. Bryle, he will back his way out. No blink up yet, but Sunlight, he'll be there. Egg will be dropped as well. Can they take it down? Not quite. Babbage, he's in big trouble now. Bryle with a great snowball into the arrow, but Bryle, he has gone way too far. Right into the arms of the 5 people on the side of Wildcard. No chance of survival.
That looked like really bad for Wildcard because Babbage looked like he wasn't really convinced that they were supposed to leave the egg. So he was kinda, you know, zigzagging. Do I hit the egg? Do I go back? Brawl took that as an opportunity to go on him, but he just got baited. He got tossed back and doomed.
Here we go again, Kasane. He's been caught out. He'll get the war form off in time. They'll try to silence, but it won't matter. Instead, they'll sprout him up, cookie him up as well. And Kasane, he's also going to go down. So Wildcard really start to nail it into TSM. And I'll tell you what, they're looking pretty darn good going into this. 1K advantage now. If they can keep this up, maybe they can apply that pressure you talked about against the Spectre.
Yeah, they're not respecting the power spike of Wildcard. Like, this is where their draft really comes together. You get a Blink on Tiny, your Doom has a BKB, and Nature's Prophet has an Orchid. Like, these are huge items for them. And in the mid-game, certainly, these heroes are stronger than TSM's. And TSM, they're still kind of trying to fight. I can understand. Lycan just got his Helm of Overlord. It's another big spike. He gets it, he tries to go in. But I still come back to the same thing. I feel that there's a lack of control from TSM. It's hurting them at the moment.
Certainly stuns win you games, and they don't have many of those right now, that's for sure. Wildcard, they've done a very good job of just sticking together as well, not allowing those solo pickoffs with those snowballs into arrows. And well, again, just grouped up in the mid lane. They're going to jump in. They found Bryle. That's a big target. He's had a few deaths this game on this task. He'll go for a snowball saving himself as they do bring in Tomato as well to try and save the day. Babbage, he's the one to drop in that Tiny, but they do find Bryle in the end. And Samson now trying to go onto Whitemon, but Kasane will take him down with the creeps. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. I suppose you'd have to argue that's in the favor of TSM. They even find a Doom. A great hour out from Ari. And that'll be a triple kill to the side of TSM. And to Kasane on that Lycan.
And look where he goes.
Right to Roshan.
He's thinking about it, but yeah, they will be respawning in like 5 seconds. Do you really want to risk it? Maybe it's not that necessary. And I'm actually very surprised by how that whole fight is going. Even though they don't have any control, they're finding it somehow. Like, Tusk gets a little bit of it, Arrow lands on Doom in the end. Pugna, he lived for just so long, just from decrepifying and life draining. Like, they couldn't even finish him that fast, but they did in the end.
They did. Wildcard maybe just gonna see back and reset here as TSM. I mean, they're going to go for the Roshan. They're feeling confident. They've still got that egg up and available, so I suppose around the Roshan pick, you love having that egg up. And Roshan, it is dropping rather quickly. Wildcard, do they know about it? I mean, they have huddled up onto that top side of the map, but they're just hanging around their own jungle. It just doesn't seem like they're ready for a Roshan fight at the moment.
They are pinging.
Oh, not quite quick enough. Wildcard, they'll have to back their way up.
Yeah, they give it to Bryle as well. Perhaps you could have given it to Spectre, but Bryle will be the one going in. You know, it's a Tusk. He loves just snowballing in, being in the middle of a fight. If he dies, and he is more likely to die than Spectre, that extra life definitely comes in handy.
Happy days for TSM. Still a very slight net worth lead to the way of Wildcard, but that is basically because you've got to do with the Midas up. Nothing too special here for Wildcard. TSM now grouping up on the top side of the map once again. I suppose with the Aegis up, you can start pressuring that tier 2 top tower, go for the outpost afterwards. Kasane, he'll slowly start to get that done. The Wildcard, you kind of question what they do now. Like, is it time for them to sit back and just relax and wait out that Aegis to expire, or do they want to get aggressive here, Lizard?
You can. You have many options because your Doom also just got his Blink Dagger. Like you could try and dodge these fights, or you could realize, okay, look, they don't have Aegis on the Spectre. Maybe we could dodge the fight that we know that's gonna happen. Like they will push our tier 2, right? And if we smoke into the enemy jungle, perhaps we can find Spectre. I believe that's what they might even try to do. They're huddling up, but no smokes on them.
No smokes. Just kind of huddling up, staying together, but no game plan here from Wildcard.
Is under attack.
And Kasane is still hanging around that top side, slowly pressuring the top tier 2. Only much being done about it. Now the group up from TSM as well, they do come as a team, as a unit towards the top side. Ari, scan out for the team just a little bit. We'll see the Mirana, wards down, Babitic, he's going to jump in with the toss back and a very nice stun follow-up from Ark. That'll be one down, but Brawl's in immediately onto Samson. He takes down the pos by Pugna. The egg is burning the side of Wildcard alive as sunlight. He's going to try to TP up, but they've got so much damage. A double kill for Brile, and I'll tell you, they made it look easy on the side of TSM.
Yeah, they certainly did. It looks like it's a good call to make at the beginning from Wildcard because you want to keep some of the high grounds defended, so they're fighting for that ward. Doom.
Yeah, he's been caught out. They're going to try and go for the Mortimer's Kisses. Ark still trying to survive through this, but Brawl, he does not care. He just keeps moving forward. He will lose the Aegis, but they do find a pretty big pick off onto that Doom. Babitic, though, might be able to find a trade as they do get the Cookie Stun out. The Tusk, he has Snowball up, but he's going to try for the run for now. Toss is there, and he does go down. Holding on to the Snowball, it does cost his own life. So Wildcard, they do find some form of a trade, and well, with that, TSM, they want to try and back off. Sunlight, he does TP in to try and catch somebody off guard. They will end up just going for the Ancient Black Dragon instead. Secure that plus 250.
Yeah, that was interesting that he didn't want to use Snowball. I thought that it might buy him a couple of seconds extra, maybe turn the fight, but okay. They get rid of the Aegis, they get rid of Brile once again, and Wildcard should be kinda happy by that defense. It's not great, but it's not terrible as well.
Certainly isn't.
Yeah, one of the things that is bothering me a little bit from Wildcard is that their Nature's Prophet really isn't farming as much as he could be, right? Like, he is on the sidelines, but he's joined now way too many fights. Like that fight around the cliff, where they only killed, the Mirana. Like, Prophet was pushing tier 2 on the bottom lane. Like, if he just continued doing that, I think Wildcard would have gained way more off the map.
So they do Wildcard. I mean, it is one of those things as the Prophet. It's like, do you join the fights? Do you just keep split pushing? And I certainly agree with you, Sunlight, and that's in that circumstance. Probably should have stuck bot, but it happens. At least he is working on towards that BKB, and just seems like he wants to get involved with his team.
Do you like the shard?
Do I like the shard? I don't know how to feel about the shard. What do you think?
I'm not in love with it. Let's put it that way.
Jump in. They found Whitemon on that Phoenix. A bit of a warding mission here from Whitemon. It's going to cost him his own life. The Aetherland's even up, coming out onto the Doom, so Ark really wanting to make sure he does find that perfect Doom target. TSM, knowing the Phoenix is down, they'll just take a seat back, they'll relax, they've still got a Spectre for the late game. They're more than happy to drag this game out.
I feel like Wildcards have been extremely influenced by Entity and the way Entity played during the TI. If you recall, just three cores, none of them is really a carry. Everyone kind of farms for and gets items for the team. Because if you look at it right now, Prophet with his Orchid and BKB, he's not transitioning into that Mjolnir Prophet, Mjolnir Skadi, whatever, you know, Silver Edge. Tiny, yeah, he will get the Aghanims eventually, but Doom as well. It's all just utility-based items at the moment, which do help them get kills, but do they help them scale? That's my only question.
Question will be answered rather soon. TSM, they're going to move in. Samson again getting caught out here on the Pugna, but he'll kind of just tank the Smoke gang rather the Moonlight Shadow gang coming up from TSM. So not too big of a deal here for Wildcard to lose their pos 5 Pugna.
This ward for Samson is, I don't know, his hair or something. Like he's dying here all the time. He's defending it. It seems very important.
Absolutely. The top tier 2 tower now under siege once again. Kasane is keeping that pressure up. Not much you can do about it against the Lycan. Seems like Wildcard have kind of accepted the fact that that tier 2 top tower is going to drop lines have been drawn out, but can they really force a fight? It seems like it's way too late that they are TPing in, but again, maybe Prowl just commit the snowball, but they miss the avalanche. Still Arc, he jumps in. He's completely alone right now. Meanwhile, Samson, he was getting chased down by the Lycan Wolves. He was in danger, and he does drop to Tomato eventually. Meanwhile, Kasane, he will just keep chasing down Arc on the Doom. They'll take him out. Arc, I mean, he made a jump in, but it almost felt like a bit of miscommunication, and, well, hell, now even the Mortimer's Kiss is being thrown out. Just everything kind of split.
At least Sunlight listened to us, right? Like this time around, he's still bottom, he's still pushing. But that wasn't great from Wildcard. Like it felt rushed. It felt rushed after it felt being too late, right? Like
yeah,
you shouldn't be there. You already lost the tower. You have no business defending it after all of that. Especially if you're playing into a Spectre. The moment you show yourself as a position 5, she has an Aghanims. She's shadow stepping on you. And you're just going to die so quickly as a Pugna.
You just can't win if you're Samson this game. Like, you've got a Lycan against you, you've got the Spectre against you. Just everyone's trying to kill you as a Spons 5 Pugna, and there's just nothing you can do about it. It goes back to what you said. You decryptify yourself, and then you just hope for the best. And well, Samson is having a very rough time, 2-8-7, but it's to be expected with the hero matchups in these drafts.
Yeah,
Nothing he can do.
Every hero in the game is good against him.
It's tough. Still mid lane. TSM grouped up once again, trying to apply that pressure. So you do have Sunlight still down at the bot lane, pushing in that tier 2 tower, so you could try to force them back. The thing is, the Treants aren't doing too much towards that tier 2 tower. It seems like the tier 2's just fine defending itself. And Sunlight not putting his body forward to try and really apply that pressure. TSM, they are not flinching. They're still hanging around that mid lane, still trying to force another team fight. Still feeling very strong here on the side of the Radiant. Nobody's showing up from Wildcard though, so they'll move up north into that Dire jungle instead. Nobody there either. Samson making his way out just in time. It seems like TSM are thinking about the top tier 3 tower now.
Yeah, you just slowly take control of the enemy jungle. You're playing with Spectre, but look at us. This is why Sunlight cannot show himself. Because the moment he shows himself on the bottom lane, Tusk will kill him.
Sabotage gets caught out. That's a lot of damage being pumped out here by Bryo, and he's just gone. I mean, one Walrus Punch and half his HP just disappears. That seems a little bit busted to me.
Yeah, he's knocking people out in this patch. Tusk is just ridiculously strong. I feel like maybe if they had a support there, like a Snap or even a Pugna, just standing around the tier 2 blocking that path towards Prophet, then Prophet could push. Because someone at least will tank that game. This way around it's not that good because your mid laner tanked it.
It's rough. Now Roshan's back up. TSM, perfect timing. They run right back into the Roshan pit, and it's going to be a very easy Roshan for them to take. No real contest coming out once again from Wildcard. Can't really blame him without that Tiny, and that's Roshan gone. This time Tomato will take the Aegis on the Spectre. Just makes matters even worse for the side of Wildcard Gaming. Now you're 2k net worth behind. I mean, if you were kind of coaching Wildcard right now, Lizard, what would you be telling them in this game?
It would be a difficult thing to say, right? I just watch them and be like, you got this, guys. I believe in you.
Get your pom-poms out. Bot lane.
This is the problem. Like their draft excels at certain things that just do not work versus TSM. Like your Prophet, yeah, he can split push, but
Bryle, maybe going a bit far here, TPing to the outpost, but he does have the backup to Tomato whenever he needs it. Sabotage gonna get snowballed, great shards out as well. Arc forced to try and force a fight. Bryle still just tanking through it though. Wymon, he'll get the egg down. This is looking like a really bad team fight for Wildcard as they drop like flies, and well, of course, it wouldn't be a team fight without Samson dying, and that he does. It's Tomato just rushing past that tier 3 tower, unable to find the final piece of the puzzle, but it won't matter. TSM, they have full control of this map. 7k advantage now onto the tier 2 mid. They may as well go high ground.
I think they will. There is absolutely nothing stopping them from going high ground right now. Like, you could wait for Shapeshift, but hey, you have Aghanims, you have Wolfbite. You could use that on Spectre instead, and now you have a mini Shadowy Wolf. Oh, that's even better.
I mean, why the hell not? Why the hell not? Snowball? Stomp the creeps. Not a big deal. Meanwhile, Tomato apparently just killing Sunlight down to the bottom lane in that wolf form, by the way. That'd be a very, very fun sight to have. Just the Spectre haunting as a wolf. Tomato. I mean, he'll just find a bot T1 tower.
Why did this Lycan just haunt on me? What's happening? When did he buy Blink? Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Like, you want to be split pushing with the Prophet, but if you don't see Tusk, you can't show yourself on the lane. And another kill.
Arrow, it's going to land on the Snapfire. They'll toss Braille in, but I feel like that's exactly what he wants. Tomato, he is just ripping into them. They are just giving them no chance on the side of Wildcard to survive through as they are just dropping over and over again. They call it. They've had enough.
They just had enough. Like, this game, it went real bad, real fast for Wildcard. I had some hopes for them, not too plenty, not too many. But I believed. I was like, okay, maybe the Prophet does well, maybe the Doom gets his Doom off of Spectre, you know, like maybe they crush them in the mid game, but how often do you see that happen? Like, very rarely.
It was pretty rough affair. I mean, Wildcard, they had their moments of brilliance, right? After that 10-minute mark, they had a good team fight.
Brilliance is stretching it. They had their moments.
Right.
Certainly.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to see change? Like, if you were going into Game 2's draft, is there anything in particular you think they really need to change up going against TSM?
I feel like first and foremost in this game they could have just switched up their lanes and it would have been a little bit easier for them. But going forward, if you're playing versus a team that's a little bit better than you, don't expect to, or at least considered a little bit better than you.
Right.
Don't think that you will easily crush them in the mid game. Secure your potential late game with the hard carry as well.
With that, let's go ahead and throw back to our panel and see what they thought about this game number 1.
Certainly a very, very difficult game number 1 for the side there of Wildcard Gaming, but in some respects, somewhat expected, gentlemen. When we saw exactly what the lane configuration was going to look like, you mentioned it yourself, right? You wanted to see the Doom going up against a Spectre so we can get something out of the game. What ended up happening instead is that he not only didn't get much out of the Lycan, that lane was a disaster. The bottom lane was a disaster against the Nature's Prophet. The mid lane was okay for a while, but still eventually became a disaster as well. So feels like a very rough game, but I think the decision-making of the lanes is probably where the difficulties began, you feel.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I did not agree. Well, their hero choices, the Pugna too, a lot of their hero choices were questionable. So it starts at the beginning of the draft for me. It's like, why are you picking Pugna? Okay, it's fine. They have an idea of why to pick it. It didn't look great, but like that's not like the whole story of like why things went poorly as well. I thought the NP should go against the Lycan. You can at least have a decent early game. You can probably win that matchup as well. And then same thing, Doom versus Spectre. Not a super hard matchup. You just farm on the Doom. And then you have a net worth advantage. So what ended up happening in this game is they lost 3 lanes.
Yep.
And you've heard this story before. When you lose 3 lanes in Dota, it's really hard to play the game.
Decision-wise, though, Panda, there were a couple of moments where we were wondering their movements across the map, right? They felt a little bit skittish, feeling like they were like, well, who do we actually kill? A couple of times we saw them, as let's say, make a big smoke rotation. Suddenly there'd be a Sunray, and it takes so long to bring down the target. I think we saw it a little bit earlier on as well. How could they have played differently? Let's assume the draft is going to be exactly the same and the lanes are going to be exactly the same. Is there any kind of magic they could have pulled out to eke out a victory?
Well, I think it's hard to put it just one thing, right? Like, there's a lot of things that could have gone better, but if you got to start somewhere, I think you got to look at the mid lane, for example. Very static lane. Like, we see the Tiny's not moving anywhere. The supports basically just sticking to their lanes. They kind of have to help their cores out because they weren't having a great time. But I guess if you put more emphasis onto Babitich's lane, for example, maybe Tiny gets a bit more out of it. That helps relieve the pressure off the side lanes, get more out of the Nature's Prophet. You buy time for the Doom. Like, I think that was the idea that they were looking for. But since it ended up being so static, we see a Tusk having a field trip, basically. He's enjoying his time, doing whatever he wants. Whitemon, we talked about the Sunray healing, targets are just not dying. And Mirana also makes things really hard on the side lanes to actually find a kill. So a lot of things could have gone better for Wildcard. Maybe they put, maybe some of those things into the draft itself as well.
Absolutely. Speaking of the draft, we had this Lycan from Kasane, and I was very impressed by him. We saw some of his skill mechanically at microing a lot. Super early timing on this Helm of the Overlord. Before you even knew it, it almost felt like Wildcard. Sometimes they'd be moving on the map, and they'd be like, wait a second. half our lanes are gone. Oh, wait, snap, we have to try and pivot back that side. Oh, snap, but we can't leave that side of the map because now Spectre's farming for free. There are just so many knock-on decisions or knock-on issues that ended up happening because of those difficult lanes. And he actually gets the MVP vote. Shout out for production. Look at these timings here. Early Helm of Overload straight into the AC Ags. At some point, they just run out of complete damage because they're not doing anything. Most of their damage was physical at some point for the side of Wildcard Gaming because they're just not leveled enough to actually threaten losing magic damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lycan is a very similar hero, goes in the same boat as like a Beastmaster. If you these heroes have a good laning stage, which they're designed not to, and by all regards, right? If they have a good laning stage, they just take over the whole game. They build these Aura Sphere carries. You see, he went into the Agams to get the Spectre, even more steroids there.
Yep.
And it's just like very, very, very difficult playing against a Beast or a Lycan to just give that hero a free lane. You just can't do it, especially if you have a response pick to it.
Yep.
Yeah, with the whole Doom and Lycan interactions, like, are you going to Doom this guy? If he just presses R, he's fine. You got a triple kill without Shapeshift, still on cooldown pretty early on to the game. That just talks about like the timings on the Overlord and how powerful that item actually was, because now you got 2 cores active.
Yep.
The opponent has 1.
Basically, and we saw the synergy as well with the other items bought by the team, right? The moment the Desolator was picked up by Brow, almost immediately, heroes, buildings, everything started melting. You get hit once, that minus armor comes in, the army swarms you, and it's like, wait, this is not supposed to be happening. I used to have an HP bar, but now it's gone. At this point, though, Wildcard Gaming certainly needs to try and find some answers. We know that the draft is a way that they need to start thinking about it. They need to start approaching the game differently. They don't have much time to be able to do it. So quickly before we go to a break, gentlemen, I want to hear from you, Panda. Do they have a shot?
There's always a shot. I mean, without seeing the draft or actually executing into the draft, I feel like there's always a chance to maybe pull off an upset, and maybe TSM kind of sleeps past their luck. You know, anything can happen.
Are we going to get first phase Pugner again? Or has that idea now run its course and we're going to see something different coming in from Sammy and the boys?
I mean, it's hard to say, but I don't want to see it again.
Like, we hope
I'd like
so.
to see something new.
We hope
Like,
so.
Some players are very stubborn with their ideas, and I don't blame them too. Like, you scrimmed with it, maybe they had success with it, and there's no reason to be scared of like your strategies being like, oh, this isn't going to work, and freak out. But like, maybe they can execute better. There's more problems in that draft than just the Pugna.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be hoping for the sake of Wildcard Gaming and for the sake of getting more Dota 2 action that we will be seeing them get the dub in game number 2. But of course, we're going to give the players a little bit of time to breathe. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, game 2 of TSM versus Wildcard Gaming here in the NA DPC. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. We are continuing our first series of the day, our first series of the season, and we already saw TSM having a very, very, very confident victory up against the side of Wildcard Gaming. Going into game number 2, we really hope Wildcard can find a little bit of magic because we do not want to have just a quick stomp to start off proceedings. So once again, I am joined by T Panda and Fear. Gentlemen, I need ideas, right? Clearly, Wildcard Gaming needs some ideas as well. So where would you want to start in the draft, right? What would you want to see them first pick? We saw, for example, Tree and Protector last game, completely ignored pretty much throughout the draft, right? Can they go back to the Tree first pick and maybe that's an option for them to have something up against the side of TSM?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it could be good, yeah. Like, I think their first pick in general, like, wasn't the biggest issue for me. The biggest issue for me is, like, they didn't really utilize their draft in a way where they could win their lanes. So, like, they had too many problems, too many fires to put out, right? Like, they had to deal with the Spectre, who was free farming, but then again, Lycan was also snowballing, and like they couldn't deal with either of them, right? And they had plenty of options in the draft to deal with that. Like, first, I didn't enjoy the Pugna pick that much because it was easily countered, and I think if you're Sammy at this point, you're like, wow, that was a pretty hard Pugna game. Maybe we'll put on ice for now and try something else here, which they are doing, luckily. But like, I want to see better core matchups, and I don't want to see them play so hyper aggressive. Like, they picked this Doom carry, some Nature's Prophet. Like, it doesn't seem like they're in a spot right now where mechanically they can get away with doing that and just stomping their opponents.
Yeah, I think like game 1, you have to connect your ideologies. I feel like that they had one thing, which was basically their draft execution, and secondly, how do they actually play it through? So they had like 2 different versions, and they didn't have anything to connect with. So maybe the draft sells something different. I mean, we see the Leshrac, the Tiny come out. Lesh is already a much more stable basic pick to go up early on. I think what Wildcard wanted from that, if they wanted to execute more stable lanes where they don't have too much support rotations, is then you have strong cores who can stand their ground in the lane. That's something that Fear also talked about, like in the first game. So Leshrac is already one of those. Tiny is already pretty good with it. Maybe they have more faith with Babitich on the Tiny, and they can put more supports rotating to help him out in the mid lane, unless they put it into support.
Unless they put into support. Personally, I kind of prefer, in these kind of games, I prefer the support Tiny because it feels like when the mid Tiny doesn't go well, like what we saw in the last game, a lot of things feel like they fall apart. So we'll see what the idea is going to be going forward. TSM now have the option. Of course, Lena's gone. Can't play that hero. Brood is gone. Doom, Ember. Interesting on the Doom ban, though. Despite the fact that the hero didn't succeed, they still feel, let's not actually play around with this. So now the heroes that they have available, they can go for this Rubik, they can go for the Treant Protector. Both of them somehow still in the pool at this point. Which one are we favoring here, boys? Considering that this TSM Brawl doesn't have to be playing the Tusk again, right? He can play something else. And this could just be a flex pick in the first phase for them at this point.
Mirana's also there. You could just go Tusk Mirana again.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to like leave it open, the Tusk, like you probably pick your 5 here because most likely you're not going to be putting Tusk on position 5, which gives you the flex potential of putting this Tusk on any position later. So 5 could be good here. What I thought was pretty interesting from Wildcard here is like, I feel like they limited their draft quite a bit because we don't see support Lesh. It's not really that great either. You pick a Tiny with it as well, and you're kind of just showing that there's our mid and there's our 4 like right away, and you're not really flexing much there.
Yeah, there's pretty much no other option of how they can play this game at this point. And of course, now TSM, having seen this Leshrac, long gone are the days where Leshrac just buys Bloodstone and absolutely easily wins the game. People have been able to figure it out. Some of the answers also come from this Razor hero, which suddenly is a Bloodstone buyer. Yeah. It's kind of hilarious.
It's the new Leshrac.
What does that make the old Leshrac?
Wow.
Is it just back
the
to
old
Disco
Razor?
Pony? The old Razor. Needs an Arcana for that, I guess.
I like this Razor pick, though. Just in general, I feel like I haven't seen that hero that much throughout the DPC as much as I would like to. Of course, we had some time for people to figure out how to play up against this Bloodstone, but given what we saw in the last game, I think TSM will have a very good handle of how to play against this. In particular, their movement as a team was very good, and Razor's always felt the strongest when you have a good team backing him up. So excited to see what they pull out the bag in this one. Also interesting to see that Wildcard still sticking in the second phase to banning out the heroes from Kasania. They're like, last time around it was the Visage that they removed. Now they're like, no Beastmaster, no Brood. I would not be surprised if they still banned out the Lycan and the Visage further on.
I think it's a pretty good ban. I think banning the Lycan, like both their heroes are not particularly good versus it. And if you don't want to play against that TSM style of them snowballing the game. But I will say Razor, generally speaking, is seen in that offlane position. So like you can flex it. I have seen it done. But most of the time he likes to sit in the offlane there. But I guess Lycan's probably the last one. If you just really don't want to deal with the Zoo anymore, like get rid of it.
Yep. I would just get rid of it.
Answer to it.
Let's see, wildcard. Really, really considering what this ban is going to look like right now because they understand that things can go really south in the second phase here. With TSM, they're just trying to ban out some of these uber hard physical damage dealing heroes. No Void, no Morphling. Heroes that Razor can't walk the dog on them, right? They just easily close they just get away with high mobility spells. You wait for them away, you time walk away, suddenly the leash breaks and you just turn around on them. You pop the bubble, you kill this hero. So I wonder though for wildcard, what's going to be the pair with this Leshrac to allow this hero to actually function in this game?
And also whether they want to put it. It's like, do you want to... Maybe Arc could also play it on the safe lane. I don't know if he necessarily wants to like already lock in his safe lane here in the first phase. Like wildcard, they were kind of saving him for later in the draft. So could potentially be, you know, does support Lesh even work?
No, it's not very good.
Yeah.
I think this hero like wants to run in, right, and like do a lot of damage. And if you don't have any farm, yeah, it doesn't really work out. You just kind of die immediately without doing much damage, which is not what the hero wants to do.
It's like people say that Leshrac Shard is like probably one of the best items you can get when you have the hero. Obviously, like it has huge impact in defending high ground, but that's the keyword, defending. Like obviously you want to be more in the aggression. Clockwork already provides a lot of that. This one sits in nicely. It has synergy with the Leshrac. It works nicely with the Tiny. These are pretty classic heroes to combine together.
Lots of jump route now available from the side of wildcard. Something I was also thinking about with this Leshrac pick. In the last game, Babatich did struggle a little bit, and that was his first professional game ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
That's crazy.
So the fact that they now transition him, like, look, okay, maybe you have a more relaxed role. Just play Leshrac, much more straightforward. Our game doesn't necessarily rely on you having to make those clutch rotations every single time. You can be the one that mops up rather than the one that starts the fight. And they give him a lot of additional heroes, a lot of additional ways to start the fights on his behalf. So I kind of like this approach from wildcard. Although I am mixed on this Clockwork hero right now. And there's Rubik. Well, Clockwork, I hope you've been enjoying yourself, buddy. It's not going to be a fun day at the office.
I mean, you did mention that, but like, what if wildcard is like throwing us off here and it's going Tiny mid again, and they're putting the Leshrac in the off lane with the Clockwork? It is possible.
It is possible. It is possible.
I mean, Sunlight does like those pusher heroes a lot, like where you can have early active damage and take down objectives, worry about playing more around in the lane, then connecting with your team. He's like one of those somewhat traditional offlaners where you either look for the blink initiators. He feels like he's more powered up. If I bring damage to the table, I feel like it counts more than a stun. I feel like, well, he's got a hero that would have both if he wanted to pull off the Leshrac, but he's still got their pieces open here.
Kind of intriguing that TSM, we saw last game, this Marcy getting banned out. It does get picked right now, so clearly these teams still feel confident enough in their hero to pick it up, despite the fact that it's been reliably nerfed time and time again. But in a game like this, with Razor Leash taking away some damage, that plus sidekick does feel particularly strong. So that probably is the synergy that they're looking for. But if that's the case, we might actually be getting this offlane Razor. You were mentioning it now, and that puts Tusk back in the middle, so we're still left with a hero left for Tomato to play in the safe lane.
Definitely need a Tomato hero, but I'm not sure about Bryoso hero yet, because he does play this Marcy mid. Yeah, so
that's true.
We could see it. And one thing Leshrac does hate playing against is heroes he can't run into. And you can't really run into a Marcy, right? It's too much physical damage, so I wouldn't hate to see it. Either way, like, I mean, I just want to see it. I don't really like support Marcy. I just want to see Bryo play mid Marcy. That'd be a lot of fun. But we do have a sniper here. That is your Razor counter.
Yeah, that's a Razor counter. Definitely the opposite of fun in every conceivable way. This hero, well, for wildcard, clearly now the win conditions are being a bit more set, right? There's Clockwork and there's Tiny. They jump in, they create all the chaos. Then the Leshrac and Sniper can clean up very, very easily from far away without putting either of them in too much danger in a game like this. So I kind of like this. I don't like Sniper as a hero because it sucks, but the idea is good here.
Straight talk.
It sucks in what way? As it's too good, or
Because I keep losing MMR.
yeah. No, the hero itself is quite good, and well, I'm surprised to see. Like we just saw Spectre last game, right? You have a Sniper, you got a Leshrac. Looking like another good Spectre game here if you're TSM.
Yeah, Wildcard is kind of suggesting that this Marcy / Razor is going to be the offlane. It went for the TA.
10 seconds remaining.
No TA, TSM ban out this Viper right now. The more that I look at it, it's like, yeah, I would love a Spectre here for TSM. If they're able to get away with it. There's the
It
ban.
sounded like a timber saw for a second there.
So no Spectre. What is the option for the gap close here? Obviously, they still have this Tusk and the Marcy, and that's going to help out a lot, but it would still be nice to have a carry hero that has some degree of mobility. Void and Morphling are already gone. They must be kicking themselves a little bit on that one, being like, damn it, man. We could have just picked Void ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in the pool anymore, so they're going to have to really decide, like, do they think this Leshrac is going in the off lane? I mean, some heroes people like to pick against the Sniper. You know, PA comes to mind. That's a hero that can get on top of him. Other than that, like, they played Monkey King a bit. You could do that, go that route as well, good versus the Leshrac.
I can. Oh, it was still left in the pool.
Alright, so it looks like this is either going to be a carry Razor
carry
or
Razor.
a carry Marcy, maybe.
From what we saw from Kasane last game, he's too good not to have him on the Lycan Panda, right? So you have to have him on that. What would you prefer between carry Marcy or carry Razor here?
Me?
No, Panda.
No, Panda, sorry.
I mean, I do like carry Marcy or like core Marcy in general, but I think Razor would be maybe better in this role, considering like the gap closing. You know, we have to worry about the sniper. It allows the Marcy to see the fights more. Like you have time to react, and Razor's already got high mobility, making Marcy a great hero to kind of leech on top and jump and initiate. And then you have like I just felt like this could be a great game to have Razor rather as a core. But one thing I do want to highlight is actually how that second phase ended. Seeing Wildcard is just banning out these carry heroes. Is TSM kind of played off some tomfoolery here, and they're like, we're still gonna go for the Lycan. Like you left it open, we're gonna take it. I really like that.
Having confidence in your ideas is a very necessary thing, and Wildcard, confidence is required right now for this final pick. They go for the Primal Beast. Okay. So still sticking with the same idea. Hero that goes in, creates chaos, makes space, and allows Sniper and Leshrac to be able to dish out the damage from behind.
Sunlight
It's a
Lesh.
mid Primal Beast. Okay, and Sunlight is playing Lesh. So you mentioned it earlier, Fear, that it might be an off-lane Lesh, and that is indeed the case.
Yeah, I mean, it has two roles, generally speaking. You sometimes see it off lane going for the Bloodstone Rush, or you see it mid also going for the Bloodstone Rush. It can work in the off lane too. You just get less levels, generally less farm. So it really just comes down to like how he can do it. And it looks like Tomato's playing the Razor. So
Yeah.
it's a matchup that could go really well for them or really poorly. Like it's both those heroes just dump out a lot of damage, and whoever dies first is going to be the victor. They're just going to be a lot of big bloodbath, I think, in that lane.
Yeah, and I feel like a bit of a broken record, but I really like seeing support Marcy when you have Razor, a hero that kind of lacks that early quick punch damage. Like he has to build it up. Sidekick helps you out with that. You've got a gap closer, and it just enables his hero so well. Like I really like this Razor and Marcy combo coming out from TSM. And Bobitic, you know, game one might have gone bad, might have been your first official game. Now, maybe he does better. Who knows?
Do you like what they're doing right now on the side of TSM enough to give them the 2-0 win?
I can't go against him here. I'm going to be straight up honest. I feel like TSM just showed in game one why they're better.
All right, Fia, quickly, give me how do Wildcard win this game, given the advantages for TSM?
They just got to secure their sniper's game, and he can carry this. He can definitely carry it. It just needs a really, really farmed sniper, and they've got a chance.
All right. Right now, we are living in the era of these range carries that dish out an immense amount of damage. Let us see, though, if that era is going to end up in a situation where Wildcard Gaming win, or if it's going to be TSM yet again running away with the dog of the Lycan. And to bring you that action, to answer this question, we have the lovely Lizard, we have MLP, we do not have an old man on a bike, but gentlemen, take it away for game two.
Minutes now. I mean, you called Lizard lovely. You just addressed me as MLP. I'm a little bit upset now. Why,
You are so lovely, MLP. so lovely.
That's what
Just
I
so you know.
This is why you're here, because John wouldn't do this. John, I mean, John is coming, by the way, for anyone wondering. Before you guys start complaining, John would never compliment me like that, Lizard. Never.
Yeah, but that's what best friends are for. You know, I don't know you that well, so I have to compliment you. When I do get to know you, I'll be like, get out of here, man. It's like, I'm sick of you, or you know, whatever.
But with that, I did ask you last game, what do they need to change in this draft? Of course, Wildcard, they've come out with a new draft now. What are you thinking? Do you think this draft is going to be able to pull off what they need to go up against TSM in this game too, or do you think TSM's just got this one in the bag?
I feel like it's volatile. Like these two drafts are way different than. Well, obviously, it's different heroes. Good job, Blizzard. Drafts are different. But no, like the way they're played, right? Like the play style and everything, I think the lanes will be way bloodier than they were in game one. I think we're going to see a lot of kills. And I do think that Wildcard have secured the late game here. Like, Sniper is the end-all, be-all carry in a game such as this one. He's really strong into a Razor. Yeah, Lycan can get on top of you, but you can buy the Shard, you can buy a Pike. Like, there are ways of getting away. It's not easy. There's a Tusk, there's a Marcy. There are all these heroes that really want to get close and personal. But Sniper, I think if he plays him well enough, if Arc is really on point, he can carry this.
Okay, see if they can make it work. Could be another first blood to come out very soon. Of course, TSM last game around were able to secure first blood very early. Shards are out. Flea in a bit of a rough place at the moment. He'll go for a run, but the disposer's there. Whitemon setting up perfectly. Flea, he'll fairy fire up, but Whitemon is still on the chase, and that's going to be first blood drawn once again. This time, Flea to go down to the Tiny, and another fantastic start for TSM.
Yep. Once again, they got that freebie at the beginning on the runes. It's 2 bounties each, right? At least the bounties are even.
At least they are. Because we can have a look at that mid lane to get things started. Brawl going to be against Babidich once again. This time around, you've got the Tusk against the Primal Beast. How does this lane matchup work? Of course, we saw Brawl last game on the Tusk, but against the Primal Beast, surely it's a bit of a different chemistry between these two.
You'd think so. It should be, right? Like, you have Trample, you have Uproar, you should be able to kind of fight him. You're a Primal Beast after all. This hero is insanely strong early on. But I don't think Tusk loses lanes. Maybe to a Viper, not sure. Like, maybe you lose that lane, but besides that, you're at least going to go out even.
Babidich for now doing just fine, but like you said, Brawl, he's on the Tusk. He's going to be just fine himself. We should have a look at the side lanes as well. What about that top lane? You're going to have Tomato there with Whitemon, of course, against Sunlight and Flea. So a bit of a switch up once again here in this laning stage. Sunlight going into the off lane. What are you thinking? Like, Tomato on that Razor along with Whitemon, it does seem like quite a strong combination in, say, comparison to the Leshrac Tiny.
Well, I wouldn't say in comparison. I think both of these are strong. They're trying to get on Sunlight, but that rebound, yeah. Nice nerf. I'm so happy. I'm so happy this is nerfed. I hate Marcy so much. From the bottom of my soul.
Well,
Sunlight?
You may have spoken too soon there, Lizard. Sunlight's in trouble. Whitemon setting up for a kill, but can't reach.
Nah. The Marcy, like, 3 months ago would get this kill. Not this Marcy, though.
By herself,
Yeah,
the way.
by herself, yeah. And she'd kill Tiny, too.
In he goes. Whitemon, he'll try again. There you go. Caster's Curse 101 here with Lizard. Well done, sir.
Well, you know, I guess she's still strong enough. What can I say?
Well, at least Flea gets a bit of solo XP for himself. The pos 4 dream, I suppose, for this Tiny. Let's talk about the bottom lane, perhaps. Ari and Kasane going to be against Ark and, of course, Samson. How does this lane go? Because it feels like the Clockwork Sniper. It does feel like a strong lane, but against the Lycan Rubik, I'm not sure what to think.
Yeah, gotta be careful. If you get out of position with Sniper, they can take you out by body blocking you with wolves, hitting you, lift back. You know, it's possible, but Clock, like you said, I completely agree. Clock plus Sniper should be a solid lane. You shouldn't be bullied out. Like, the problem obviously occurs once Lycan gets his Dominator, once he hits level 6. That's pretty much the point where you have to run as a Sniper.
Absolutely. Kasame, of course, last game around, he had such a fantastic game on the Lycan, just a free laning stage. And this time around, not so much. Ark's having a much better time on the Sniper than he did on that safe lane Doom. Definitely a bit of a better start here for Wildcard than it was in game number 1, that's for sure. But you've got to be worried about those timings here from that Lycan. He's still going to get into that Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord, and things are going to get quite spicy quite quickly.
I feel like the teams have switched the playstyle from game 1. Like in game 1, it was TSM that needed to get the late game. Sort of a late game, it wasn't truly that late. They won the game very early on, and they just did well. Like the bottom lane, look at this.
Kasame, he gets caught out, he's going to drop. It's one of the things, right? If Samson can close the gap and get that battery sword into the console, he's got plenty of damage, and now top lane. Whitemon also going to drop, so Wildcard choosing to get rather aggressive here in this laning stage, and it does seem to pay off.
Yeah, Wildcard strikes back, and honestly, having a good laning stage could be incredibly important for Wildcard, because these heroes of TSM, they do scale well, but I think Radiant has the ultimate late game power, so winning the lanes and preventing them from just snowballing in the mid game is super important.
Certainly is. Speaking of snowballs, Brawl mid lane having a very good time at the moment, 26-5 on the Tusk. So as I say that, Babidich going to try and move in and get aggressive, but Brawl going to happily just snowball right back towards the Primal Beast. Can't really follow up much more than that, though. He'll have to back off. But the Tusk is practically uncontested. As you kind of say, there's not really much of a great way of stopping this man in the mid lane, and Bryle, he's setting himself up for another great game here on this Tusk.
Yeah, what can you do? Like, even if you trample, like you just noticed, the snowball was a bit late, so he did lose like 40% of his HP.
Yeah.
Bottom lane.
They're going to try for something, and they do find Ari. Meanwhile, mid lane, Babbage was going once again onto Bryle, but well, the snowball is going to save the day. Still, at the very least, back down to the bot lane, Samson. He's having a very good time right now on that Clockwork. 2-0-0, not really struggling like he did on the Pugner, and well, this is a much better start for the side of Wildcard.
A much, much better start. Like, your sniper is actually a level above the Lycan. This is, yeah, amazing. I didn't expect this lane to go that well.
Here we go again. Samson trying to get in range for that Cogs. Not going to quite find it yet.
Yep.
It's the beauty of the lane. You get the Cogs, you've got the follow-up damage there with Ark, and look at this. Samson trying to break the gap. He will not find Kasane, but it's almost like a warning shot, right? It's just saying, don't come close to the creep wave. Samson's watching.
Yeah, pretty much. What would be perfect is for them to get the lane back right now, because the Lycan is alone. Rubik was mid, but they never rewarded the small camp, so that will not be possible. However,
Kasane, he's going to be all right. He will back his way out here on the Clockwork as well. Was a rotation from Ball just in case, and Samson immediately out with the tip. Happy with the rotation being forced out. It's a nice little play there from Sammy.
yeah, it would have been Primal Beast on top lane, actually, that does the same. Symmetrical rotation on top.
Will go in. Onto the Razor they go, and it's so much damage there onto Tomato. They find one. A great toss back from Flea as well. They'll even find another. Wildcard.
Bottom lane.
In fact, bottom lane, they're going for a little bit more now. Cogs will not lock in Kasane, however, so Samson will just keep running, hoping for a kill onto that Rubik. Meanwhile, Kasane still copping damage from the sniper. Eventually, will be able to back out, but my god, Wildcard. What a turn of events after game one. These guys, they did not like what happened in that K1 at all.
Yeah. Oh, how the turntables. They go mid as well. Tusk goes and hits the Primal Beast a tiny little bit. I don't know. I like their chances even better now. After the laning stage, they're definitely proving the point.
Ari gonna get caught out. That might just be an instant kill here thanks to Ark with the backup, and they get him. Samson, another great setup here on the Clockwork. Loving his life right now, and it just seems like there's nothing they can do about it at the spot lane.
This guy is level 5 on Clock.
Huge.
It's minute 8, he's level 5.
The dream.
It's the dream, yeah. He's almost as high of a level as Kasane, who was alone.
Speaking of, Kasane being chased down here by Samson.
No mana this time, so... One good thing that Clock has got as well, like versus Lycan, is if you remember the battery buff versus creeps.
Oh.
So it helps out. Mid lane.
Gonna try and move in. Brawl with a very nice snowball to avoid the onslaught, but they keep going. Wymon, he'll pop the sidekick. He got the rebound off, and Babbage, he's the one in danger now. He'll try and go for the pulverize, but it will not matter. Bryle, he's still being chased down. A very nice Split Earth setup there onto Bryle, but Flea has nothing to follow up with. Every spell on cooldown.
Flea also fled. He ditched like the instant they went on Primal Beast. He did use all his spells, but he still ditched. He ditched hard. It happens.
You do. TSM.
He has the abandon your teammate syndrome right here.
Absolutely. Sometimes you've got a Lizard. Sometimes you've got it.
You have to, yeah.
Top lane, Sunlight, he needs to abandon right now. He's getting ganked by the side of TSM, and he's just gone.
Yeah, but Lycan died on bottom again, so... Which time is that? Let me click on Lycan. Lycan has 2 deaths only. Okay, not too bad.
He's gonna have a much slower Helm of the Dominator timing at the very least, but... Oh, I say that, he does get it now. It's not too bad.
Mid lane.
Ari, lift up. That'll be enough to ensure Babbage cannot secure the kill. Few rotations out though, Whitemon even TPing just in case they needed it. Won't get much out of this. Samson has found Kasane again on that Clockwork, but he's going to be surrounded by heroes from TSM. Whitemon shows up with a rebound, does land it very nicely onto Samson, and he's blocked himself in. That's a little bit unfortunate.
And Whitemon gets cogged up.
Perfect.
Yeah. Like, yeah, Clockwork maybe wanted a little bit too much top lane Tornado.
Tomato's a huge kill here for the side of Wildcard, and with the Pulverize, They're going to have no problem taking him down now, 8-5. The way of Wildcard, net worth only less than 1k the way of TSM. Again, I love what Wildcard are doing here, just getting aggressive very early on and certainly looking to pay off.
Yeah, Ark, I think he might just stay here, use one more shrapnel or something like that to TP out. Let's see. He's actually sticking around.
Could be dangerous.
Oh, he is playing into a shapeshift.
There's the creeps, they'll just surround. He's blocking that tree line. Of course, he will be able to get the Hellbear Smasher though, so basically just gets free gold for himself. There's going to be absolutely no follow-up to that block.
Maybe Kasani thought that he would get a new creep fast enough.
Yeah, not quite.
Not quite, yeah. Tusk did rotate, he smoked up. Can they find the sniper? Let's see.
He'll go for the shrapnel. And that may be a little bit greedy there to go for that shrapnel.
You think? A tiny little bit.
Kasane gonna go for the bottom tier 1 tower. I'm gonna say that the look on your face when you saw that shrapnel, you looked absolutely disgusted.
I mean, he sees the Tusk. Like,
Mid lane, will they con? It's gonna be Ari on that Rubik. He will drop, but Brawl has rotated against 3 heroes. He's feeling very confident. Samson with the cogs will survive for now. Shards out, pulverize. No mana left onto the Tusk though. He can use that Walrus Punch, but that's about it.
he didn't have enough mana at the same second that he went on clock. Even though he had Arcane Rune, he didn't have enough mana to instantly just knock out him with Walrus Punch.
Onslaught there from Babbage, not going to land. Shards kind of being thrown back the way here from Brawl, but only going to lead to nothing. They'll at least fill up the bottle of Brawl, make sure he has a bit of a reset tool for himself. And Wildcard, they're not planning to slow down at all. They want to keep this aggression up. They'll go for a 3-man smoke, head down towards the bottom side. You've got Whitemon and Kasane around that area. And of course, they love picking on this Lycan. Make sure his Home of the Overlord timing is going to be very slow this game. And Flea will try to move in right now. There's Babbage with the onslaught, and there's really no surviving. And in fact, Whitemon...
Sniper.
Oh! Ark! He gets caught out. That's a massive kill for the side of TSM, and they're just out of there.
Whitemon, he didn't solo him. He had helps of the Wolves and the Ghost, but almost soloed. And that's the power of Marcy.
Yeah.
That's the power of 2022 and 2023 Dota. Like, you have a position 5 that jumps your carry and just solos him.
You've had some experiences, I can tell, with this hero.
I'm very bitter.
Yeah. I understand. It's all right. I get
Yeah.
it. I feel you. Samson, he's going to run into Brawl here into this Radiant Triangle. Brawl's going to be just fine to run his way out. It's like, again, Wildcard wanting to keep up the aggression while they can. They just feel so strong right now. A hook shot up on Samson, though, so not the greatest way of trying to initiate for that next team fight. And now TSM slowly taking over in terms of that net worth graph. 1k their way. So what do you want to do here? Wildcard still grouped up together, but it doesn't really seem like they have an idea as to where the side of TSM are.
I have to say, I'm kind of impressed, even though Sniper died twice now. Like, it's not great. Not impressed necessarily by Sniper. The laning stage was really good for him. But the way they moved around and the fact that they remained bottom lane with the Sniper and then just baited those ganks on him to actually kill the Lycan instead. It's like, it's pretty nice. Nice way to move around the map.
And it goes back to what I was saying earlier as well. Don't forget the odds from our betting partners, esportsbets.io. I mean, it was so heavily favored the way of TSM. 1.1 to 4.8 the way of Wildcard. And I gotta tell you, I feel like the odds were a little bit too high on the side of Wildcard, right? Like, it just didn't make too much sense as they do jump in. Maybe I'm gonna eat my words, because Babbage is gone. Samson, a great cogs out though into the split earth sunlight. He's gonna have a great time now, but no, they run. Kasane is going to be just fine. Whitemon, he gets left behind. Does he get taken down? He does, but it's going to be a position 5 for the mid-primal beast. You'll take that any day of the week.
He might fall as well.
Oh, Samson sticking around a little bit too long, and will drop Brawl, immediately tipping the clockwork.
Yeah, Samson, you know, he in that first game as well, he really liked to poke his head out when he's really low, and just to see if he can find a D-ward or something. Don't blame him. As a support, I've done that so many times. You stop valuing yourself so much that the ward is more important at some point, you know? And you're like, okay, if I have to die, I'll die, but I'll get that D-ward.
You are valuable though, Lizard. Don't you ever talk down about yourself.
Oh, thank you, Bay.
Don't you believe those damn calls telling you you're useless? We're all useful in some way.
Well, yeah, in some way.
In some. TS,
I can do wards. I can hit wards.
you can.
Yeah. It's better than nothing.
Absolutely. TSM. I mean, they are smoked up here. But it seems like they're going to find nothing out of this smoke. Maybe just rotating, getting a few wards down. Wildcard. Still hanging around as a team down on that bottom side of the map. Kasane is there, but he's already kind of hit that timing now. Very, very close to the Helm of the Overlord, and there it is. He does pick up the recipe, so no really slowing him down anymore.
Got it.
TSM, I suppose at this point with that timing, they're probably gonna want to group up and move. In fact, you look at that net worth graph. Top 3 net worth right now, all on the side of TSM.
Yeah. You can move straight away. There's a possibility of waiting for the BKB on Razor, which will be there in like 400 gold. So that's also an option. But yeah, they have to be careful, because if they let this game go for a little too long, I'm not sure you'll be able to deal with the sniper and all the front line that he's got.
Could be tough. We'll see how much time they are going to give the way of wildcard. TSM grouped up mid lane. They're going to find Samson. He's trying to protect that regen room, but isn't going to be so lucky. That'll be taken by Bryle. Another tip out here from Bryle. He's really giving it the way of Samson, and Samson immediately going to give the tips back. Shards out. Going to miss on Sunlight. They won't find the Leshrac. But they'll take that Radiant Triangle right back from the side of wildcard, and TSM now back towards that top side of the map.
At least the Lash, he farmed everything, so...
Bryle. That's a lot of damage being dealt by Arc. They will move in with the Razor and Whitemon. That's a great rebound, but there's no follow-up to it. He is going to drop. Tomato does move in. Arc somehow dying to Kasane with the creeps. And, well, in fact, Wildcard, they are falling apart. Flea is gone as well.
Like, it's unnecessary, right? Like, all of these fights, in Game 1 as well, Wildcard, they're taking fights that are difficult for them from the beginning. Why not take advantageous fights that are good for you? Like, you're initiating on a Razor that just completed his BKB and your Lash is already 50% HP. Yeah, sure, he has a Bloodstone, but... good read by TSM. They basically brought everyone towards that top lane fight in an instant, so they read it pretty damn well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought with the rebound jump in, I thought, oh, maybe they've just kind of fed Whitemon's life away, but it was all part of the plan. Like, you can't underestimate how much damage these creeps do from Kasane, and this poor sniper, he can't run. There's no running.
Yeah, the creeps, the BKB Razor just running at you, so you can't even... you can't run from the creeps, you can't fight the Razor, right? So you're kind of like, okay, just end me, I guess.
Yeah, just take it. Wildcard, they're not going to take it. Not lying down at the very least. They've smoked up as 4. They'll move down towards the bottom side of the map. They want Tomato. Problem is the Razor smells something is awry. In fact, maybe not. He runs right into him. Babidic be more than happy to move right in onto the Razor and just take him down. Great pick off here for Wildcard.
Yep, nice little elimination. They have completed the BKB on Primal as well, which he didn't use in this engagement, obviously, so they can continue chasing for more. Like, they didn't really use anything big, so...
Rocket Play will give a bit of vision here on TSM, so they've got a great idea of where they are at the moment. TSM still posturing as if they want to try and force a fight. Are eventually going to back their way up, back onto the high ground of that mid-tier 1 tower. Not going to find the opening to try and force another fight quite yet, though. Babidic still looking around, have the high 5 up. TSM, they'll move into that Radiant Triangle once again. Samson, he's going to get caught out on Bryle. He loves going after this clockwork. Samson, though, that's a great hook shot. He'll put it into all of this as he does go down. But now the pulverize out on Bryle. He'll get the snowball off me or Kasane. Look at him just ripping them to shreds. They can do nothing. Nothing against this Lycan.
It's just payback for all the pain that they've caused him in the laning stage, I guess. Like, he's really going deep into them. And look at it this way. It's not even an AC Lycan. It's just Helm of Overlord, right? Like, he's completely obliterating them.
It's rough. It's very, very rough.
I felt like they have the sniper, right? And then they have frontline from Lash, from Primal Beast, from Clock, from Tiny.
Don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
I'm not sure. It just doesn't feel like it's enough.
Not yet, at the very least. That's for sure. Now Brawl up with the Aegis, he's going to be feeling so much more confident. It's where we see Brawl start to get very aggressive on this Tuscan. A wildcard, they just need to take a bit of a backseat, I think. They're currently 7k behind. You talked about the late game timing of this wildcard draft, but they've got to make it to the late game, and right now they're around the middle game at the moment, and 7k behind, not a great position to be in here if you are wildcard. TSM in a prime position to try and get very aggressive. See when they do move. Find a nice regen rune there for Bralin. No smokes available here at... No, in fact, Whitemon does have one.
He's got one. If they wanted to, they could. The lane is pushing in a bit, so maybe we can outpush that first. Perhaps they won't even smoke here. They're just rotating down bottom. Creep wave to push, some wards to be planted, and you can start pressuring the tier 2.
They won't find anyone. Like you said, though, it's all about pushing the wave out, just control that area of the map. That tier 2 tower looking very, very tasty right now as a wildcard. I'm not really sure if they're in a position where they can try to force a defense out of this. They might have to just kind of watch it go down. They are smoked up, though. Wildcard, they're going to try for this. 4-man smoke. Maybe use Sunlight as bait. Sunlight, he will show up at that bottom lane. Bait the side of TSM in, but TSM, they seem to know something's wrong. They'll hang around that Radiant jungle for now. Happy to keep that farm going, control that area of the map.
Look, absolutely no one is showing on the map. You just saw the angle of that rocket. You pretty much know where they are.
Yeah, you do. TSM not giving the easy opening they were hoping for here for Wildcard. In fact, now they might just force the fight themselves. They just need a bit of vision. More rocket flares to be thrown out. Tomato, he might find Babbage very, very soon. It's going to be an onslaught out, but the BKB is immediate. In fact, he does redirect the other way. So BKB completely wasted here by Tomato. Babbage immediately out with the tip.
Having lots of fun here.
Yeah, that's really nice. I feel like if they manage to defend the tier 2, just outpush the wave fast enough, they should be smoking up and abusing the fact that Razor has no BKB. The only question is, do they have to make a move? Can they just chill? Farm, you have your sniper, you don't have to force anything, just defend. After all, you're still playing into an Aegis.
I'd agree. Ark is certainly keeping that farm going for himself at the moment. Another smoke out here for TSM. Arcane Rune found by Bryle. Babbage is going to run right into them. He already popped the onslaught, but he's just going to melt. Bryle's damage output just absolutely insane on that Tusk, and TSM more than happy to walk away with that.
I have a feeling like, look, he was moving there because he knew. I'm sure he had like 70% an idea that they're coming with that smoke, so he's trying to prevent them from going into the sniper. I'm wondering what would have happened if he just insta-BKB'd instead of onslaughted. Perhaps they could have at least repelled them without him dying. Not sure. Kinda hard to guess now. But
It's almost like he didn't have faith in himself with that prediction that they were in that area. And
yeah, he went with onslaught because that also works sometimes, right? Like you just scatter them all and then you BKB.
not this time though. That tier 3 bottom tower, it's being punished because of that. Sane just slowly chipping away.
Do you like Sunlight's blink? Like that's what he's queuing up.
I'm not really sure what it does here. That's kind of my issue, right?
Right.
Like, what does it actually do?
It's like in some games you're playing into sniper or something that needs to be dealt with in the backlines. And the blink is always a nice item, right? Like it gives you some mobility. No matter what game, no matter what hero, it's nice. But in a game such as this one, I'd rather have maybe some extra armor, some extra damage, extra utility for your team.
Hook shot. It's going to be off the mark there from Samson. They do miss out, and in fact, well, the side of TSM, they are not going to miss out because Sunlight does get caught.
Yep.
Pretty rough TSM. Now with the BKB up on Bryle, feeling very, very confident. They want to just keep moving. I mean, you've got a 9-second BKB charge available on your Tusk. You're more than happy to fight right now on the shards. It's going to spot out Samson. Do they know he's still around? They certainly do. For old Samson, understanding there's no way out, he's just going to give up his life. And TSM, they continue this aggression into that mid-tier 2 tower. I don't know how you slow down this push.
Can you slow it down? I don't think so.
Absolutely not.
Your sniper is way too afraid. Like, he even has a grow bow, right? Like, there's a pike, there's a bow. Doesn't have a shard, so that's kind of difficult. But he doesn't have it because he's building into a BKB, which is also very understandable.
He's just in this tough position where it's like you got to just keep buying time for this guy, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe the BKB doesn't even help him. Let's see, they are doing nothing.
they are. Waimon, he did land the stun. The creeps are on top. Arc, he's just melting to this golem. They've got to throw everything to make sure they can buy some space for the sniper as Waimon. He's dropping low, but still running. Meanwhile, Samson, he does get caught out. It'll be a support for a support trade to get things started. Babbage, well, he's all right for now. Tomato, he might be the one going a little bit too far as Babbage. He'll keep chasing with the onslaught, but no, he cancels off the onslaught. Not going any further. In comes TSM though, Bryle. He wants to keep the fight going. They're all grouped up right now. This Tusk will run right in. He found the sniper. Arc's down. Sunlight, he's going to try and force the fight with the Bloodstone, but it's not going to matter. Just too much damage.
Yeah, it's fun to see how much of an overextension TSM made. They got punished for it a tiny little bit, but then Wildcard, well, they felt a little bit too brave. They thought they had that fight. They moved out of their high ground. Lycan form was out, right?
Lead. Well, they're going to jump in, try to force a toss back on Brawl, but he's a tanky boy on that Tusk. He's going to be just fine, and now the lift up, back in onto Samson. He'll split Earth, and oh, poor old Samson, he'll try for a run. Hook shot is not going to land either.
And when I said this game is going to be volatile, I didn't mean it's only going to be exactly that and nothing else. Like, we've seen maybe 3 coherent moves across the game. Everything else is just brawl after brawl after brawl.
It's been a very entertaining game, to say the least, between these two. And
I'm loving it.
absolutely.
My brain is not working. I'm just watching heroes hit each other. It's perfect.
It's basically a CA Dota.
Well, Eastern Europe isn't way different, but I've heard stories of SCA, yeah. I've played there for a while.
Oh, that would have been an experience for you. Waimon, he's experiencing some pain right now as Flea and Sunlight going to catch him out, do take him down in the mask. Meanwhile, the mid lane is being slowly forced in here by TSM. Suppose with the Marcy dying, they can't really go for that high ground attempt for now. The Brawl is looking for a target to pick off here on this Tusk, but nobody going to show up on the side of Wildcard. So they just get back to farming them. They're 17k ahead right now. All you've got to do as TSM is not throw a fight.
Yeah, I feel like that's very simple for them. Sniper...
He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. And that was basically a magic trick there from Brawl. I mean, he just completely disappeared.
I feel like they have one more fight in them and they might call it.
Flea. He'll go for a run, but the chase is on with the snowball and a great split earth from Ari. They take him down. The GG call might be coming very, very soon here from Wildcard, because this game is not going to get any easier. Tier 3 bottom tower is gone. That'll be the bot Rax and probably Megas on the way.
I think you don't GG here. Let's see, maybe Megas.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Megas are coming, so...
They bought back on Flea. They try one last time. There's your static link out onto the Lash. He's going to try, but there's no chance. Samson, he'll hook shot in as well, but he's only hook shotting right into his own death. And TSM, well, they're actually going to back off for now.
Okay, so why they didn't GG out is psychological. You saw that last game. Before they GG'd, I already stood up. I was ready to be in front of the camera. You noticed it. Why they didn't GG out this time around is I've been in these teams. I know how they think. They never had one good fight. Now they will.
Yeah.
Okay, now, yeah. With Lash dying, it's hard to defend.
Certainly is. Mid-Rack's under siege. TSM, they'll go for the Megas. Wildcard, they're going to play this one out till the end, it seems. Still waiting out for one final team fight. There's your toss back. Flea, he'll try, but it was a range creep he got. Waimon, he'll jump in anyway. No need for the toss. I'll come to you. And that should be your GG is called. What can you do? TSM, they were coming into this as the heavy favorites, and well, as you expected, TSM do pull off a very convincing 2-0 victory. You take nothing away from Wildcard. Again, they had some great moments, especially in this game too. Right? They're very impressive throughout the first, say, 10-15 minutes, but in the end, TSM just proving to be the much better team.
Well, the laning stage was fine, I guess. That was fine. Like, bottom lane was super good. Like, mid lane didn't lose. Primal Beast versus Tusk kind of evened out. But the moment rotation started happening, they had a couple of nice ones. Like, they had a couple of nice defenses on the sniper on the bottom lane. But then again, they kind of threw all the advantage that they had. So, yeah, unfortunate. Why they didn't GG out, though, is because they didn't even have a single good fight where all 5 of them were alive. So they were waiting for that one moment. Let's hope, let's see what happens. But it never did happen, did it?
It certainly didn't. With that, though, we are going to head off back to our lovely panel. Of course, we have the lovely T Panda, we have the lovely Fear, and we've got
And just Snare, yeah.
Throw it to Snare.
Just Snare here for the North American DPC. Well, after a game like that, game is hard. Wildcard Gaming is not going to be enjoying life right now. Pain and suffering is the name of the game for them, but it started and it looked so well at the beginning, Panda. It looked so well. They were winning some lanes. They were getting kills.
Yeah.
Sammy Boy had a dominating streak at 6 minutes on clockwork.
I think it's when you look at individual performance in the early game, that's where, yeah, things are looking pretty good, but Lizard summed it up pretty well. Like, they didn't get a team fight. They didn't get the full 5 stack to work out at any phase of the game, so you've got to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely after this series, like it's almost like a starting kind of fresh type of thing. Because like this didn't work out, and I think their mid lane in particular, they really need to think like how they want to utilize their players here and how they can make them shine a bit more. Because like unfortunately, it just fell off on both of these games, just the series in general. And everything looked a little bit better this time around. Like, we did see some Arc get a bit more farm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Sammy ended up taking a little too many kills in that bot lane there. Being 4-0 on the clockwork, I think Sniper would have appreciated that. And then he got a little bit too greedy on top of that on Arc, and he was having a great game. Then he tried getting the Shrapnel out and then TPing out, but Brile was already there, killed him. He tried to participate in one more fight, gets solo killed by Whitemon basically with the Wolves, and then from there, that Sniper was having a good game, didn't get the kills in the lane, died twice, really slowed down their momentum here.
Yeah, part of the reason we have these Lycan picks in the game like this is to be able to close the gap onto Sniper. And if Sniper is unable to reasonably fight, and there's 2 different heroes, maybe even 3 if we include Brile, that just close the gap on you, instantly kill you, suddenly life is much more difficult than it should be. But looking at the scoreboard now, this just tells the entire story we need to tell, right? 0 deaths on Brile. 17 kills on this mid-Tusk. Incredible performance coming in from him. And it didn't even feel like he was the most instrumental part of the team. It was like, oh, he's doing really well, but they don't need him to be doing this well. Just everything was coming together perfectly for the side of TSM.
Yeah, he had fun in game 1. He had fun in game 2. I mean, if Ryle happens to be the interviewer, I'm pretty sure he's going to be like, yeah, pretty late back game for us. You know, we're a normal day at the office kind of style for TSM. But yeah, like you said, like not necessarily like the biggest, shiniest player on the field. I think when you look at Whitemon, this guy was doing a lot of work on this Marcy, and Kasane just seems very natural with this Lycan. I don't think he's going to be seeing this hero in a while.
Enjoy it, my friend. Kasane and all Kasane fans, I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed it, but this is never happening again. Anybody who's watching this series is not going to allow this through, especially Fear to 23 pick Lycan after the performance of game 1. That should never have happened to begin with.
Yeah, well, I think he's got a Beastmaster and a Broodmother up his sleeve too. Those are the ones that got banned, and it comes down to the question, can you target him with every single ban?
Yes. Everything must go towards dealing with him, no matter what. No Lycans, no Beastmasters, no Broodmothers, no Visages, nothing. Kasane must just be shut down at all costs. But another thing that I liked to see from Wildcard Gaming side, at least at the very least this time around, yes, sure, they did lose the game. Yes, sure, it wasn't a very easy experience as time went on. But Babitic, for the first 15 minutes, was actually able to make space on the map, was actually able to make some pretty decent plays. His rotations top, I think especially, really helped slow down the initial BKB timings of Tomato, and he killed him immediately after the first usage of the item. So there's potential for this team. Yes, they got ruffled swamped, but at the same time, TSM clearly are a very strong team. Clearly, things are already working. Panda, do you feel like the gelling is happening for the squad already on the side of TSM?
Well, I mean, I would kind of maybe keep like let's say a small gear on the gearbox right now. Like I'd say they had a pretty good performance here. Like it wasn't pristine. Like game 1, I think they did make a couple mistakes here and there. But game 2, I can agree there is some jump. There is some chemistry definitely in this team. There's a reason why these new additions came into this specific team.
Ideas-wise, Fear, what do you like to see from, clearly Moonmiand is the coach now, right? And they have a very different roster. Does it feel like he's been able yet to have his own influence in the game in terms of how they draft, in terms of how they move around the map, or does it still feel like more of the old rendition of TSM and they're still trying to rediscover or discover a new identity?
It's a little early to say. I think they played really well and everything gelled, but it kind of looked more like individual performance than anything. Like there's like a standout player in both games, like Bryle in the mid lane this game, Sane last game on the Lycan. They just kind of like took over the game. There's a team like Wildcard who's like they're still figuring things out. We'll see a bit later as like the brackets like develop if they can still like bring like their strategies and have them like work against teams that are performing equally as well.
That's always going to be the challenge, right? Once they start playing up against your Shopify Rebellions, which is, probably the team that they're thinking about the most, that's what you really can see. That's the proving ground to discover whether or not this experiment is actually working out right now. But results also don't lie, and that's a very good result for them. A clean 2-0, about the similar amount of time. What I loved about seeing this game here was that there were so many milestones that they reached about the same time both games. Around 12 minutes both games, Lycan is forcing out the tier 1 tower, making space on his side of the map. Around 17, 18 minutes both games, they're inside the Roshan pit, trying to make sure that they control the first Aegis. Around 25 minutes, they're already knocking on the high ground, trying to breach the base. So it's sort of like, I like seeing these clockwork type of plays. It's very textbook. Well, clockwork didn't do so well this game, unfortunately, but why don't we see this clockwork hero? I mean, obviously it didn't work so well this time around. Panda, is this just how the hero functions now, where you have to always be super on the front foot? You make one mistake, it all goes down the drain, and you're just jumping into your own death every time.
I mean, I feel like when you look at the context of how the draft and the execution came out, I don't think we see the full picture of Clockwork. I think he's still a great hero. He's got a lot of synergy with a lot of heroes that are currently being played in the meta and maybe even outside of the meta. This just wasn't really the Clockwork game. He was getting more kills than the sniper was, so that's one thing. But not really a game-defining factor in the end, though. But I still feel like there's going to be more Clockwork later on this tournament, and maybe some better performances coming out as well.
Yeah, I really do hope so, because I like seeing these teams that are playing on the front foot, trying to initiate. Was it maybe too many eggs in that basket fear of making space for the sniper Leshrac? Might think that had been a bit different if they had a different tempo controller, somebody who could also deal their own damage instead of just fully relying on the sniper, especially given that the Leshrac fell off so quickly in this game.
I think their strategy is fine. I think just overall, like, the execution wasn't quite there. And I think their farming patterns, like, maybe not the farming patterns themselves, but, like, knowing when to farm and when to fight. Like, they were just getting out-farmed on the map. As time was going by, every minute that went by, they were just slowly getting out-farmed without anything else happening on the map.
Yeah, it was very distressing to watch, right? Because there'd be moments where they would find a pick-off here and there, they'd get these kills, but still just be losing gold. You see Tomato's net worth is going up. If Tomato dies, okay, sweet, awesome. Now some Bryle net worth will keep going up and up.
Yeah.
Bryle didn't die a single time. It's still kind of incredible to me that not a single death. His primary role this game is to get in, make the magic happen, and he did it reliably time and time again without suffering any penalties for that one.
Yeah, and some really good shot calling on the side of TSM. When you looked at the way Bryle was forcing the calls, basically they're smoking up from mid, instant charging towards the bot lane, looking for the sniper. Like, if we make it here in time, they won't have the time to communicate that mid's missing, where's this Tusk right now? Is he ganking the top lane? Oh, sniper, get the hell out of there. He was already TPing a couple of times.
Yep.
He just got caught right away in the tower. So really good shot calling and good understanding from TSM what they need to do to achieve them a much easier mid game.
I think it's a very good read on them, understanding exactly how Wildcard want to play. But also, they also had a very good understanding of the players, I think. They were like, yeah, we know that he's going to still be farming a little bit. We're going to catch him out. But we should probably ask them directly how they felt about the game, because we have Bryle, our second game MVP, joining us for a quick interview. Bryle, good sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Obviously, congratulations on the victory, but talk to us about this, right? This is a very new roster. There's been a lot of changes, and we've been wondering ourselves, what's the team environment like after all these new changes, new players, new coach, new ideas? How are you feeling about the new setup of TSM?
Personally, I think like the last 2 years we've been playing together, and things didn't work out as it's supposed to be, fortunately. But personally, very excited for to play with our new players. They're all really young. I think Kasani and Ani are both like 18, 19. So there's that, and they're actually very shy, and it takes time for them to open up. So, and this is our first game playing together, like our first official. But we've been playing scrims and practices before then, so yeah, they're pretty shy, but they open up, I think.
How did you guys actually come across them? And what was the scouting like in order to discover these players in particular? Was there like a conversation between all of y'all that says, we want these guys in particular? Or was it Moon Mianda that just like, sit down, I'll go find us some replacements?
I think right after TI, I think we wanted to shuffle and go in our separate ways. And I think we were scouting people that are young and like eager to learn and also really good at the game. And I think Ari is one of them. It's like high rank in EU. And I think it was Blitz that recommended him to Moon.
Okay.
And for Kasani also, I think it's just like because like there's like a big shuffle season right after TI, and it's like there's just like word of mouth of like, oh, this guy's free agent, right? And I think it just kind of happened that he's able to play with us.
Okay, that definitely makes sense.
All right, hello, Brian, and congratulations on the win. So my question
Thank
is
you.
going to be for you. You have your new players. You said they're a bit shy. They don't like to talk a lot. You got you, Tomato. Like, who's the shot caller now? Moon Meander is now the coach, right? So he's not in game. So who's like the big shot caller now for the team, would you say?
Yeah, that's the problem right now. We're trying to fix, but it's mostly I think Whitemon's doing some work, but I think it's mostly gonna be all of us doing our tribute to the game.
All right. Congrats on your win, by the way. Pretty convincing 2-0 series in the end. And I actually wanted to also kind of continue with a new player theme here. What do you know about these new additions like Kasane and Ari that maybe the audience doesn't necessarily know? Is there something like an adjective or something along with shy that you would maybe describe these personalities?
When we first saw Ari, the way like how he looks is like the first thought we had in our mind is like he looks like Saberlight. So the idea was actually he was gonna play with Saberlight, and then we just have two people that look like each other, like in their off lane. But
Awesome.
unfortunately, that did not happen. So yeah, and for Kasane, it's like I actually did not know a single thing about him before I played with him.
All right. Yeah, I mean, they're still relatively new to us as well, so...
I wonder though, one thing, bro, before we let you go, obviously I have to get back to practicing, a long amount of practice to still go. You were talking about how things have all shuffled up, right? Especially in the NA region, it's been kind of a bloodbath, right? Where would you actually rank your new iteration of TSM? You were mentioning earlier that you wanted to see the last version do well and didn't go exactly as planned, but even EG, who is normally at the top of the pile, they have shuffled, they've changed up, they're now Shopify Rebellion. So do you think TSM has what it takes now to be able to get that #1 seed? Obviously, I think you're going to make the major, but you probably want more than that, right? You want to dominate the region. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think personally, I think our roster this year is a lot better than last year's. Last year's, I think Moon's 4 was kind of sus, and then now we got actually a really good 4. So I'm very excited for this new season, to be honest. So we'll see what happens.
We are very excited to watch your journey, but also, you know, you might have to run out the house before Moon Meander hears the interview and says, what the hell are you talking about? Excellent performance today, Brau. We cannot wait to see you in the future. So thank you so much for giving us your time.
Thank you.
That, of course, is Brau, the mid player extraordinaire from the side of TSM, and today had an amazing, fantastic day at the office. He did mention that he personally believes that this iteration of the team is better, and if we're just going to look at raw skill, raw mechanical levels, right? MMR at some point doesn't lie, right? It's like, well, this is clearly upgrades, but that MMR is only half the story. Mechanical skill is only half the story, but it's interesting because they didn't let Moon Meander go. I think it might have been different if Moon was completely out of the team, but they can keep the brain trust. Now you just have improvements mechanically on all of these players. So I feel very, very good about the future of this. Do you want to change your mind about where TSM is going to end?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta invest in the youth, right? Like, there's eventually we're gonna be, old guys, and you gotta move onward from somewhere. But you gotta start teaching them from a pretty early age. And I feel like this is a great chance for TSM to kind of go. I wouldn't say full rebuild. I'm not gonna use that word, but I would say a bit of a new iteration of TSM has a chance to maybe bring some new superstar players.
I cannot wait to see some new superstar players. We love to see the next up-and-comers in the Dota world. But that is going to wrap up our series between TSM and the side of Wildcard Gaming. A quick and dominant 2-0 in favor of the side of TSM. Now, of course, we move to the next series, which is going to be a cracker. Shopify Rebellion. old EG, under a new management, under a new brand, taking on the side of Tiath Gaming. We're going to see which one of these two squads will come out on top after a break, so do not go anywhere. Resume shortly and join us for more NADPC. welcome back one and all here to the North American DPC as we'll be continuing the first day of action and of course seeing the full road all the way to the Lima Major. My name is Snare and I will be bringing you this action as your host for the next few weeks. Joining me yet again are T Panda and Fear. Gentlemen, we had a bit of a stomp earlier on. It was fun to watch, probably not fun to play, that particular series, right? And this next one, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the road gets any easier for the underdogs because Shopify Rebellion, on the one hand, the super strong organization with the players at the very least, going out against Teeth Gaming. There's two players on the team, Panda, who don't even have Wikipedia pages. Gonna be their first run. One of their players, their carry player, hadn't played a professional match for like 5 months. And one of their support players, he was in a situation where he came in at the very last minute and make matters worse, he hasn't been on a pro team for about a year. This is a lot of negatives. Give me some positives. How did Theath Gaming come up with the W here?
I guess you got to bring some of that East European knowledge into the team. I'm looking at Lame, I'm looking at Toha. These two guys, when they've been playing together in Khan back in 21, and then they had all the other teams they played in between. They had Toha was with V Gaming, if I remember correct, back in the last year's DPC, and he had some pretty good results. Interesting techies player, for example, but he's also got a couple of good ones in his repertoire. So I think on Toha, he can be a very flashy, very aggressive support player, and of course, you could say, yeah, I know a lot of aggressive support players. That's kind of their job to help out their carries, obviously. But Anto's hero pool connected with that, I feel like he's a very interesting player to watch, and I think it could be a strength for you.
I hope so. Fear, whenever you have these sort of massively lopsided matchups, right, it can be a little bit easy for the team in the dominant position to get a bit complacent, right? However, normally that might be the case if they were still EG, but after they got let go, released by EG, right? EG moves to South America, Shopify Rebellion comes to take over. Will there be a little bit of a point to prove here? Will they be more fired up than they would be otherwise had they still stayed in the blue banner?
I mean, yeah, I think so, definitely. Because, like, when you're sitting in org for a long time, you kind of get a little complacent, maybe. You're always reliable, you're going to every major. Everything's, like, kind of going on course. But, like, new sponsor, you never know. It got released before. Could happen again. Maybe they feel like they have a lot to prove.
I imagine so. I mean, speaking of having a new sponsor in this kind of situation, it's kind of interesting to me the difference that a good sponsor, a good organization, primarily just good infrastructure, can make towards the success or the failure of a Dota team. Over the years, we've had so many organizations come in, look like they're splashing big money, but behind the scenes, it's like, well, the players aren't actually getting the support that they need. I hope this is going to be different, right? So far, for Shopify Rebellion, they have teams in StarCraft, they have a Halo team, they have some Valorant players, and they all seem to be being treated very well and fairly successful in that regard. So, Panda, do you think that that's going to transpose over into the Dota realm as well and will have success?
I mean, you always got to stay hopeful for that, right? I mean, you're holding on to a team, you're holding on to a bucket of stars, basically, in this whole team. So you want to take good care of them. They will eventually pay out the success. We've seen players like RTZ being so close to the top. He might be doing it with a new team. And I think that kind of comes into a very interesting storyline of when they were with EG, they'd start off the year pretty well. They're good as an NA team. They're okay internationally. Then they play super well in TI. And when we get to the playoffs, they just flop. Yeah. So I want to see a bit of a shift here. I want to see Shopify Rebellion scene, or the theme this year could be something like maybe a bit of hardship, something to learn from, bounce back off of. All right, guys, we're going to push our game forward, go into TI with good open eyes, maybe even lead into a NA victory since, 6-7 years already. So
it would be very ironic that the last NA victor right here, he's just chilling. It would be very
all about that.
Yeah, I do, unfortunately.
But wouldn't it be weird and interesting if this was the key, the motivation, that extra step, like you was mentioning? And you were talking earlier in the previous series about peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
And obviously Shopify Rebellion, they're going to come off hot, but it would be nice to finally see them peak at TI instead of right before it.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely am looking forward to seeing how they're going to do when they're rebranded here. Because I always thought they were missing that one little piece, right? I thought maybe they should make a couple roster changes to get that motivation, but maybe a new organization isn't what they needed. But we'll have to see because they've always been so close, top 3, they got the second place in the other major. Then since then they kind of been going downhill. And then I think got a little complacent. And I think now is their time to come back and show what NA Dota can be.
Yeah, fresh wins.
Fresh wins, fresh team, new offlaner, new organization, new draft. So let's get into it. Game number 1 here between the side of Shopify Rebellion and Theath Gaming. This is going to be just a race to see who can get the Lina, the Brood, the Tree out of the meta as possible. Actually, Tree was mostly ignored their last game.
It was, yeah.
I'm not entirely sure that this is going to happen in this series as well because, it's Tree. I'm still very surprised that it was completely ignored. I'm glad Lina's banned out. What do we want to see here, gentlemen? Rubik's still in the pool. The Tree's still here. I don't think we're going to have another Clockwork game. Tusk just got banned out. What do you want to see as the opening pick here, Phil?
For Theoth?
Yeah.
Rubik, probably. Pretty stable hero. I like it. It's had good performances. And I think it doesn't really give away too much from your draft.
How about Marana, Panda? How are you feeling about that hero? It
Well, I
had
was
decent
thinking,
performances
I was
last time.
thinking about the Marana. Like, how much do these two teams value the hero? Is it still like following the meta of every other region and all the teams basically just playing it out in pubs and scrims? Obviously, like, do they put a lot of value on it to be a first phase pick, which it usually is? Normally picked up with the Tusk banned this time. You can still pick it as a loner hero. Still fits in pretty nicely into the picture. Great harasser, good trader, very annoying to play against. You can also force Marana to like. Going to leap early on, for example. You see the Starstorm level ones, for example, for extra harass. Maybe something to go along with the arrow, something that could work too. But, well, we're not going to get Marana first, at least.
No, we're going to get Tiny, who's currently the most picked hero in the DPC across all regions at this moment in time. Understandable, though, very flexible. Can do a great, fantastic job at initiating around the game. Decent amounts of magic damage, so makes sense why he's always picked up. The interesting thing will be the response here. Rubik, of course, that you highlighted earlier. And Doom, another first phase Doom here, gentlemen. How do we feel about this?
I think Doom right now is like, he has a lot of advantages. I don't think the hero itself is like, has many weaknesses because you can put him on many different roles. I know Crit can play if they want to. They could also like throw in the offlane on Saberlight, which is most likely. Pretty rare you'll see RTZ play something like that, but he can. I just don't think he really wants to, right? So Shopify has always been the team that has very strong like fundamentals of like what they want to do in game.
Yeah.
And like sometimes to a point where it's like a flaw. And it's kind of like why you see them do so well. Like they come up with these strategies, they run them over and over again. They're just so damn good at it that they win games, but eventually
Somebody breaks the strats.
yeah, they're around that top 3 mark, you know? Like they start running out of strategies, they start understanding. And right now, if they're picking Doom this early, it means they know what they're doing with it, and they're going to make it work in the laning stage, at least for sure.
Yeah, and I think one of the big benefits for Shopify Rebellion is when they got Saberlight into the team is his actual versatility and his hero pool. Like, he can adapt to different play styles. He's got a lot of heroes in his pool that he's comfortable playing with. He can even pick a hero that he hasn't played too often lately and still have good performances. Like, a very stable performer in general.
Saberlight, honestly, I spent all day just hopping on about how amazing this guy is. Just watching him fills me with joy.
Welcome
and
to
pleasure.
Saberlight panel.
The Saberlight fan club is now gathered, and we're going to be hoping personally that he's playing something a bit more exciting, but no matter what he does, it's always great. And it's interesting that he was the one that was sitting next to the coach of Bulba, because usually, for the longest time, it was either Fly or the A-God who would be, you know, in his ear, getting his advice. Do you think that's an actual change, or is it just like, well, we're sitting next to each other because we just happen to be sitting next to each other?
It's an interesting question, actually. I normally, he takes over RTZ's PC and just, like, clicks around. But, yeah, that's different. I mean, I've never seen that before, right? So, like, I wonder what that means. I'll definitely need to keep an eye on that as the draft continues.
In the event that they win later, we can definitely ask them about it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big panda right there.
Yeah. It's a cutie right there.
Panda for good luck.
Approved.
Here's one of the players, of course, who is going to be making their debut in the DPC writ large. Very, very new. I mean, the entire team is basically like a new experiment, right? New organization that's in Dota. Half the players haven't played before. Half of them haven't played in a long time. It's pretty much just the way I think about it when I'm looking at this team, it just feels like, it's like, you know what, guys, we've got an opportunity. Let's try and make the most of it right now. It doesn't feel, personally, that this is going to be their final form just yet. These players could still easily just, like, shuffle about, but just stick together for now, see how it goes. And worst case scenario, we get relegated. Who cares then? And if we don't, hey, we gain some great experience. We can start pushing for the later portion of the season.
One of the bigger heroes here for Theoth Gaming, I would be looking at Antoa and Io. Io's still in the pool. It's a good pair up with the Tiny. It works with Lesh. It's not the best synergy in general terms, but you've got the Tiny already picked up, and you normally would go for another support pick when you're heading into the second phase, and then have the opponent answer to it. But I don't know if Io is really the go-to hero here, but I know Antoa is really good on it.
He's so good on that hero. I'm looking at these Shopify bans. It feels like they're trying to angle towards an RTZ lifestealer. Monkey King removed, no Ursa being in the pool as well. That's one of his best heroes. Yeah. So, I don't know. What do you guys feel? Fia, do you want to see the lifestealer come out?
I'm pretty neutral on it, but I think for the most part, the Monkey and Ursa are to just make sure Saberlight has a good lane on the Doom. Because those are really bad lane matchups for the Doombringer. And I think if they would have picked it earlier in the stage, I think they would have switched things up and then had Crit probably play it. And then, have, Saberlight classic Veno or something come out to, like, counter the pick right there. So, like, I think this team specifically has, they have a lot of structure, right? They really think out stuff like this, and this is why they're very difficult to draft against until you understand fully what they're doing. Yeah. So I think right now they know what they're doing with this Doom. They picked the Phoenix now that they got the bans for the Doom. Like Saberlight's probably like, I only can't play against Monkey. I can't play versus this Ursa as well. Other than that, I'm good, right? And then they banned the Snapfire and picked up the Phoenix.
Yeah. Protect this Phoenix. It's kind of interesting to me, Panda, that this is basically the same opener that's coming in from Theath Gaming that we saw from Wildcard Gaming, right?
There's some similarities, and that's not necessarily a good thing, in past history. I'm just kind of figuring out here is what does Theath actually want to put on their carrier role? They can still leave it open. They don't have to pick it here. Just kind of looking at Lame's got a pretty sizable amount of games on Troll and Morphling.
Oh, thank God there's a tree.
Troll comes out. The tree comes out as well. I was thinking about his TA for a bit, but then you talked about the Venos and stuff. Like it feels like Veno's still a pretty good pick for Shopify if they wanted to put that into maybe a core role against the Troll, for example. What do you think about it?
It's definitely good in that regard, but I just don't see Shopify doing it. Like, I think they're pretty dead set on, like, we're probably going to put Crit on the Rubik with the Doom, and we're just going to outplay them, and we're going to get something out of the lane. Yep. Maybe we'll just win the lane. In worst case scenario, we will drag the wave. We're going to get something from this lane. We're not going to overcompensate and make Arteezy play this Doom or something like that, right? They'd rather give him something he wants to play. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up a Drow Ranger or something right now. It looks so good against Troll and Leshrac. But they're actually just going to save his pick for last as they pick up a Mars.
Potentially mid-Mars for Abed in this situation, or mid-Doom. I guess the decision will come down the line. What's interesting about this Theath Gaming pick as well, Troll Warlord, most of the time we see Troll, it's like, it's Troll. But Lamer does have...
I hate the hero.
He's one of the few people, right, that's played this hero 80 times, I think, with a 75% win rate. So really knows what he's doing on the Troll Warlord. One of the few people still capable of winning on that hero. If I see that hero, I always lose the games. So I like the fact that they have some heal. They give him a comfort pick. I'm not so sure how that's going to interact with the rest of this lineup on the side of Shopify Rebellion, because I'm still having some issues with how do you deal with this egg at this point.
I mean, there's a Mars there as well, and like this is a classic counter to Troll. He gets really mad and he wants to hit you. You just put the shields there actually with Mars, and you take no damage, and you can't stop hitting him because that's just what the Troll does, right? So it's very annoying to play Troll against that, and of course the arena is really good with the egg too. So a lot of team fight for Shopify Rebellion here.
And Theath kind of relies that Troll needs treants around for fights. Like, you need to have overgrowth, basically, to be able to get most out of this Troll Warlock. He's not chasing targets endlessly. Maybe Tiny now put into a support position, go for a quick Blink Dagger. You've got the toss capability, and even the Avalanche for closing in gaps, which helps the Troll again. And then you have Leshrac, which has also somewhat similarities to this Tiny as well in gap closing, which also benefits the Troll. But it all comes down to, like, do we actually have enough damage to burst down the heroes that Shopify has right now? We talked about the Mars is tanky. Phoenix Egg is pretty nasty if well positioned. If Troll ults or if Troll is in a weird position, he doesn't have the backup from his allies. And I mean, I can see Treant is a strong hero early on. Troll is he kind of sits into the picture like he's a pretty stable hero to go with. But I'm always worried about late game Troll. Like it's never something that I enjoy watching too much because he's always running around. I think Skitter was one of the guys who's always like, ends up being behind tier 3, tier 4 towers. And I was like, yeah, that's Troll for you. Like the guy's just doing his own thing,
One thing I'm really worried about for the side of Theath Gaming is their burst damage overall, because obviously we have the Sunray, we saw how effective it could be in the prior series, but we have this Rubik as well against the tree. If he ever gets a hold of that living armor, suddenly the fights are much more difficult than they would be otherwise. And especially considering how these heroes have to position in order to be able to get these kills in this game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, I feel like this could be a really good Rubik game, positioning-wise, and actually waiting for those good spells to come out. You got Mars, Phoenix, and then the Doom as well. They're all pretty good with providing vision while being close to the opponents, and you have that kind of, bulwark, in a sense. You have this real vanguard of basically big flesh in front of you, and Rubik can just look for his openings. Yeah, a lot of good spells to steal.
They did not ban Drow. I'm super surprised. I feel like this is already a hard Troll game, and Troll hates playing versus silences, and things that he can't man fight. And I think against Mars, it's already hard to man fight, and Troll hates being doomed. Like, if you can't get your ult off, and then if you add Drow on top of it, who has like we can buy the Shard, which reduces the healing from the Leshrac Bloodstone, on top of having the silence as well, long range, pierces his armor. I think Arteezy's definitely looking at Drow right now. Like, this could be a good pick, depending what the Thuds manage to maybe counter pick it blind here.
They don't
It has to be on their mind.
They don't even have a Lotus builder in the team right now, which is also a bit worrying for the Troll versus Doom matchup. He doesn't want to build Lincolns. It's not like your favorite items of Troll either.
No, I mean, you might have to, but it's definitely not like an item that helps Troll that much. You don't really need the mana regen. Normally go for the Battle Fury. You could go some weird Diffusal build. I mean, I think Drow just got even a bit better, or a Sniper they could look at as well.
Just outrange the Razor. Make sure that he actually is not in a position to affect the game at all.
Morphling is the last one that most people go to.
Morph seems good as well, right? Also, we spoke about it in the last series. Just any way to break the leash as well is always super effective against this Razor hero. And if you're breaking the leash, you can also use the Troll Warlord. You can force him really out of position if he ults anywhere nearby you. It's always really funny to see him chase like that.
Yeah, you can turn into the Razor and then link the Troll.
Use the Troll.
And then even harder game for him.
Yeah, and all the different item builds you can go on the side of Shopify Rebellion, you have so much more freedom to answer against your opponents, where Theater feels like it's a bit more narrowed down. And we see the Morphling come out, which is, it seems like a very good Morphling game. Obviously, Arteezy's probably just going to enjoy his time on this hero.
He had so many good picks for this last pick. He had like so many good options.
A lot of options.
So I'm taking it for granted that Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
I mean,
any bold predictions going the other way?
I mean, I'm going to say Shopify Rebellion, yes, but I do want to see some entertaining Theath gaming here. I mean, you've got 2 new players basically to a lot of people, and maybe the Stream Protector's going to show something cool in the early game. Who knows? I want to see a good game.
What do you think, Fierce? Stream Protector actually that busted that is going to allow Theath Gaming to win out a game that seems to be very stilted heavily against them?
No, but I hope I eat my words here, and I hope Troll gets at least 1 kill this game outside of the laning stage, because it's looking like a 0-6 type of Troll game to me. So hopefully I eat my words and they can take this game, but it looks very difficult.
It does indeed look like quite a difficult affair for Theath Gaming. Not only is it difficult from the draft perspective, just from a team perspective, they don't have as much experience. They don't necessarily have the pedigree in the same way as Shopify Rebellion. However, many times in the past, that has proven to not really be that important in terms of who actually gets the dub. What matters is how you play the game and how you execute your ideas. So I'm hoping that Theath Gaming will present us with amazing ideas in this first opening game between themselves and Shopify Rebellion. Game 1, it is going to be a very fun game. I am hoping that's going to be a close one. So to find out if that's going to be the case, we're going to send it over to our wonderful casters. We have the lovely Lizard, we have Magic Mike, and we've got some Dota. See you boys.
That's what I love to hear, Snare. Thank you very much for that. We do get into our hype series of the night. Look, I've been reading chat. Everyone wants Arteezy. We've got Arteezy now. They've got what they've wanted. Shopify Rebellion against Theath Gaming. Lizard, I'm not going to ask you about the drafts. I want you to tell me why Theath Gaming are going to have this game on in the bag.
Why they're going to have it in the bag?
I don't want to hear about Shopify. Why is Theath going to pull off this game 1 victory?
It's always like that, right? Like you play versus what's considered the best team in the region. You kind of go all in and you win the game. And then you lose versus everyone else. But versus them, you nailed it.
That wasn't very convincing, Lizard, but I'll take it.
It's kind of difficult. Did you listen to the panel? It's kind of hard to make something up right now that goes into their favor, but overall they have a decent draft. I think it's a solid draft. It's well covered. It can hit its timings, take rush, win game. Like the only problem is it is kind of countered.
Right.
Let's be real. They had so many options, like Fear, like Snare, like they said. They had options. They had Drow. They had Morphling. They had so many different avenues they could have taken. They took the Morphling one. Let's see.
It's
on
a good
Arteezy.
avenue. It's a good avenue.
Yeah.
I like it. We'll move into it. Shopify Rebellion against Theath Gaming. There is going to be a fight to break out very early on. High fives going around right now by Shopify, but Theath, they want to interrupt straight away. Napkin, however, that's a lot of damage being taken, sir. Not like this. Love, he'll try to run. The chase is on. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, it was basically a present for them. It was a gift.
What's up with NA and all these first bloods in the first minute?
I don't know. I don't know. I appreciate it, though.
I appreciate it as well. I love it. The more the merrier. I wish they clash again.
Well, I mean, a great start again. Shopify Rebellion 1-0 already. Bounty Run should go 2-2, but Shopify, they are getting a little bit aggressive. Arbed, he's going to move into that bottom side. Bounty Run will be taken by Arbed as well, even though he does get stunned. Of course, does have very fast hands, does manage to sneak the bounty away. Still a 2-for-2 in the air.
Speaking of first bloods that come at like minute 0 or something, do you remember maybe, just maybe, long time ago, I'm not sure if it was Bignum or if it was Green. It was an official game and he clipped his whole team with a snowball.
I think I do remember.
Do you remember that? I don't know why it came to my mind, but it's probably one of the best things that happened in this game.
Those are great memories indeed. Because we're having a look at this mid lane right now. Arbed going to be up against S, the Leshrac versus Mars matchup. What do you think about this, Lizard? Who should have the advantage based off the hero matchup going into this mid lane?
I mean, I feel like Lash shouldn't be that contested when it comes to last hitting. When it comes to this lane, right? It is a Lash after all. Mars can always skill Bulwark, right, versus range heroes. Like, that's what you can do in the off lane at least, but in the mid lane, I'm not sure if it's that viable. Like, you actually need to go for as much farm and as much damage as possible.
Bottom lane, Arteezy, Fly going to be there against 9 and Napkin. The Raze, a tiny matchup against the Morphling and the Phoenix. Like, do you have much kill potential here against Arteezy?
I feel like he needs to be out of position. Like, he really needs to make a mistake for him to die here, and I would say the same for Phoenix even. Because think about it, like, both of these heroes have mobility, right? And you're playing into a Razor. Like, all he can do is link up to you, steal as much damage as possible, right? But if you have these mobility spells, that shouldn't be possible.
Certainly shouldn't. Of course, maybe we have a look at that top lane as well while we're at it. We do have a quick pause going on. Lamey and Love going to be against Saberlight and Crit. Another one of those lanes where it feels like it's a little bit passive from Shopify Rebellion's end, but at the same time, does the Troll and Treant scare you if you're Saberlight and Crit right now?
I think this one depends on the creep as well. Like, if the Doom gets a really nice creep, you can dominate the lane. And look at the wards, look at the sentries. Like, they're actually dire, they're blocking it. They just don't want this Doom to have a good creep.
Well, what is the optimal creep, do you think, in this situation?
The best one would be the Harpy.
Right.
Probably. You get the Harpy and you just spam the Troll. It's obnoxious.
Yeah. Obnoxious to say the least. Still, Crit going for a bit of a rotation. Like you said, they do block off the camps. They don't want to give any kind of opportunity for Saberlight to try and make that happen. Of course, pretty slow kind of start here. We did have a quick pause there, so, it does tend to happen. Apart from that, I don't expect too much aggression from the side lanes whatsoever, right? Like, it feels like both these side lanes are probably going to be quite passive, both sides just wanting to farm up. Maybe the mid lane, I suppose, is where you see some action break out between the Mars and Lesh, but even then, chances are they're probably just going to sit back and relax. Kind of hard for S to stay near Arbed, considering he's always going to have the spear up and available.
Just push him away every time he approaches.
Absolutely. Speaking of, by the way, I'm not sure if you know, but we did have our betting odds by esportsbets.io. The betting odds were quite ridiculous. I mean, I know that Shopify Rebellion are the favorites going into this.
How much, though?
1.05 for Shopify compared to the 7.94 of Thief. I mean, that's quite high off.
Yeah, I feel like that's high. $8 on a dollar sounds high.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
You'd be pretty happy if Thief won right now, I'll tell you that. We'll see what happens. I mean, they're certainly into it right now. I mean, less than 1k net worth lead for Shopify Rebellion. Again, just a bit of a farming game breaking out. Looks like the mid lane going very well for this Leshrac at the moment. Even our Troll Warlord seems to be farming just fine, and I suppose it's the thing, right? Like, passive lanes seem to favor Theoth right now. Like, it's exactly what they want. Just give that early start to the Troll Warlord. So it looks like we are going to have a bit of a jump in onto this Razor Napkin in a bit of danger. Popping a fair bit of damage here, but Arteezy not going to be able to keep up with the Fire Spirits. Fly with the last tick has enough damage to take him out.
I thought he was fine even. Damn. They actually do manage to take him down. It's the level 2 Fire Spirits. Like the damage increase is doubled, and that's where you can really fill in the ticks. It's crazy how stronger Phoenix was back in the day, even. Like when you think about it, these are the nerfed Fire Spirits.
Yeah. Those are the good old days when Phoenix really just destroyed people in lane. It's amazing. Oh, what can we do? It's gone now. Still, I mean, like you said, it's still very potent here. Flying level 3 looking very, very strong with these Fire Spirits. Kind of a struggle now for Napkin and 9, right? Like, with this Razor, it feels like you kind of want to play aggressive in this lane, but we kind of talked about the fact that they have so much mobility on the side of Shopify Rebellion, you can't really abuse that side of Clean. It just feels like the bottom lane for Theath is just kind of waste.
Pretty much. Like, you want to be dominating with a Razor on the offlane, right? Like, you want to be pressuring the enemy carry. Morphling is one of the best carries versus Razor. Not only in the lane, but post the laning stage, you just morph into him, you link him up as he's linking you, you don't lose any damage. Or, like the panel talked about, you could just link the troll. Then it's even worse, because if he ults, he can't escape.
Napkin, he might be in danger again. They'll try to at least find Fly, but the damage is flying out onto this Razor. Meanwhile, Love does drop top lane. Napkin, he is barely going to survive thanks to the raindrops. But my god, this lane is just not getting any easier. Shopify Rebellion continuing the aggression, and well, for now they're 3-0. The Theath have not picked up a kill across the map.
And think about it, he bought the raindrop and it's already gone. Like, he just got it. It's on 1 charge left, so...
That's a feels bad.
It was a good raindrop, though. It did save him quite a few times, so...
And now it's gone.
And now it's gone.
It happens.
Yep.
9. We have a bit of a rotation to the mid lane. We are approaching that 6-minute mark, so you are going to have those power runes spawning up. See, very important, especially for Esk on that Leshrac, really wanting to bottle that up. Get aggressive with it if you get the right rune.
Get all the heroes converging on the mid lane.
There's a lot. Love, he's going to get caught out here by Arbed and Crit. To slow them down, but they do have the arena up, so Arbed can just lock him down on that tree, and it should be a nice, easy kill here for Arbed on that Mars. Fly, he might drop, and eventually will. Esk able to pick up the kill, be more than happy with that. Who took the power rune? It was 9.
It was 9, yeah. Fly, I believe he tried to dive over it and steal it. Or just move in position to steal it. It didn't work. It was also a really good room for Tiny haste, so he was able to just chase him down, blow him up together with Lash.
Very nice indeed. At the very least, S doesn't get that haste, but like you said, Tiny loves it just as much. So Shopify 4-1. It just feels like everything's gone their way. Mind you, I say that Lamey is farming extremely well right now. 48-3 in terms of CS. It feels like at the very least this troll is having a very free game thus far. Do you think Shopify are worried about that whatsoever? Like, is that a big concern for them?
Well, it's not a huge concern, but if the enemy carry is free farming, it never feels that great.
Fair.
It's kind of something that they could have expected, because you are playing Doom into the troll, so that lane on its own should be troll favored, unless you, like we mentioned earlier, unless you get a really, really good creep. Which he didn't, he got like a mana creep, so the mana burn.
Yeah, used to be a great creep, that one. Amazing when it was, but not so much anymore. Bottom lane, Napkin still having a bit of a rough time here on this Razor, just not able to get close. Fly's just constantly there with the Fire Spirits to bully him away, and again, this Razor just hasn't had the impact he would have liked in this laning stage. Very, very slow start for him, and Arteezy's more than happy to just keep that farm going on the morph. Meanwhile, mid lane, now this is a big one. S gets caught out by Arbed. Does he have the help in time? He's going to try and survive through it. The Avalanche is going to be there, but they've got the damage follow-up. Arbed, he got tossed up, but 9...
Troll is here.
He doesn't have the damage. Still Lamey shows up, but a nice spear away from Arbed. He'll take the double damage rune away from Lamey, and that's going to be enough. Arbed's just perfectly fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Arteezy just chasing down Napkin, looking for a kill. One hit away, but won't go for it. He'll leave him be.
Yeah, that spear really helped out. And bottom lane is a problem for Razor, because you can no longer even solo versus the Morphling, right? He is the one, the safe lane carry, and he is the one bullying you out of the lane. So it's not a good feeling as an offlaner, especially an offlaner such as Razor. Like you have these Razors and Dead Prophets and Vipers, you know, Dragonite perhaps as well is one of them. You really want to be winning the lane, you want to be dominating. That's the only way that you become a significant threat in the mid game.
Ooh, absolutely, I agree with that. Though Arbed kind of missing a spear there onto 9, a bit of an awkward moment, maybe just looking for that angle but doesn't quite connect. So they do find the bounty at the very least, so they get something for their trouble, but that's about it.
Yeah, they try to go bot as well. Lesh, actually they're trying again. Lesh is still around, he didn't leave. He tried to use Split Turret from the trees. If you do manage to hit Split Turret, then you can maybe even kill the Morphling, but the fog gave him away. He wasn't in Fog of War anymore.
And now the rotations are coming. Shopify, they know the Lesh is around. More TP's in. They'll bring the Tiny, so 9 will join, fill up the bottle of Esk. Give him a bit of a reset going into this fight. They're going to be around there with Arbed, but it seems like they've given up on that bottom attempt. So they might be able to make their way into the Dire Triangle, but they'll leave that be as well. Instead, trying to opt to go for the Power Rune, and there will be a nice Arcane Rune there for Arbed. Meanwhile, bottom lane, who have they got? Arteezy dropping very, very low, but Strength vaulting his way? No, it's not going to be enough. He will drop. That's a massive kill for the side of Theath. His Fly, he shows up. We'll be able to Icarus dive away, but 9's in the chase. He'd love an Avalanche Toss combo. Problem is he doesn't have the Avalanche, but he does have the Toss, so he tosses Esk in. A great Split Earth out, and Fly is going to drop as well. So suddenly Theath showing signs of life in this game, number 1, as they do take 2 kills away, and most importantly, they find Arteezy.
Yeah, really nicely done by them. They don't take the tower, not yet at least, as Arteezy has TP'd back in. Maybe Lash will just edict it down, yeah.
Arbed, he's going to rotate. Long TP though, not going to quite make it there in time, but you do have more help incoming. Still 9. Going to cut the way off, so Arbed can't catch anyone with that arena. It's like 9 going to be just fine as well.
Yeah, they really wanted to just defend this tier 1 on bot lane. So, a nice little TP by Arbed. Also at the same time, top lane is defended by Treant, something that we didn't talk about. Love is just chilling on the top lane. He has his living armor, he uses it in every fight and just defends top.
Easy life here for Love. He's just going to stick around here forever, keep that tier 1 tower healthy. His team will be happy with him for that. You're buying plenty of time as well, like you've got Esk just farming the Dire Jungle. Again, we talked about the Troll Warlord, but Lamey's been having a pretty darn good time going into that Battle Fury build-up. That's the thing with the Troll Warlord as well, like, is Battle Fury the way you kind of have to go right now with this kind of character?
Well, let's just put it this way, I didn't see anyone go do anything different in a really long time.
There you go, that answers the question. Mid lane, Fly, he's going to drop. 9, able to secure a very nice kill there onto the Tiny. And another haste rune being caught out, but Arbed is going to snipe it away. Very cheeky snipe there from Arbed as 9. He's trying to give it over to Esk. Not able to do so, however.
Yeah, it happens very often. You try to save it for someone. Because of that, the enemy core is there in time. And he's the one that ends up having the rune.
Absolutely. Wonder what they try and go for here, like on the side of Theath and Shopify Rebellion, what the objectives are, right? Like neither side has found any tier 1 towers yet. It's kind of expected for Shopify to struggle because you are against the Treant. But on the side of Theath, they haven't been too aggressive in trying to find those tier 1s either. Apart from maybe that bot tier 1, but it was well defended by Shopify. And well, speaking of the Devils, they are now smoked up. Arbed and Fly are going to rotate up towards the top side. Love and Esk, they'll be around with the rest of the team. Maybe preempting a team fight. Saberlight, he might be baiting them in. Overgrowth is there. He does have his team around, and Arbed, he's going to jump in onto the left rack immediately. Egg being dropped as well, but it's going to be bursted down by Lamey. He just pops the battle trap still. They do at least find Esk, and now Crit comes in. A great avalanche out. Saberlight finds a double, and Lamey is not out of danger yet either. He'll get speared up. Can they get some follow-up to this? Not quite. Lamey, he should be just fine. Or is he? They continue to poke and prod at the Troll Warlord. but eventually he will walk away.
Yeah, there was an avalanche on Rubik, so he wanted to continue pursuing, but it just isn't enough to kill the troll. He's very big. Also, the egg was... not sure. Like, Fly, he knows what he's doing. He's one of those position 5s that has played Phoenix.
Is under attack.
I don't know how many times anymore. So many patches with so many different teams he's been playing the Phoenix. But that egg maybe should have been out of the arena. He plants it into the arena, he instantly gets focused by the troll and the Lash.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Arteezy may get caught. Esk, find him out. Strength Morph is there immediately. Arteezy, he'll put the hand up.
Dire's middle
In the meantime, the mid-tier 1 tower is dropping, so it's a bit of space being made by the Morphling. They'll try to heal it up with that living armor. Rotation in from 9 as well to try and slow down the push, and they are forcing Theath to rotate all together as a team. And that they will, making sure that tier 1 does not go down. He's buying a lot of space for the rest of Shopify Rebellion to just keep that farm going. Like, you look at Saberlight's net worth right now, he's just so well and truly ahead of everyone else, and that's going to be a huge issue. He's almost at his blink, and he has his full BKB up.
Yeah, it's the classic gameplay of Doom in this patch. By the way, Doom in the Chinese region, if something hasn't changed, which I don't think so, still has 0% win rate. With I don't know how many games even, like maybe one of the most picked heroes with the lowest win rate.
There you go. Fun fact from Lizard.
I wonder if NA will be similar.
We'll find out after this game. I mean, Saberlight's having a very good start for now at the very least. Theath, well, they've got to try and find a way to defend this mid-tier 1 tower, but the whole of Shopify Rebellion around. Love, he's going to be alright, but a great arena out from Arbed. He's going to find 2 of them. There's the egg out. They are completely trapped up on the side of Theath, and there is no way out of this one. They'll find 2 of them.
Bottom lane.
Bottom lane, however, they do find Arteezy. Is that a decent trade for Theath?
I think so. Just killing off Arteezy. If you look at Shopify, like Arteezy is their carry, the true carry. Everyone else is more or less a sidekick. So killing him over and over and slowing him down definitely should pay dividends, but the problem is the rest of his team is becoming rich as well. And eventually they will hit that threshold in which they'll playmake so much that you won't even be able to hunt down Morphling anymore.
That's fair. Love. He caught out Saberlight. He'll make the jump in. There is going to be a Razor, but an immediate Doom out, and now the Overgrowth trying to slow them down, but Saberlight, he had the BKB up. Even Arbed there to follow up onto that Razor. They'll toss him into the loving arms of Lamy and Arbed. He's way too far forward now. He may just drop, but he does at least find Napkin before he does go down. You also lose Saberlight in all of this.
Yes.
Maybe a very confident play made by Shopify Rebellion.
Yep, definitely. When you see that they're chasing, when you see that Doom is going up ground as well, like uphill, without any vision, just because he knows that he doomed Razor, it's definitely overconfident play.
And now suddenly Theath, they've got a free tier 1 tower to take down. Be very, very happy with that. They'll open up the map for themselves, and it's still a 5k advantage the way of Shopify Rebellion, but you know, a couple more of those team fights, you might find the net worth swinging the other way. Theath, I mean, with this troll, he's going to escalate quite quickly.
It's 5k advantage, but remember, with the Midas Doom, so he's sitting on, what, 2k more net worth almost than the enemy carry.
Pretty much. It's almost like that Alchemist argument, right? Like, it's not enough.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. It always feels like you can get that one extra item on Doom, but that's mostly because you actually can. The hero is made for farming gold.
Absolutely. The high triangle now occupied by Shopify Rebellion. Mid lane, Esk. He's being chased down, Arbed trying to get within range, but can't see the Leshrac. That's gonna be just fine.
Some of these tier 1 towers are so good. Like, Lesh finds a Fairy's Trinket, Mars finds a Tumbler's Toy, Morphling a Possessed Mask, like...
Too good.
Just really, really good items on tier 1.
Certainly are. Mid lane, crit. Messing around here with 9. Does take the Avalanche once again. Seems like it's a priority for him to have that spell up. Meanwhile, rotations from Shopify down towards the bottom side, but they won't find anyone. Arteezy, he'll get stunned up. He did not get the strength morph in time, and he is going to drop again. Perfect setup there from Esk. That's going to feel bad for the Morphling. Bottom.
A little iffy
Dire's middle tower is
from
under
Arteezy, definitely.
Just not having a great time at all in the Morph now. 1, 3, and 2.
Something like a repeat of the last game, where last series, I believe, which they did well in the lane, but post lane wasn't easy.
Well, mute up the troll down at bot lane. He does cop the Doom, but he got the battle trance off here. Arbed, he's going to put the shield up, so he's happy to just tank through all this damage. But that's a lot of damage stacking up now with the cleave as well. Arbed, he is going to drop. They might at least find Lamey. In fact, maybe not, but no. Fly, he does save the day. He'll find the Troll Warlord. 9's even melting through the damage of Fly. Look at this, man. He'll just carry the team himself on this +5 Phoenix, but eventually he's got to drop, and he will. It's a Theath. I mean, they lose the Troll, but they'll find 2 for their trouble. And it just seems like they're slowly setting a tempo on their side of things.
Radiant's top tower
Would they
is
get
under
Tiny in
attack.
the end? Yeah. That's a nice little high ground war there that they had. Yeah, they lose the Tiny right now, and the Troll. The trade is kind of even, I would say, in the end.
Certainly so.
The only big positive for Theath is the fact that they have no big ultis. Huge ultis, at least. And they forced a couple of really big ones from Shopify. The Arena was used, the Egg was used, Doom was used. If you could take a fight right now, maybe, that wouldn't be that bad for Dire.
It certainly doesn't feel that way, Theath. I mean, maybe they group up, maybe they get a smoke going. Now they're just happy to keep that farm going. Shopify. They just get back to the farming game themselves. Obviously, a few unfortunate kills there onto Arteezy, and just be sticking a hit in the creeps for now. Rest of Shopify Rebellion just making sure they kind of just scout out the map, that top side, make sure it is safe. Of course, they are hanging around the bottom side of the map right now, just not necessarily wanting to take a team fight at the moment. Just happy with the way this game's gone. Still a 5k advantage going the way of Shopify Rebellion, but it's just perfectly fine for them. Problem is, though, Roshan has started. And it does feel like Theath doesn't want to give this for free.
Do you think they will even know?
I don't think so.
I feel like they'll be completely oblivious until it's too late.
It seems like you're right here, Lizard.
As it usually is, right? Like, you just don't notice until, oh, look, no one is on the map. You hover above Rosh to ping it, and then you're like, damn.
And it's gone.
Yeah. You get that Roshan has fallen, and that's about it.
And now bottom lane, they might get a team fight on top of it if they're not too careful. They are trying to back their way out. Definitely not a fight they want at the moment, and it's going to feel a little bit bad, right? Like, just giving Roshan away for free like that. Like, yeah, you didn't know about it, but considering the fact that you've won the last couple team fights...
Yeah. It feels bad just because you won a couple of team fights and, you know, it was going well for you. But at the same time, it's not the end of the world. You know, it happens. You lose Rosh from time to time. You don't protect it properly. You don't scout it.
Yeah, but it does feel like now you've got to try and maybe just avoid a team fight with Shopify. Or I suppose for Arteezy, he's got the Aegis up, but it's probably going to be more of a farming Aegis, right? Just stay away from trouble. Don't get involved too much. Just get that farm going and catch up a little bit.
Well, he's not that weak, to be honest. With Falcon Blade and Manta, like, he can dish out some damage in fights. He's not in a rush, 100%. He could continue just farming, but he could join a couple of these fights.
Saberlight might be fighting very, very soon. Lamey and Love going to move in. Battle Trance popped immediately. Saberlight, he's going to pop his BKB preemptively with the Doom out. Arbed, he's going to try and save the day, but he's a little bit too late to the party. They've already lost Saberlight, and this Troll is still a massive, massive issue. Even with the Doom, it is about to wear off very soon, but never mind. Arteezy and Fly, they move in and get the job done. Still a decent trade for the side of Shopify. Love, he's going to be fine to make his way up.
Such a good nickname for a Treant player. Love. You're just sitting somewhere spreading love across the map.
I wouldn't call it love, Lizard. I feel
Living
like
armor?
it's very toxic.
Living armor.
Well, what's good about delaying a game?
But how is it toxic? It's literally healing. It has healing properties.
So how is all techies toxic?
Well,
Yeah.
techies don't have healing properties.
Love is gonna drop. There's your love, Lizard. Fly's got my back. He'll
Very
take
sad.
him out.
Very sad. I was cheering for my boy stuck in the trees.
Not anymore. No more trees for him. Bottom lane, I mean, they might just force a push here. Like, Crit's already setting up with the push. Fly's there. Arteezy, he's not looking too healthy in HB, but he may not mind. We'll see if he wants to. For now, he'll go into that dire triangle, get that farm going once again. Still a 7k advantage for Shopify Rebellion. They haven't got too much to worry about. With 2.5 minutes on the Aegis left, do they force a fight?
That was hilarious. Good job.
They could. I believe that they could. What are they waiting for? Like, Morphling has a Skadi queued up, so he's not gonna get there anytime soon. They've got no egg, though, and that's a big one. So for the next 60 seconds, you might wait for that instead.
Looks like they just may. Thief not looking for a fight at all, though they are grouped up, maybe expecting one to come their way.
It's interesting because Shopify is also expecting the same thing. If you look at Mars and how he's positioned himself, they're actually expecting the smoke to come from the other team. And I believe they're right. I believe Shopify is right. Like, there should be a smoke happening right now because Aegis is still not reclaimed, so they'll be playing a little bit cockier. And no ultis were present. Like, you didn't have Doom, you didn't have Egg. It could have been the right time to smoke up.
Dire's bottom tower
Now they've missed that opportunity. Egg's going to be up in 10. Arena's up. Everything's available, basically. Just the egg we're waiting on. But Thea, just a little bit hesitant, and it might cost them because now Shopify, it looks like they're ready to maybe smoke up and go for a fight themselves. And there it is, a 5-man smoke through the mid lane. Abed Hill frontline for the team. Escort showing in the mid lane on that creep wave, so they know where they are right now. Ward's being placed preemptively on the low ground. They'll hold the high ground of that dire triangle underneath their own vision. Just prep for the team fight. They seem to have read the movement very well. But Shopify Rebellion understanding. They've probably got the vision of that high ground. Not going to try and move in for a team fight for now. They'll find a better moment later on. Aegis is going to expire in 15 seconds anyway, so it's probably not going to be great timing for them. And so both teams kind of just avoid the team fight altogether.
Is there something big that you're waiting for, MLP?
Of course I was. I'm always waiting
What?
for a big team fight, Lizard. I'm always waiting for it. Never happens when I want it, though. Big
It
smoke.
surprises you. Yeah.
Here we are. Abed.
Dire's
They get caught. Jump in. Avalanche is there. Tosses up the Mars. He does have his BKB. You
Will he turn?
No. No, he will not.
Apparently not. Like, they had an egg. They definitely could have turned there, but no BKB, and you're still on 50% HP. So, one of the things that really good teams do is they never risk. I mean, not really good, just good teams. They don't risk it if it's not necessary, right? Like, if you don't have an advantage, why take a fight? Unless you're really down under and you need to surprise the enemy team. Why take a fight if you don't have everything that you could have in your arsenal at that point?
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely fair. No need to do. No need to force anything. So, top lane. Well, they might force this. I mean, Esk is a big target, but looks like they don't have the confidence to try and force the Leshrac kill for now. Shopify again going to be very, very patient.
Yeah, killing that Lash isn't easy. He's got Blink, BKB.
Certainly going to be a very, very difficult task. Arbed still hanging around that dire jungle, but not finding a target he would like. In Shopify, they still seem to be grouping up as 5 almost. Though Arteezy, he will go back to his own triangle, but they are headed up towards that top lane. They're just interested in defending, of course, right now. Not interested in trying to force a fight whatsoever.
Yeah, when you have your Treant Protector, it's kind of easier, right? Like you mentioned it earlier, you called it toxic. I call it healing, you know, healing the wounds that the world of Dota has made.
I hate this hero so much. I really do. I hate this Treant hero. It's just... There shouldn't be a hero that's allowed to stand in the trees and just press towers. I just don't like it. It doesn't make any sense to me. If we're going to change techies, let's change this garbage hero too.
Change the tree and play. But what's my brother that never plays Dota gonna play then? You know, it's a hero. You know what? Arguably, it's not a hero for people that aren't that good in Dota. It's for those people that are big nerds.
That's right.
You know?
Absolutely right. Crit? Does Breaker smoke there onto Napkin, but he doesn't realize he saw the Rubik. Well, he didn't really see him. He was within that fog. Nine's going to move in. Still not seeing Crit. They can't catch him. Grasp is there, but it's not enough. He'll just lift his way back away. Crit's fine. It's not catching a break whatsoever.
Yeah, nighttime. Didn't really have that much vision. So he was just able to kind of walk past them.
And now down towards the bot lane of Shopify Rebellion, they know they can force a fight. Lamey's basically here on his own. You've got 9 around, but that's not going to help too much. He does pop his battle trance for Saberlight. He'll get the Doom off in time, and here comes the cavalry. RTZ right to work onto the troll. The bash is there, however. RTZ got to step back for a moment. There's your Agartha perfectly placed in the middle of the arena. They have got Saberlight, but it won't matter. They have got Lamey down to Esk. He's going to try and keep the fight going on his home, but it's not looking too good for him. So he should just drop, and eventually he will to Arteezy. They do at least get Arbet on that Mars, but now Arteezy, he can get right to work. Love, he is surely going to drop. They do get the overgrowth locked in time, but Arteezy, he's just unkillable at the moment. His Napkin, he'll static link, but that's about all he can do on this Razor. Just right to work, avalanche toss combination, keep the chase going. Napkin's still trying. Arteezy's fine, however. He'll just pop the mantra and walk away. It's a full team wipe for the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, suddenly you're 11k ahead now, and I just love Napkin. He tried so hard, got so far.
But in the end?
It did matter. You know, in Dota it matters. You're gonna be on some trivia, like how much damage do you think he did, or whatever, in the first 30 minutes.
Are you one of those guys that check your stats after the game?
No.
Is that what you do?
Oh, I do.
Oh.
I do.
I don't. I just move on to my next game.
Like my stats, I do, of course. But when I'm streaming, I only check them if they're good. And I know that they're good. If they're bad, there's no reason to check, right?
Absolutely not.
If they're good, I open them. I pretend I'm talking about items, you know, or something like that. Talk about damage dealt, whatever. Meanwhile, all I want is my stats to be seen.
Smoke up, Arbet again trying to go for a power rune. The arcane is there. Somehow Arbet's still alive, going to get the arena down in time, but they aren't going to try and follow up off this. They are missing the Mars now. Thea? They're actually backing off here. Arteezy, he's the one moving forward. Look at the damage Arteezy's dealing. He takes down 1 and 9. He'll go after Saberlight, or rather Esk. They both drop. Arteezy, he'll just keep going. It's going to be a triple kill for the Morphling.
I don't even know how they're managing to turn these fights so convincingly. Like, everything was used, and it looked like Dire had the upper hand. You overextend just a tiny little bit versus a team such as Shopify Rebellion, and they just completely punish you for it.
He literally just waveformed into the 5 of them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm going.
And it didn't matter because he had follow-up. Like, they're all on the same page. Phoenix follows up, uses that tag, uses Sunray, heals the Morphling up also.
Now you've got the Ags up as well on the Morph, and this is where things start to get very tough if you are Theath. I'm sure you had a great time on your troll farming up, but Lamey, like he always manages to find Saberlight, but as long as Saberlight gets the Doom off, it seems like he's more than happy with that trade, and well, Arteezy is the hard carry now. Like, Saberlight, he might be highest net worth, but he only has one job in these team fights.
Yeah, pretty much. That's just jump on someone, doom them, and that's pretty much it. Very interesting creep he's carrying. He's carrying the break creep.
You don't see that too often.
I don't see that ever almost.
Bot lane. Here we go again. Arbed gonna try and run. Lamey chasing him down, but Arbed's a tanky boy. In comes Arteezy. They'll toss him up, but they've got the troll. That's the big one you want. Lamey knows he can't survive through this and will drop an in fact crit. He even has overgrowth up. He'll lift up into the ult, and eventually they'll take down another. Another double kill for the Morphling. Things are really starting to fall apart now for Theath.
I have to say, I love every meta that has Rubik in it.
Rubik is fun.
Yeah, the hero is just fun. Tree, on the other hand, please tell me how you feel about the tree.
Doom top lane. I can tell you how I feel about this, because it's looking pretty rough for him right now, Lizard. He's probably just going to die. And will. Crit will pick up that one. In fact, Crit. He's got the Pulse Nova. He'll just keep going after Love. This is the kind of sight I love to see in Dota 2. Get rid of this Treant Protector. Love, he's going to try to run, but Overgrowth is taken once again by Crit. It's like, sure, walk back to your fountain. You can survive. I just wanted the spell anyway.
Just use the spell. You know, hit him until he's forced to use the spell.
Arteezy.
And steal it.
Avalanche Toss, not going to be anywhere near enough. And look at the damage. Napkin, run, sir, run. The Tiny, he's gone as well. 9, no chance of survival. Love's gone to boot. They're onto the tier 3 bottom tower.
This isn't cold territory though, right? Like, I don't think so. I think they continue playing. You still have 2 more sides, 2 more tier 2s, even if they take one.
I mean, you've got to keep playing. The game's certainly not over, but it's just such a difficult position. Like, how would you come back from this, Lizard? Again, I ask you the question, if you were coaching this team...
You always put me in the worst positions.
I have to.
Why don't you ask me, like, what would you do if you were Shopify Rebellion right now? Well, that's an easier answer. Hit some barracks. Fight again, kill them because you have, what, 25k advantage. What do you do if your Dire is, I don't know, you try your best. You try your best to outplay them in some team fight. You wait for a mistake. If a mistake happens, maybe you come back. But if it doesn't, you just lose, and that's it.
Oh, top lane. Battle Trance is there. Saberlight, again, just going to pop the Doom immediately. They do take him down, though. A nice setup here from the Troll, but in comes the Cavalry once again. Shopify, slowly making their way over. They have got the backup, though.
Radiant are scanning.
So the pincer move here, Arteezy gonna find the Troll, immediate waveform forward. Lamey, he just can't survive. Without the Battle Trance up, it's just such an easy kill for him to take. So you find Saberlight, he just doesn't care. He's happy to trade every single time.
Pretty much. You jump in, you doom, you die, but you get a kill on that troll. And every single time it's so alright for him. They do have multiple cores though. It's not like... Okay, Troll is probably the one that scales the best, but they do have Razor, they do have Leshrac. Like, even if Troll is dying all the time, they could adjust to that and just switch it up a little bit. Give that farm priority to Razor.
I appreciate your optimism, Lizard. I appreciate it very much.
You asked me. You asked me. You put me into this position.
Mid tier 3
I
tower.
was fine being realistic, but...
Arena down bot lane. Who have they got? It's going to be Esk on the Leshrac.
Ahmed has a refresher orb.
He
That's
does.
Our dear observer friend is just showing.
And they go again. Arteezy. He'll get to work onto the mid tier 3 tower. Yeah, nothing to really stop him here. It's just very hard to contest the Morphling at this point. And it just seems like at this point, you've got a tier 2 top tower, so you can't really get Megas at the moment. Never mind that though, Arteezy and Arbet moving in. They're going to find the Razor, and there is going to be a pause to come out as Saberlight is having mouse issues. Very awkward timing to have mouse issues, but you know, what can you do? It happens.
If it happened, it happened. I love how no one is answering anything from Dire, just some...
And when there's the go-ahead, so mid-racks will go down. Top tier 2 still up. Do you go for the top lane? Do you just go for tier 4 towers?
They probably go for top if they want to be more disciplined, but realistically, I think it's time for tier 4s for the throne.
That's exactly what they'll do. Arteezy, he'll move in. No GG core coming out quite yet. They're probably going to try and force one more team fight, but Shopify Rebellion having absolutely none of it. Second tier 4 tower going down. They'll make the jump in with the battle trance. They'll try one more time. Overgrowth is out there. Crit locks them down underneath the egg with the sun ray, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's gotta be it.
It's always like that. You go for that one last move, right? Like you try your best. If it works, it works. But you could see that they are even jumping the Phoenix and they can't take him down. Like it's a position that you get yourself in a game because of some poor rotations earlier on. You don't really focus on a couple of things, and it snowballs out of control.
What would you like to see changed going into game 2? Like, I feel like Theath put up a decent fight here against Shopify Rebellion. Is there anything in particular you'd like to point out here before we do head off back to the panel?
I would like to see a draft which fills me with hope for a later game, right? Like this draft, it didn't fill me with hope. You're playing a Troll Razor into a Morphling.
And Treant. Let's head off to the panel. Let's hear what they have to say about this Treant pick.
Well, we were hoping that we'd have a bit more hope in this one, but it was not even close. Let's be honest. There were times in the game where it looked like, something cool might come out of Theath Gaming, but as we were all watching it together, we thought that Shopify Rebellion, not as sharp as we've normally seen them in the past, clearly maybe shaking off a little bit of ring rust. It's their first professional game as well since TI, so a lot has changed, a new organization, but they eventually do get the W. What could Theath have done differently here in order to try and make this, to keep the momentum going? Because there was maybe a moment or two where it's like, yeah, something interesting could happen here.
I mean, just keep the ball rolling. I think Esk on his last track, he won mid versus Ovid for starters, so that was great, and he killed Artur like 3 times. And I think that was their momentum, right? But it just had to keep happening. It had to keep rolling. But after those 3 kills, they got Roche, and after Roche was on the Morphling, they ran out of play options, and from there it was kind of all downhill.
Yeah, unfortunately, and to make matters worse, Panda, it's not just that it was all downhill for themselves with individual heroes. Their team fighting just started to really lag behind. It's one thing when you have this Treant Protector providing you with the overgrowth. It's quite another when Rubik is able to consistently steal that spell and utilize it against you.
Yeah, this was really a game of the supports. Like when you look at we're talking about the Rubik, we talked about the Treant Protector on one side, and obviously the Phoenix from Fly as well. There's like, they have so much free reign, and they have some really good abilities to steal, not just steal, but use and utilize in this game. But it kind of connects that you need to be around your teammates to use them. And that's what we talked about the Troll as well. He needs backup from at least +1, +2 heroes.
Yeah.
These few clips that have been rolling on the screen right now have been very broken team fights on the side of Theath. They're starting 2 versus 5 fights. They do the right thing. They initiate first. But you look at the mini-map, where are the people? They're TPing to tier 2. We're fighting next to a tier 1 tower. Like they're not going to make it in time. They're using BKB charges. By the time those are finished, they are still running down the lane.
Yep.
One guy's dying. Okay, the next guy shows up, and it's just, it's one after another just dying all over and over again. But yeah, like, the supports really made this game what it was.
Yeah, the supports really made a huge difference. These 3 deaths from Arteezy, at some point it felt like he wasn't going to be able to be this massive carry at the end of the day, but he got there, right? And you speak about supports being incredible in this game and making this game possible. Between Crit and Fly, right? It has to be one of them as MVP. And Crit,
Hey, rightfully deserved.
Yo, remember that play he did in the top lane where they bait 4 heroes to try and get them, right? They're farming other sides of the map, and he somehow escapes by himself. The shard, 4-staff, and just incredible plays. You're like, all right, okay. So, Crit Rubik, how many times should he be allowed to play this one, Fear?
I mean, I don't know. He's got a lot of heroes. I don't think you can ban this guy out. Like, one of his strengths is, like, he can play the ranged heroes, he can play the melee ones. He can play, like he can roam, or he can be your spellcaster and like sit back and do what you need to do.
Yep.
So you can't ban him out. I think Rubik is strong, which is great, but like you have too many problems to really like be like, hey, ban Crit Rubik and we got a chance next game.
Yeah, this guy's got 27 KDA as well. 0 deaths. That's just beautiful.
0 deaths on support Rubik in a game like this, especially in a game where it's not like he was very shy about being positioned aggressively, right? It's not like he was hanging back. It's like, no, he's involved in the fight. How many times did he see him not just steal Overgrowth, but steal Avalanche, get in your face, pop it, Fade Bolt, heroes are on 0 HP, Saberlight cleans up. It was honestly magnificent to watch. But from the side of Theath Gaming, right, you were mentioning earlier, Fear, that they let go of the ball, things didn't really proceed in their advantage and like that. We had to be aware. We knew that once you got Roshan, once you got the Aegis on the Morphling, the game becomes pretty much impossible, right? Could they have stopped that? Could they have put more vision around the Roshan pit? Could they have just prevented the side of Shopify Rebellion from getting that massive advantage?
I mean, it was hard because it's like due to like a team fight where they lost, it just turned like to a free Roche, right? And like it's very difficult for them this game because like Esk, I think he played really well and he needs to continue to do this, but like the rest of the team also needs to like step up, and we didn't really see much impact from the Razor. The Troll was having a pretty good game, I'd say, but like I want to see more playmakers. Like I want to see him go for kills, you know, find more of these kills on Arteezy, but maybe add some more, get some more kills on Saberlight, just get a bit more aggressive.
All right, very quickly, Panda, what do you think? Game number 2, Theath Gaming, what do they have to do to try and make the adjustment here to maybe make this a bit more competitive?
Well, I guess we're looking at positions 3 and 4 from Theoth. Like, look at Napkin and 9, bit more impact, maybe a hero that enables that, or connecting more with their teammates. I think that's a really good key to success for Theoth here.
Well, team cohesion as well as the, enabling the new superstars that they have on their roster. We hope that Theath Gaming can make these adjustments in the short time between Game 1 and Game 2. To give them that time, though, we're going to be taking a very short break. And when we return, Game 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Theath Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We're here for the DPC and NA. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. Division 1 is underway, and we are deep into the second series, not just of the day, but of the entire tour. We have the side of Shopify Rebellion, formerly known as EG, taking on Theath Gaming. Game 1, not a kind affair for the side of Theath Gaming, so we're hoping for more from them. However, they still need to change up a couple of things. Gentlemen, before they get into the draft, before they start really getting into the nuts and bolts of things, I think one of the things that they really need to do, right, is adjust how they think about the game, because there were several moments as we were watching it where they'd want to make a move, but not know what to do. Or they'd make a move, smoke somewhere on the map, and it's like, well, now what? Where does this go, right? The one time where we saw some decent degree of success, they got a kill around the Roshan pit, but then they overextend afterwards, and then suddenly that advantage wanes away. So do you think they've calmed down? Have they had time to breathe in between this break so that they're mentally set for game 2?
Well, when you said the question of basically what do they need to do, just breathe it out, just play it calm, stay collective. He did some good things last game. They stick to those. They correct a couple mistakes, not too many. You still got to leave something to learn, obviously.
They just need to work on their draft a little bit.
Yeah.
Their laning
Their
stage,
shot calling.
their team fighting, their slow ganks, their spell casting,
Itemization.
initiation. No.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot needs to be done.
I think they do need a lot to be done to win this series, or even just this game. And I think the biggest advantage that they could get is always going to be in the draft, I think.
Yeah. Well, let us see if they could be able to eke out that advantage here, as we do have the draft available for game number 2. They have banned out the Lina, thank goodness, and Broodmother and Doom have been removed by the side of Shopify Rebellion. So now the question is going to be, what are our opening picks? I don't think we're going to see another first phase Razor from the side of Theath Gaming. That did not work out whatsoever. I could still see them first phasing the Tiny, but Razor felt a bit off kilter there. How would you all feel about, like, let's say, Tiny Tree?
Tiny Tree could work. I think Razor could still work, but you really need to pay attention, like what you're banning, like what that second phase is going to look like. Do they feel like they want to go for heroes like Morphlings, like we've seen in TI, where like first phasing Morphling, no fear. We'll just go for this hero. You answered what you have. I still feel like Razor's a good first
5
phase pick.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it could be fine. As long as you have an idea of how to run it, and so you saw like the Doom last game, they just knew how to play the lane, right? And if you know how to do that reliably with the hero, then it's fine. And I think it's very interesting here to see Shopify. They really respect this Doom. Like they picked it up last game, but like they're kind of being like, we're not going to first pick the hero, but we don't want you to have it like on your next 2 picks. So they're kind of showing that they're kind of giving clues that this is kind of like the meta right now.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't get Tree and Protector, but we got the guy who picks up the tree at least. And
No, it's good.
DP.
It's good enough. Yeah.
DP is actually
DP,
interesting.
some push potential. Some of these go. Some way to deal with the Roshan. Silence, I think, is probably one of the most important aspects of this. And the scary thing, though, Shopify Rebellion, the crit tusk. We were speaking about how you can't necessarily ban out all these heroes. I'm glad they removed the Rubik, especially if you're going to play Death Prophet, right? Given how good he is at stealing these spells, but Tusk scares me, man. We've already seen some phenomenal performances from Tusk today, and Crit is even better.
I mean, he's like one of the best support Tusk players, but I feel like Tusk right now is the most scary in the mid lane. So even if Abed were to pick it up, like that's still scary. The hero's just a monster right now.
Yeah.
And I think the reason they picked DP is kind of like a Tusk response. Like they could put it mid against it, but it also protects yourself a little bit against the position for Tusk because he wants to gank you mid. Yeah, he goes in, snowballs in, you just get 2 siphons off, and you can just walk it off.
Yeah. Much tankier, allows him to survive the fight. Does also look like we have Fly being the one that's receiving the advice directly from Balbo now. Oh, maybe it's a tandem affair because he's
in between both of them.
He's
now.
in between. He's like,
Maybe Arteezy's just like they're having a little bit of a separation. I just need my space for this tour.
I need time, Arteezy.
Yeah.
Arteezy being next to him was only for the sake of EG. Now that there's no more EG, sorry, mate, you're being relegated to the sidelines. This Nature's Prophet, where is it going to go, gentlemen? We saw it earlier today in the off lane. Didn't necessarily work out. We know that Arteezy has played this hero in the safe lane before. I don't know if Abed has actually ever played this hero either, but there's a lot of variety and versatility with this, especially considering even Crit can play this hero if need be.
Well, if it's a time of new wins, I mean, you could put this into the mid lane. Like 1, 2, 3, 5 is basically where you can play this hero. You got the Tusk, you've got a bit of flex already into the draft. You don't necessarily want to lock it in as a support with the Tusk, because then you're like, well, we've got both of our supports kind of showed in here. We just ban cores from there on. But it's got potential. It's still a very good lane matchup hero against several carry heroes, for example. If you want to put it into the off lane, Arteezy is also pretty good with the Fury and carry as well, so you've got to keep that in mind. It synergizes well with the attack team, especially from the Tusk. And there's a lot on the board, and I feel like this is a very stable opener from Shopify. I think it could take this draft in any direction.
Yeah, I don't think Abed will likely play this. It's
Yeah.
not part of the script, you know. Like, but they did pick this hero for just keeping their options open. It's very good versus DP in lane. So if it is an off-lane DP, then RTZ will play it. But if they switch it up and put the DP somewhere else, then I think Abed will just tank it. He'll just play something mid, maybe lose the lane. But they want him to be a bit more active, make things happen on the map, and RTZ will get a later pick and just counterpick what he sees for the most part.
Yep, he will have that freedom, right? The leverage to just look at what's available on the draft and say, yeah, what do I actually want to play? I also like the fact that last game, one of the few weaknesses of their prior draft is that they didn't have the best natural push. They had to win a lot of fights in order to bring down buildings. But this time around, that's not going to be a problem. Nature's Prophet can really accelerate you taking down the map if the game is going well. Let's look at some of these bans, though. They removed the Phoenix from the side of Theath. No Bat Rider either. I think after the last game, you probably don't want Fly to play Phoenix again. You're like, all right, man, cool. It's enough. I think we also just want to deny Shopify Rebellion the ability to have saves and heal. If they have one, deny them the other at pretty much all costs, because we saw how impactful it can be when they have both.
5 seconds.
Yeah, they ban out the Phoenix, but does that also mean that they've given up on the Treant Protector? Like, is this a hero that's not going to be picked up by Theath anymore? Have they lost faith in it after that last game? I think the hero still played out really well. Like, Love and Toha had some pretty good plays with it as well. Like, Overgrowth definitely had a place. And, Nature's Grasp. Was it Nature's Grasp, the first ability? I always forget the name of it. Yeah. It's, like, really good for, like, choke points. Trying to control the movements from your opponent. Has a great slow. It's always good, like, at any phase of the game. Force out BKBs and stuff like that if you find a good opening for it, too. And, it just gets better and better. But have they lost faith in the hero is basically what I'm thinking here.
I hope not, because they already banned out the Rubik, right? So you would imagine one of the reasons it didn't look as promising as it could be was so many Overgrowth steals. We even saw a couple of Living Armor steals. So maybe with Rubik being banned out, they're like, all right, if we get to the second phase and the hero is still available, we can still pick it up, depending, I guess, on what RTZ and the crew end up banning for themselves.
Yeah, they definitely can. But I've noticed that Tree has not, from the games I've seen, not been winning a lot. Like,
It hasn't impressed.
yeah, it's like a fine hero, but it's kind of like the same thing when Undying was super popular at TI. Everyone thought it was amazing, but at some point, like, you're just the first pick support at the end of the day, and if the other team really wants to shut you down, they will.
The hero's currently sitting at a 52% win rate, but what I think is probably happening is that because everyone's picking it, the really good teams win with it, and then the teams that aren't necessarily up to that level don't find themselves able to extract the maximum value out of this hero. This hero doesn't seem to have that problem though. Mirana, just nice and stable. Pretty much every game, there's always some role for it. You're playing this with the Tiny as well, so they have like some mobile gank squads going for themselves. This seems decent.
Yeah, you got some solid combos going around. Everyone has something to provide for team fight. You also got the MLS, which is pretty handy, considering there's the global presence from the Spherion. You always help out your teammates, maybe get a save if they don't have Dust with them, at least early on, like that level 6 Mirana. Just gave you that bit of an advantage, at least. And, I don't know, like, I feel like this is a really good Mirana game, but then when you look at Shopify, you're probably going to get shocked by what comes out next, and it's like, okay, maybe it doesn't feel that great of a pick after all. Like kind of with the Razor. Like, it felt like it was a good pick in the draft, but execution-wise, it just didn't feel like it fit at all into the big picture.
Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. Like, interesting. So I don't know if Fly plays it. I was going to say he could play like some Disruptor or something to shut the Mirana down. That's within his wheelhouse for sure, but this Hoodwink, I've only seen Crit play this. I don't think I've ever seen Fly play it, which makes me think Abed is going to pick up the Tusk, and RTZ might just be playing...
Saberlight Hoodwink? I've seen some Pos 3 Hoodwinks, at least in West Europe and East Europe.
I mean, anything's possible. I would just be a bit surprised, because
I'd like
for the longest time, this team has been very static on how they pick their heroes, right?
Yeah,
It's been
you
pretty,
talked about the system.
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty like obvious who's going to play what, but like you know what's going to happen, but you still lose to it anyway because they're just so good at it, right?
There's a difference between being able to understand a strat and being able to defeat it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
EG/Shopify Rebellion have always been ahead of the meta in that regard. Well, there's a Fly hero, Crystal Maiden emerging right now. So that does feel like it's more likely to have Abed on this Tusk. The A-God can play this Nature's Prophet. I mean, Saberlight has played Nature's Prophet, but I kind of I would like him to start fights in this one because outside of the Tusk, they don't have that much initiation right now on the side of Shopify Rebellion. And I think Saberlight always does best for his teams when he can go in. He's the first one off the mark. So what do we want to see back here for Theath Gaming in response to this on the side of Shopify Rebellion?
Geniuses
Well, they got a lot open right now. They decided to go for the Ember Spirit. It's a handy hero. He's very good against the Tusk. Pretty solid in the mid matchup, especially if this ends up being a 2-Tusk. You look at the mobility it provides for the team. Works out nicely with the Tiny, with the Mirana. I think this is a pretty okay Ember pick.
Feels a bit difficult though. Like if you ever get touched, if you ever get held in place at all, whew, you know, you get rooted from this maiden. And you're like, well, now what? This Tusk is coming for me. This Hoodwink is gonna shoot me from afar. Here's RTZ right-clicking me away before I can escape. It feels like a very high risk, high reward type of pick here. But at the same time, if you are in this position, it's your first tournament ever for you want to try and like give you everything, right? Be like, you know what, we trust you. Make him feel as confident as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword for sure, but Ember can deal with a split push with Remnant from the Nature's Prophet pretty well. The Root is good versus Tusk, he can't use the Snowball. And Hoodwink and Maiden are very squishy, so the slight spam does bother them a lot. So I think this pick is okay, but, you know, CM will max Frostbite, and if you do get Frostbite, you're probably dead. And then we've seen it time and time again. Nature's Prophet, level 20 talent, the Leash talent, that's kind of when it's game over for Ember. So a little bit of on a timer here to make it work, or he's going to have to build some Force Staffs or rely on his teammates to make Force Staffs for him if the game manages to go that long.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Ember is a great hero up to a specific timer, and then things get really difficult for this hero to play out.
To make matters worse, RTZ has been known to rush an Orchid when he plays this hero. Let us see at the very end here. So Shopify Rebellion certainly need a hero for Saberlight. Theath Gaming feel like we need a safe laner here. I don't see anybody who's naturally going to occupy the lamer role. Last time around, he played Troll, one of his most successful heroes. It obviously didn't work out in the end, but I think that kind of, that class of hero, high physical damage output, gets in front of the heroes. Faceless Void maybe potentially, but they don't have damage into the Chrono, which makes it a bit complicated to go for that pick. Spectre would have been nice as well, especially to close the gap onto this Nature's Prophet.
I mean, he gets overall last pick of the game, right? So he'll know what he's laning against, unless Shopify do like a double flex pick where you know they have what can RTZ play that's NP that can he also share with Saberlight, and then you wouldn't know, but that's just a whole nother level there. But we'll see if they do that. Most likely, I think they will probably pick. I'm gonna go ahead and guess with that Ember pick that I think RTZ knows his lane now. He's gonna play this NP, and I think they're gonna probably end up blind picking something for Saberlight here.
I agree with this. Panda, what do you want to see from Theath Gaming as the overall last pick for Lamer, given that he has to be the absolute win condition in this game too?
Something tells me TA. They don't really have a lot of attack and abilities to basically break through refraction. They might still end up working pretty well with the Ember. That would help them enable early pressure, put the Mirana and the DP into support roles maybe. But then again, you kind of looks like they're missing an offlaner here. Like if they put the tiny DP Ember somewhere between that Axel into +1, +2, leaving you with another offlane pick. I don't know. But TA feels like a good pick until I see Shopify's last pick. Like it's something that just breaks through refraction. It just doesn't feel like a great hero at all.
Yeah.
All right. Oh.
That's the double flex pick I was talking about. But most likely, I think that's going to be a Saberlight. The RTZ OD, you know, the old school fans probably going crazy for that, but I don't think he plays that anymore.
It's still to this day his 6th or 7th most played hero of all time. So it's like, well, if there's anybody who could pull it out at a last moment, it would be RTZ. And in the situation, I could easily imagine him being like, I haven't flexed my muscles in a while. You know, I haven't gone ham in a little bit. So give me this OD, take me back to 2015. Let's go. I'm down for this. I could see this happening.
I hope they don't pick PL on Theath Gaming. Like it's a bait pick.
Unero.
That was one hero I had in mind, but I wasn't sure if they actually want to go for the Juggernaut.
Okay, so we have a greater amount of ways to deal with some of these pushes from the Nature's Prophet. They don't actually have ways to get through the spell immunity once he starts to spin. So spin TP out unless Tusk is there. If Tusk is there, he's screwed. But if Tusk is not there, he can actually move around. Laning phase, it's okay. Not my frustration is, every time I see Juggernaut, it always just feels, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, it's not really a good Jug lane. Like, Mirana plus Juggernaut isn't a scary lane, right?
Not at
You're
all.
not, unless you just get caught by a random arrow, which I don't think is most likely going to happen. But what is very interesting here, I think Obid's playing OD. Am I reading that correct?
Yeah.
Obid's playing OD, so it's going to be a mid OD against
lane
the Ember.
Tusk. Yeah.
And we're getting an off-lane Tusk. So, like, we knew they were going to play cores and they're going to switch it up a little bit. I think having Saberlight on your team kind of allows you to do this instead of having like the Nightfall or the Ramses that are carry players that just want to be more greedy. I think now Abed gets a little more space to maybe bust out a Meepo or something later, something a little farm heavy. And I think I'm very excited to see that.
All right, one word. Rebellion?
Yeah.
Rebellion?
Shopify.
Rebellion, Mike and Lizard.
Thank you so much, Snail. We'll get into game number 2 here between Theath and, of course, Shopify Rebellion. Lizard, the panel seems to think Shopify Rebellion's got this game 2 in the bag. You, however, specifically just said to me, we're going to a game 3 after seeing that draft from EG. Excuse me, Shopify Rebellion. Could you explain?
A man can dream. I want to watch some more NA Dote. You know, Dotes.
You weren't a big fan of this draft, though, if I recall correctly.
It's all right. It can work. Like OD definitely is a niche pick, not something that you see at all in the current meta, but it's doable. I'm just wondering what the item build is going to be like, because he's playing versus some heroes that aren't that easy to kill with the Meteor Hammer build, right? Like that's not something that's going to probably happen. You're playing into a Jug, into an Ember.
That was hilarious. Great job.
But all things said, just hyped to see what he builds.
Let's get into it. Game number 2. Can I just say, by the way, as well, Liz, in fact, I might have to hold that thought because we do have a 5-man smoke coming out once again here from Shopify Rebellion, but it seems like there's no heroes nearby anyway. Can I just say with this OD hero, when do we get to a point where this Meteor Hammer build just doesn't exist anymore?
Never.
This item only suits OD. Only OD. Like, who else picks up this item?
Is it only OD?
I mean, who else?
No one. You're right. Like at the moment, I don't think there's a single other hero that buys it. Some Treant pickers do it.
Ah, of course, the train pickers.
Yeah, some.
Yeah.
No, not too many.
The real sickos.
Yeah. What I'm hyped about is also Saberlight Tusk on the offlane. Like, this guy can really make some of these heroes shine on offlane. Like Tusk, I remember him back in the day. He'd play for some Czech stack, and was it Czech? I believe they were from Czech Republic. Yeah.
All that thought would be maybe a bit of a fight. First blood was drawn by Shopify Rebellion last game around. This time around, they aren't going to be able to secure it, but they do get a fair bit of damage onto Love on that Mirana. You know, I'm very curious as to how this game 2 goes, because you were very scared with this draft from Shopify Rebellion. You were like, I'm not sure about this one. Even I myself, looking at the draft, I'm like, I don't know what exactly they're trying to do here, but I'm very curious to see what they get to do. Fear made a very good point, though, on the panel, didn't he? Like, Saberlight being in that offlane does enable you to run these kind of...
different heroes?
Right. Yeah. Not Storm Spirit every game, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's cool because...
Shout out to Boba. I know he's watching it. I love you, Boba. It's just a joke.
What's wrong with playing Storm Spirit like 15 games in a row? Gotta practice. Yeah, because of the way you draft even now, right? Like a lot of these heroes that can be played on offlane are flexible on mid, so you can pick this flex pick early on like a Tusk, and everyone is thinking he's going mid, when in fact you last pick your mid.
Bottom lane, Love already getting kind of jumped on here. Crit, one more hit might do it, and he does get it. First blood once again being drawn here by Shopify Rebellion. Meanwhile, across the map, Arteezy able to secure his own kill onto 9 on that Tiny, so far so good. Both side lanes going very well for Shopify Rebellion to get started.
The bottom kill basically worked because of the Starstorm that Mirana went for. Like, you go for Starstorm, you need to get a little bit close and personal, right? And you get punished easily because of that. Mirana is still not level 2. And they're going on him again. Bottom lane.
Love, he's just going to drop. Crit, he might go down as well. The lane, he can't really keep up with the Hoodwink. So Crit going to be able to get out of range. And it's going to be a secondary kill on this Mirana, and more gold to go the way of this Hoodwink.
Yeah, this time around he won't even have a TP. He smokes himself up just to get to the lane a little bit faster.
Ah, the walk of shame.
The smoked walk of shame. Like, he smoked and no one can see him.
Oh, it happens, you know.
Yeah. But it's a rough lane. Like, there's believe Fear said it, or Snare. There is no kill potential between the two of them, like Jug and Mirana. Maybe if you land some arrow and that's it. And because of this new age build where everyone is going for Starstorm level 1 to trade better, right? He gets closer. Once he gets hit by Bushwhack, he's just dead.
Absolutely.
Dire's
How's the
bottom
mid lane been going as well? Like Arbed's against Esk, like this OD versus Ember matchup seems to be going quite well. In fact, hold that thought, because top lane, Nine's going to drop once again. TZ able to secure his second kill of the game. Pretty much the dream for any carry player to be able to pick up these kind of kills throughout the laning stage. And I mean, it's not something I was quite expecting, like this Nature's Prophet CM combo to be just so potent, but they're just able to constantly get kills. And speaking of kills, Love's gone. Saberlight is being chased down, but they can't do much about him. More kills to go the way of Shopify Rebellion. Right now, they're speedrunning this game too.
Yeah, this bottom lane is kind of a disaster for Radiant. Top lane as well isn't going that well. Like, isn't going well at all, actually. 18 CS on Prophet versus 9 on that Prophet.
It's a rough affair, to say the least, for Theoth and Shopify Rebellion. We'll see how much they can keep this aggression up.
At least the mid lane is kind of even, right? Like, that's something that they have going for them. And that's the lane that I would look forward the most after, like, minutes 5 and 6. It all comes down to the Ember and how he rotates. Like, if he makes a couple of good rotations, he can definitely bring them back into it.
Absolutely. By the way, good news, Arbed is not building Meteor Hammer.
Good news.
Very good news.
Very good.
We're going to get to see something different from OD this time around. Very, very exciting.
Yeah, I don't think, like, if you're mid and if you're supposed to hit hard, you don't go for Meteor Hammer anyway.
Yeah.
There's just different builds that you can go for. Right-clicking OD is not broken
Dire's structures are fortified.
by any means, but it's still strong.
Yes.
It had that one patch in which it was just completely ridiculous.
My goodness, he's really copping some damage now on this Ember. It's not a very fun mid lane whatsoever, and Arbed just using that the astral imprisonment to his advantage. Not much S can really do about it. Just constantly copping that damage.
Yeah, Ember just needs to be careful once Abed is close to 6, so he doesn't get blown up by Senti's Eclipse. As you can see, Astral Imprisonment is level 3, he's just taking a lot of mana away from him.
It's just so ridiculous having to go up against this hero. Like, you can't do anything. Yes, he's just chipping away slowly at Arbed, but Arbed knows, I'm going to have Astral again very, very soon. And like you said, level 6 comes along, he's just dead. There's no two ways about it. You are going to die.
Yeah, he's keeping up really well so far. Like, he managed to stay alive, get some CS, only 7 CS behind, considering how absurd the lane is. In my opinion, he's done all right.
Absolutely. Esk, though, he might have to deal with Crit very soon. The Hoodwink rotating into the mid lane as well. So Crit's not going to find the angle he's been looking for. Maybe going back down to help Saberlight out. Speaking of Saberlight, going on to Love for a moment there on the Mirana, but Love's going to be just fine to leap away and be able to survive. Crit is back into the mid lane, trying to be as annoying as humanly possible here towards Esk. Poor old Esk. Like, he's got to deal with the OD, he's got to deal with this Ember, or rather this Hoodwink and Arbed. Well, now he's being chased down by 9, but 9's got no mana. He can't toss back Arbed, and meanwhile Arteezy ends up finding Napkin in the top lane, and here's that turn you talked about. Esk, he's going to try and go for a run. They'll toss up the Hoodwink. There's your Sanity's Eclipse. It's just doing so much damage, and Arteezy, he'll TP in. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Take the double kill. Easy.
TP's in, cleans up after he killed the Dead Prophet on top lane. Also can start pressuring maybe even the tier 1 tower because there's a catapult. Like, I'm not sure, can Radiant defend this? Like,
I think the answer is no.
I think the answer is no as well. Like, they're just going to lose their tier 1 tower minute 7. It's rough. Good rotation by Arteezy and good read from him that he can just stay there as the Carti was coming in.
You can see Shopify feeling very satisfied. Everyone just kind of having a good laugh. I mean, 7 minutes in, you've got the tier 1 mid tower down. That's got to be a great feeling. And this could be a very quick game with the way this is going. Like, sure, your Jug's farming well, but it is still a Jug at the end of the day. It just feels like this hero as a position 1 needs so much time. And I think it was Snare who brought it up. Jug's just that hero. It's just Jug. You
It's
know?
just jug, yeah. When you don't know what to pick, and it kind of feels good to have built-in magic immunity, you go jug.
Oh, look at Napkin. Yeah, he's going to be okay for now, but Artesia was being very cheeky with the old treant blocks. And
Artis is about hit 6, so need to be really careful.
poor old Napkin's still at level 4 here on the Death Prophet. And, well, bottom lane, looks like there is a fight to break out. Omni Slash to fly through, but it's really just doing no damage. Lamey's gone.
Radiant's top tower.
It's pretty rough. Like, now your Jug's dying in the bot lane as well. Saberlight's well and truly online. Pretty much only one CS behind the Jug. So every lane's gone the way of Shopify Rebellion. They haven't dropped a death yet, which does give us a fun game to play, because now the first person to die on the side of Shopify Rebellion is, you know...
Kicked.
Absolutely. Get rid of him. Mid lane, onto the Ember they go once again. Avalanche might just barely save the day, but no, Esk, he's just gone.
Yeah, I'm not sure just how did it go so poorly so fast for Radiant. Like, this is... It's hard to watch, right? Like 0-10, 5k up, 8 minutes in.
Bottom, Love, leap charges, using all of them basically to try and get out of this. That's his last one. Shards on target. He's just trapped up. Saberlight. Why are you gonna do him like that?
Yeah, they just move away. Cool guys don't look at explosions, right?
Absolutely not. Esk, well, he's in now. Crit, he might be the first one to die, or maybe not. You don't want to be that guy, but Esk. Oh, he messes up the Remnant. Meanwhile, top lane, Napkin, 9, trying to go after Arteezy. He'll just TP out.
Radiant's bottom
No
tower
problem.
is under attack.
Here we
That
go
profit,
again.
Yeah. It's rough. Sometimes nothing goes your way. You're way too far behind, and just staying in this game is difficult.
Radiant's
Certainly
top
is.
tower
0 to
under attack.
13 now, 5k advantage. You know what, Lizard? I've been asking you all day. Coach Lizard. of,
What to do now?
Tell
Yeah.
us, Coach. What are we doing?
These very easy,
Has fallen.
very, very easy questions. I'm sorry to say, I don't have an easy solution.
I appreciate that, Lizard. Don't you worry.
Like in a moment such as this one, I pray to Gaben that someone will disconnect on the enemy side. You know, I
Yeah.
save my points.
I feel you. I feel you.
I always play until the end, though, right? Like I never, even in pubs, I never quit down. No. I'll play the game until the end. It doesn't matter.
That's big chat right there, Lizard. Well done. Lamey. Oh, Omni Slash is there. It's going to be bounced around between Crit and Saberlight, but again, there's just no damage. It's a full 5v5 engagement here down on the bot side. They've got the Jug already, or do they? Lamey, he is going to drop. 9, trying to mess around here. He's found Arbed, but where's your follow-up? Where's the damage? Fly does at least go down, so they find 1 kill for their trouble, but there goes a 3rd. There goes a 4th. They're losing absolutely everything. Esk is still trying to fight Saberlight. He'll just tank through it. Meanwhile, Napkin goes down to the Sanity's Eclipse. There's only 1 hero left.
They did get Fly, though.
They got Fly. Fly easy.
He's out.
We'll see you later, Fly. It happens. So Shopify Rebellion now, 1 to 17. 8k advantage. A bit of a rough position to say the least. 11 minutes in.
And no one even on the side of Shopify is itemizing poorly. You know, sometimes teams get a little bit relaxed. They give you that one chance because they get because they're so far ahead. They get relaxed a little bit by maybe some items that aren't optimal. But yeah.
Avalanche, oh, there's the ulti out from Fly. He's not going to allow anything to happen to his cause. In comes Arteezy, Sprout to block Napkin. He won't even Sprout the Death Prophet, he'll just block the way. Just block the way. Plant some trees. Love. He'll try to run. Crit, he will miss the Bushwhack, so they won't be able to follow up onto that Mirana.
Tower is under attack.
They're so far ahead, and it's also with the Fury on, so every time you even think about having an advantageous fight, like, okay, they don't have their carry. Nope. He just teleports in.
Radiant's bottom
It's real rough. It is real rough. And
He has Atos now completed too. He didn't have it in that last fight, but he didn't have it only because this courier has been flying after him for the last 3 minutes. Literally, from top to bottom, from bottom to top. This poor courier needs a raise.
it certainly does. Fly. Gonna get caught out. Top side. Oh, they found the Emperor. Oh, Bushwhack's not gonna connect though. Crit's a bit off the mark there. No acorn shot and just a bit off the mark on that right side tree. So
There's a Quelling Blade on Ember. I don't think you can connect that, like no matter how fast you are. So if he is just flicking the Quelling Blade next to him.
well, that one will land. Napkin does get caught out with the Bushwhack and he gets bursted down. Arteezy happy to take the kill for his team.
1 to 21.
Very cool of you.
How high does the score go before they call?
They won't call it. If they didn't call it up to this point.
Oh, it's a rough affair. Like you might play the whole thing out, but it's like how do you actually get back into the game against a Prophet and an OD and a Tasked?
I mean, you try. It's practice, if nothing else, right? Like the way I looked at it before, and I've had many of these games. It's just practice in the end. Look, this might be that one last smoke, sadly.
Let's see.
Radiant
Here,
are scanning.
Lamey gonna get spotted. Bushwhack is there. Walrus punch out. Sanity is not quite enough. Lamey, he's gonna go for a run. Healing ward down, but it is taken out. Maybe they have got a team fight. Arbed's
Okay.
gonna drop. They've got the OD down. Crit's in trouble. He's gonna drop as well. They are fighting back on the side of Theath. They'll go after Arteezy. That's the main one. Napkin, he will barely go down. Esk is still chasing. They want Arteezy so darn bad, but these damn trees are in the way. They'll chain him up. Can they get that damage out? It's not going to happen. It will not happen. Arteezy will survive. Godlike spree for him.
He has nowhere to TP. He doesn't have a TP.
Oh,
so cool down.
Lamey's been caught. Lamey's gone.
That's a full wipe. Tiny did TP in. Maybe he'll die again even.
He probably will. Arteezy's there with a run of A toss. Avalanche toss is nice, but surely not enough. They'll have Snowball in just a second. They won't even need it. They'll just sprout him up. Another full team wipe to come out for Shopify Rebellion. 3 to 27.
But you saw that smoke though, right? Like they did get 2 kills off the bat of it and it looked alright. It looked like they might even be able to kill 1 or 2 more. They overextended. Unfortunately, they overextended. They went under the tier 1 tower. If they just took those two kills and went back, I'm not saying it would win them the game, but you know,
It's a chance.
you get 2 kills here, 2 kills there. Suddenly you're making a small comeback. I'm huffing a lot of opium here, man.
Yeah, I feel you.
A lot
So
of
am I.
it.
So am I. Shopify Rebellion onto the Roshan. Aegis to go the way of Arteezy. He'll free up a slot for himself. Going into that Gleipnir next, which makes matters even more challenging against the Prophet. That Gleipnir available, just locking so many heroes down. And they're already TPing that top lane. Immediate TP in from Arteezy into that tree line. Napkin's going to be fine to escape. Esk, he'll run towards the north, trying to find his own way out. Crit going to not connect with the Bushwhack. Remnants towards the north here from Esk, just in case he needs it. Crit seems to know he's still around here somewhere. They have not spotted him yet, though. Looks like Crit is going to give up on the chase. Just thinking Esk has left the building. So Esk will be able to maybe stick around and keep creep skipping for now. Still, it feels like Shopify Rebellion, they're just more than happy to maybe start pressuring that bottom tier 2, or rather the top tier 2 tower. Or maybe just kill Lamey, because Crit is there, just kind of watching the jug at the moment.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, you know what? The bleeding at least has stopped. Willingly or not, I'm not sure. It does. I love the OD Dung Beetle, by the way.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, I
is
feel
under
like
attack.
Shopify, they're a little bit more reserved at the moment. They're just happier
Radiant's top tower
Crit
is under
to just
attack.
farm and chill. But that might change.
Oh, Lamey, no. He'll go for the spin TP, but Saberlight's there with a Walrus Punch to cancel.
Radiant's middle tower is
Love got out. Love ran on that Mirana, but he left Lamey behind, and that's a much bigger target for the
Look.
side of Shopify Rebellion.
They were just moving in position as well to try and go on Arteezy. It was an option, right? Like they had that Mirana used, they were moving, but
is under attack.
this Prophet is way too big. And he has an Aegis, so...
Absolutely huge here. There you go. Mid lane, Napkin being watched now. Arbed trying to move in along with Saberlight. They'll get in with the tag team and the Walrus Punch. And he just disappears. Arteezy picking up his 10th kill of the game now. 10, 0, and 8 is the kill score for Arteezy. And just really completely uncontested this game. working on towards the Aghanim Scepter up next. Theath, I mean, props to them again. You kind of said it. You know, they're still playing, they're still trying to find a way back into this game. The game is not over. It's sure looking tough. See what they can get done. Maybe if they can find another team fight like they had earlier on and just not get too greedy, maybe they can find an opening for themselves.
Yeah, they have that Battle Fury now as well, completed on Jug. It's not the best item for a team fight, but it can help a little bit at least.
That's something.
If he could get level 12 before this next fight, that would be even better. But they decided to smoke instantly.
I just run right into Artees, that's the
I
issue.
don't want him. He has ages still.
They're going to wrap around instead, maybe just trying to chase down Crit here on the Hoodwink, but he's a slippery bugger here. He's probably not going to get caught out too easily, though I say that. He runs right into them.
Saved.
He is saved indeed, Arbit with the Astral. Gonna buy a bit of time, and now the Gleipnir. It lands on 4 heroes. Artees is in from the rear. Oh, Lamy's gone. Love is gone as well. There's only one left, and he's not gonna last too long either.
Yeah, that's the fight, I think.
That's rough. That's a perfect TP in from Arteezy. A full-man Gleipnir. You couldn't ask for much more.
The Aghanim is coming in clutch as well on OD. He saved the Hoodwink.
Oh.
And then just a perfect turn from all of them. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. When you smoke up as 5 and you can't kill Hoodwink on time, game becomes a little out of hand.
In SCA, we call that emotional damage.
Emotional damage, yeah, definitely. This is, you know, that there's that roller coaster and there's like denial, despair.
What stage are we in right now, Lizard?
I think they just accepted their fate, you know. It's like, you play it out for the sake of playing it out.
Respect. Avalanche out, they'll see Fly, but it's just all a bait. They know they're going to get jumped right now. 9 getting caught out. There's your Omni, but immediately the Astral going to cancel it off. Arbit with the Axe being a real nuisance. On to Napkin they go. There's your Death Prophet gone. They want a bit more than that, I'm sure. They won't find it quite yet, but they'll move on to the high ground. In fact, never mind Saberlight. He'll just jump in like a Giga Chat. He just doesn't care. Snowball in onto Esk. They want the Ember, and they might just have him. Esk, he's going to try and remnant away, but he'll get Astral up first. Chipping away at the Ember is Esk. He'll jump in again.
I love how Arteezy just isn't joining. He's on the opposite side of the map, just farming.
Arteezy's doing his job right now. Saberlight, he's going to jump in again. Crit's gone down. There's Arteezy. He's in. Onto Lamy. They'll take down Love first. The Jug dropping low, but Arteezy, he's trapped himself in the tree line. He's going to TP out of there. He's out of the team fight. Still S does end up going down. Love's gone as well. Saberlight, he's the true carry right now. But Napkin, he'll go for a bit of a chase. Fly's dropping low. In fact, they've even got the Tusk quite low as well. Fly, he will drop. Arbet dropping extremely low himself. Esk, he might have a kill on his hands. Saberlight being dealt with as well, but Napkin, he's going to drop. Meanwhile, Arbet, he's going to drop the hammer. That's it. They've called it. They've had enough.
I love the wave there from Esk, you know. I'm pretty sure that was sarcastic. He knew he can't get the OD, but he's like, yeah, sure. I might just as well try stand there with my Flame Guard. Maybe I get him.
And I respect a good sense of humor. I mean, obviously the boys from Theath, they've got a good sense of humor here, and they Game 2 was a rough affair, but they played it out. You've got to respect them.
They played it out way longer than I would have,
Yeah.
like in an official, because my teammates would be already getting up and leaving the room. So, like, kudos to them. They really, you know, they remained in it. It's rough. Sometimes everything goes wrong, especially when you're playing versus a team that's arguably a class above you. If the lanes go poorly...
It's a learning experience.
Yeah. Yes. Learning experience.
Trial by fire. That's what
Yes.
I call it. We're going to head off to our panel. Let's see what they had to think about this game number 2.
Ouch. That's what I think first and foremost. It was a painful experience to watch DS Gaming going through that. Shopify Rebellion obviously taking a very easy 2-0 here, but whew, you know, Lizard was saying if the laning phase doesn't go right, what went right? It felt like almost every possible thing went wrong in this game for the side of DS Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, there's that
Yeah,
one
you said
Omni
it.
Slash that was pretty cool.
There was that one really cool
Yeah.
Omni Slash. Abed died, one of his few deaths. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, cool. But yeah, pretty much nothing else went according to plan, right? Not only did nothing else go according to plan, but for Shopify Rebellion, this game almost seemed academic. When we ended the game, more than 1,000 GPM ahead. Like more net worth per minute than there were minutes in the game at the very end of it. RTZ comes through with the 10th fastest ATOS of all time on the Nature's Prophet, 10th fastest Lightning of all time on that same hero as well. Felt like he was just playing against bots at some point because he just seemed way too relaxed. It's not a slight against Theath Gaming, but clearly there is a gulf in class between these two squads here, Panda.
Yeah, pretty interesting build on the Nature's Prophet as well. Maybe having a bit of fun as well, going double Wraith Bands and then going for the Rod of Atos. But in the end, I think there's just, like you said, way too many things that went wrong. Didn't have a lot of success basically in this game, Theath game. Just, I guess they held on to wishful thinking or hoping for something to happen. But Shopify Rebellion, just pristine, just clean.
Yeah. And we saw in game number 1 here, there were moments where it was like, there's some shaky aspects of Shopify Rebellion's performance, let us be completely honest. However, in this game number 2, I don't know what Bulba said to them in between the break, but they really sharpened things up. They're looking in top form the way that they're playing right now.
Yeah, he was like, Artur, stop feed. And then he listened.
He's like, okay, fine, I guess I won't. And Abed, I must say, he was just having way too much fun on this OD. And now the question becomes, why on earth aren't they picking this more often for this guy when he's capable of pulling out performances like this?
I mean, I don't think they intended him to play this necessarily, right? Like, it just came down to the fact that they happened to pick Juggernaut. Here we don't see very much. And then Saberlight was probably like, Odie's not the best versus Juggernaut, but I know who is. Tusk is great. And it also worked out. Abed was like, yo, I could beat Ember really hard with OD. This works out for everyone. Let's just swap. And it did. It worked out amazing. They made some good transition there. And I think that was the best thing they could have done with their draft.
Yeah. An amazing thing to do. Panda, we have MVP vote for RTZ, 13-0-17. That's a phenomenal score, right? 30 KDA at this point. But do you think he was actually the MVP? Yes, he dished out the most damage, right? He was doing amazing things on the map. Farmed like a demon, right? But I don't know.
So he did everything right.
He did everything right? But I have a feeling like when I was watching Saberlight's movements, the amount of time he was just bailing people out of everything, elongating these fights, practically making it impossible. Even pre the OD Aghanim Scepter, they could just not get a beat on any of these heroes. Does he not maybe deserve a young shout as the MVP of this one?
I guess you could say maybe tie it up, or at least be a good runner-up for it at least. But, RTZ, he came up with the job he's supposed to do, carry the game for us, and he did that. Like, he did everything correct on the Nature's Prophet. Like you said, farmed his mind out and went for the right item builds and exceeded expectations as we expect from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah. This is the version of Shopify Rebellion that we expected to see, and very clearly they positioned themselves as like the final boss, right? Because as much as we saw TSM earlier today, and this conversation about where TSM ranks relative to them, it does feel like the performance we saw between these two squads. If they played today, I think Shopify Rebellion would be not an easy win, but they certainly would have a much greater odds success of beating TSM. The question is here, does that change as time goes on? Obviously, we spoke about how systematic Shopify Rebellion can be, right? How much information was provided in this game, or was it too one-sided to be able to glean anything useful in future?
I mean, for me, it played out as I thought it would be. This is my number 1 team playing the number 8 right here. And it kind of went as expected. I would have been surprised if Shopify would have struggled in this matchup a bit. So still a lot to be said on who's going to go up against Shopify, who's the power rankings of NA right now, as we're just kind of seeing what we expected to see so far today from game number 1.
Absolutely. Panda, new players, right? All the new players that we saw today didn't necessarily have the best outings, right? Barbatich on the side of Wildcard Gaming, it was even worse for Nine and Napkin. But tell us, what was the shining lights? Is there potential that you saw from what they were doing today that you're like, you can see why they were given this opportunity to play in Div 1 for the first time?
Well, I guess this was a real mountain to climb for both of the underdogs in today's series. So it doesn't really necessarily tell us the whole picture of what is to come from these players. We saw some good moments, good moments, like individual moments from some of these players. We didn't get the full picture yet because the opponent was simply on a different level. And these are probably our top teams as well in the region. So I'm still staying hopeful, wishful, like Lizard kind of pointed out. You got to have a bit of hope. We need some hope in our life. Maybe it comes later on. I hope it does.
But it's only 3 weeks, right? You don't necessarily have the 6-week time to really sit down and recuperate because a loss like this is fairly devastating. It's quite difficult to bear, right? So we're kind of hoping that they actually have the mental fortitude to ensure that it doesn't get to them in the long run. Because if it does, we've seen many teams fall apart, many new players fall out of favor and not be able to carry forward. But right now, we've spoken enough about these two teams having played, right? We need to speak to one of the people that just came with a victory, and we've got Fly, captain of the Shopify Rebellion. It's going to take me a long time to actually get used to this one. Fly, good sir, thank you so much for giving us your time today. And the first thing I really want to ask you, of course, I made the mess up calling you all by your old brand name. How are things different between being in the blue brand and now Shopify Rebellion? Have they improved anything? Is the infrastructure behind the team different? Is the support structure different? Tell us about how this new journey is like for you.
Yeah, so first of all, nice to see you guys. It's been going great. I think EG, we've had a long history of EG, and it's been different people taking over EG, and so we had different relationship. COVID was in the way as well, so people were stuck at home. And coming into Shopify, we have sort of this new journey and a lot of excitement regards to the new team. So it's been a very natural process for like the support that we're getting and where we're trying to go and what we're trying to build here together. It's been a very like mutually beneficial type of relationship so far. So I'm really happy.
That is very good to hear. It's always it's bad when there's acrimony behind the scenes. Something else, actually, now that you are in this new organization, right? Obviously, you don't know what the future is going to look like, but now that this EG has gone down to South America, how do you feel? Do you think you all have what it takes to really show them that there was a mistake made in choosing differently?
I don't really think there's any hard feelings. I respect the players on that team a lot. I think they're amazing, and their run at TI was insane. So I would be excited to play against them. They're super good, and hopefully we can beat them. I have no bad feelings between anyone.
All right, congratulations by the way on the win today. So my question is going to be: so you guys had a couple different offlane changes. You had like Nightfall, Ramses, like previously carry players going into the offlane position, and shortly after they left your team, right, they went back to the carry role. How does it feel to have like a true offlaner back on the team?
Yeah, that's a great question, because something I said coming into this year, once it was pretty clear that Nightfall was going to go play with his Russian stack, I said that I wanted somebody who's a natural offlaner. And it's not because you can't take a carry player and transition him to an offlane role. That's not the case at all, because we were really successful in certain parts with some of these players. But I think it makes it easier for the entire team, so we don't have to have that learning process for the new guy who's transitioning to a new role. So with Saberlight, we suddenly have all these doors open to us. He's able to play these really weird heroes. He's a really good Enigma player, Darkseer, Venomancer, Doom, whatever we want him to play, he already knows how to play. And that just opens up new doors for us, which is really awesome.
Do you feel like having like a player like Saberlight, who is like a natural offlaner, will kind of saw in that last game? Does that open up Abed's hero pool a bit? Would you say?
Oh yeah, for sure. When you switch one role in Dota, that obviously makes the other roles different as well. Like it's all kind of interconnected into how you're gonna have this nice cohesive draft or something special. Like we played some Mars today. We played OD heroes that I think people haven't really typically seen us play. And maybe it is connected to Saberlight. I didn't really give it too much thought yet, but like I said, new doors, new opportunities.
All right, hey Fly, congrats on your win as well. I actually want to kind of touch upon the topic of Saberlight. He's the person to watch right now. We noticed something during your drafting. Actually, we're kind of used to seeing you next to Bulba. And now we notice that Saberlight is actually on your other side. Does he also participate in drafting on ideas?
So Bulba was sitting between me and Saberlight. So he just happened to be there. I think Bulba wanted to snatch his seat initially, and then it didn't actually end up happening. Because Bulba likes to sit on the computer too and like type stuff down that kind of gives us a better draft flow. So everybody has input in the draft. Like I don't think there's a single team out there that doesn't use everybody's brains when it comes to drafting. So Saberlight has input, but it's still the main driving force is going to be Bulba and myself.
Right. I have another one, and you actually get to choose. Could you give me some kind of hashtag for the team that kind of resembles you guys right now, or you can give me a description of 3 words what Shopify Rebellion as a team looks like right now.
Oh man, that's tough. I guess the hashtag right now is supposedly Arm the Rebels. That's the Shopify Rebellion one, so we'll go with that. That's the easier one.
Yeah.
Choice.
All right.
I don't have to use
I
my brain
respect
too
your
much.
decision.
Thank you.
Before we let you go, Fly, right? Obviously, it's a new season, new year. There's a lot that's been different in the landscape of Dota 2, right? I want to hear your thoughts on, given how many different teams across the world, some of the best teams, they've reshuffled, right? The LGDs are different, the OGs are different. Where do you think Shopify Rebellion ranks? Let's say there was a TI tomorrow, right? Where do you think your team would place at this point?
Oh, that's a tough question, putting me on the spot. If it happened to be tomorrow, you know, Tundra's looking pretty good right now. I saw their games earlier today. I like to think we can make top 6. I believe in my players, at least, you know. I think we have the potential to make it very far, and we have proven it before just with the 4 players on this team as well. And I think now we're gonna have a team it's gonna feel a little more natural for all of us to play together in terms of like the team culture and team aspect. So, you know, if it was tomorrow, I'll give us a top 6, you know, respectfully.
Top 6. I mean, you have 3 weeks at the very least, right, to qualify for the major and prove that top 6 isn't actually good enough. But the benchmark is set. We're going to hold you to it, Fly. But for now, thank you for your time. Congratulations on your victory, and we can't wait to see more of you going forward.
Thank you, guys.
So, of course, that is Fly, captain of Shopify Rebellion, sounding very hopeful about the future. And very clearly, it's not just being hopeful in we're hoping for the best, right? But feels very confident. The performances were good, right?
Optimistic.
And optimistic. But the thing I took the most from that interview, he just seemed so relaxed versus what we've seen from Fly in some previous years when there's been, you know, some struggles in these EG lineups at times.
Yeah, he's a very wholesome character, isn't he? Like, it's a pleasure to get him on an interview, like, having a character like that.
Yeah, so we have heard from him now. Fly, thank you so much. Shopify Rebellion is done. Wildcard lost earlier, TSM won, and now we're going to be looking at the next broadcast because we are wrapping up the day with our 2 series. Did both conclude in 2-0 fashion, but not really too surprising considering the caliber of teams that were participating today. So in a couple of days, we're going to be having Nouns versus Alpha, and then followed up by Theath Gaming versus the side of TSM. Of course, Theath Gaming, this is a rough gauntlet. You start against Shopify Rebellion, then you have to play TSM. Fia, how do you prepare for this kind of difficult start to your season, knowing that each of these single games could be the difference between staying in the league and being relegated?
Yeah, they only got like a day to prepare here, and they go up against what, you know, my power rankings, TSM's number 2 here, and they just got like manhandled against EG there. So how do you prepare against this? Well, you watch the replays for starters. Like you figure out like find the root of the problem. Start with the draft. Was the draft the issue? Was it the play? Maybe a bit of both. And then just try to come in with something new. Learn something from your experience. And that's all you can really do. Is like you learn, try to evolve, and get it better step by step. It won't happen overnight.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it will not. And Panda, the other matchup that we have between Nouns and Alpha, right? Alpha, a newly promoted team from Division 2. They've come up, right? In Division 2 and Division 1 of North America, there's a lot of churn at the lower levels, right? Do they have a shot against Nouns, who are also looking quite good, and who you put as second in this league?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I'm hopeful for Nouns, of course, but for Alpha, you know, maybe we see something similar to what we saw today, you know, bit of warming up, getting used to it, the tight schedule and everything. Hopefully they come prepared. I think that's the least that they can do is show up, stay focused, stay optimistic. Maybe it leads into good results. Like, you just got to have that PMA. Like, PMA drives the world, right? Even though we are NA, but still.
PMA, anathema here in North America. But with that being all said and done, we are going to be closing out the broadcast for the evening. And of course, we will be joining us again in a day or so to continue with Division 1 of North America. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. After today, while we're all from North America, please make sure to check out the Chinese broadcast as well as Western Europe, as those will be happening here at the PGL studios as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. From myself, Snare, T-Panda, and Fia, we thank you. We'll see you in a couple of days. We love you. Go drink water and return fresh, hydrated, and ready for some Dota 2 action.